Overnight, I got thrown into this apocalyptic world. When I came to, I was lying in a small underground pit, my head splitting with pain. The place was dim and derelict, and the cold cut straight to the bone. If I had to guess without a thermometer, it was at least 10 below. I pulled my flimsy autumn jacket tighter around me, shivering all over. The space couldn't have been more than 50 square feet. A busted wooden bed, a dust-caked wooden table, and on top of the table sat an old army green radio. It was glowing, and it was the source of the voice I'd just heard. Welcome to the dark apocalypse. 1. Outside the shelter, radiation is everywhere. Prolonged exposure will lead to infection. 2. Rotting corpses and mutated creatures may invade at any time. 3. The climate is year-round blizzards and extreme cold. Food, clean water, and warm clothing are hard currency. 4. The shelter is the only relatively safe place. 5. Every survivor is issued a survival radio. 6. You may choose 3 items from a list of 10 survival tools. I picked up the radio. 10 items popped up on the screen: cold weather clothing, compressed biscuits, purified water, an axe, a flint, water purification tablets, a first aid kit, a sleeping bag, salt, and an iron pot. Every single one mattered, but I could only pick 3. The flint is a must. Without fire, I'll freeze to death tonight. I made up my mind quickly, then picked the cold weather clothing and the purification tablets. Warmth and clean water were what would keep me alive right now. The 3 items materialized on the table out of thin air. I immediately threw on the heavy cold weather gear, and a wave of warmth rolled through me. Finally, I stopped shaking. Fire first. I reached out to touch the wooden bed, crack, and the whole thing gave way beneath me. The wood had rotted through ages ago. Fine by me. I broke the bed apart for firewood. Once the flames caught, orange light filled the shelter, and some of my fear burned off with it. While dismantling the bed, I stumbled onto a stash the last survivor had hidden: 1 compressed biscuit, a rusted iron cup, and a bit of salt. Not much, but all usable. I carefully scooped the scattered salt into the iron cup. Once I'd settled in, I studied the radio more closely. It had 4 sections in total. Communications can pick up signals from other survivors within a 50-kilometer radius. I didn't turn it on. I'd just arrived, and reaching out to strangers blind was too risky. Other humans were more likely to be enemies than friends. Shelter, range of 5.32 square meters. Within this range, you are unaffected by radiation. Upgrade requires 100 survival coins. Weather, temperature minus 18.2 degrees Celsius, ongoing blizzard, force 17 winds, severe radiation. Going outside for more than 4 minutes will result in infection. Radiation levels drop during the day. Shop, 3 items refreshed daily, purchasable with survival coins. After looking it over, I let out a sigh. The radio was only a supplementary tool. It hadn't been much practical help. The environment was worse than I'd imagined. I forced myself to curl up in the corner, huddled against the fire for warmth, and shut my eyes to rest. All night long, the icy wind battered the door panels while the firelight flickered. I slept terribly, but at least I recovered a bit of strength. Dawn came, if you could call it dawn. Thick clouds pressed down overhead, blotting out the sun forever. The world had simply shifted from pitch black to dull gray. I checked the weather again. Temperature, minus 15.6 degrees Celsius. Continuous snowfall. Wind force 9. Moderate radiation. Exposure exceeding 46 minutes today will result in contamination. The temperature had risen and the wind had eased. I could go out, but only for 46 minutes. I had to move fast. I put out the fire, bundled up, grabbed the radio, and pushed open the door. The frigid wind knifed in on a swirl of snow, carrying with it a rotten stench. I frowned and covered my nose, then steeled myself and stepped outside. Beyond the door stretched a snow-covered wasteland. The shelter sat behind a small mound of earth that blocked most of the wind and snow. Not far to the west stood a cluster of strange trees, their branches twisted and tangled like ghostly silhouettes, clearly mutated. Right now, firewood and food were my top priorities. Water I could get by melting snow and purifying it with tablets, and I already had shelter. All I needed was to keep the fire going and fill my stomach. The compressed biscuits would last another day or 2, so I decided to head first for that grove of dead trees to gather wood. The 500-meter walk took over 10 minutes. I moved in fits and starts. The radio had warned of walking corpses and mutated creatures, and I couldn't afford to be careless. Only up close did I get a good look. The trees resembled charred, venomous serpents boring up from the earth, their bark plated with black scales and pitted with corrosion, as if they'd been soaked in sulfuric acid. Thankfully, they showed no signs of movement. Plenty of broken branches lay buried in the snow, dense, hard-burning wood, far better than rotten timber. As I dug, I kept one eye on the time displayed on the radio. After 20 minutes of gathering, I'd bundled up enough and prepared to head back. My skin burned raw from the wind, my airways itched, and my hands and feet were stiffening. I couldn't linger any longer. As I stood up, I caught a glimpse, farther to the west beyond the grove, of what looked like a city in ruins half hidden in the driving snow, the outlines of collapsed buildings just barely visible. There might be pots and pans there, salt, food that could keep for the long haul. Something stirred in me, but I had only 9 minutes left, and my body couldn't hold out. Gritting my teeth, I turned and sprinted back toward the shelter. Back inside, I got the fire going again. Few made it. I slumped down in the corner. I stacked the bundle of hardwood branches beside the fire to dry. They really did burn well, giving off plenty of heat, and the cramped space warmed up quickly. I sat down and went back to studying the radio. The communications radar swept for a long while. Not a single signal within 50 kilometers. The shop could still refresh one more time. I tapped it. The 3 icons spun and came to a stop. Black bread times 2, 8 coins. Snow boots, 20 coins. Talent awakening, 20 coins, guaranteed to appear in the first 3 rolls. Talent. My eyes lit up. So there was another layer to this world I hadn't seen yet. While I was still mulling it over, a hard branch in the fire suddenly popped out with a snap and landed just beyond the flames. I didn't think much of it. Wood that hasn't been fully dried out will warp and jump when it heats up. That's normal. But a moment later, the branch actually moved on its own. I shot to my feet, a chill crawling down my spine. I hadn't imagined it. There was nothing pushing it, and it had moved by itself. I grabbed a charred stick and prodded the branch, rolling it over. On the scorched side, there was a tiny round hole, and something dark was squirming inside. Before I could get a better look, a black shape came bursting out with a whoosh. What the hell? Cold sweat broke out on my back, and I stumbled backward. But it was too fast. Within seconds, it had scrambled up to my ankle. A stabbing, bone-deep pain shot through me. I screamed, instinctively kicking my leg and slapping at it with everything I had. It took several blows to knock the black bug loose, and then I swung the stick down again and again, using every ounce of strength I had left to finally smash it flat. By the firelight, I finally got a good look at it. There, on the ground by the bed, lay a grotesque insect. No bigger than a fingernail, splattered flat by my hand, oozing a dark green fluid and still twitching faintly. It had 8 long, spidery legs covered in coarse black bristles. Just looking at it made my stomach turn. What the hell is this thing? I stared at the hard branch it had crawled out of. I couldn't afford to waste time. I tore off a scrap of rag, wrapped up the still smoldering branch, and hurled it out of the shelter, but only as far as the snow just outside the door. Beyond that was radiation. I had a rough idea of what was going on. These bugs hibernated inside hard branches, and once the fire warmed them up, they woke. Probably some mutated creature spawned by the radiation. The bigger problem was the wound on my ankle. I was wearing thick cold weather pants, and the thing had still punched right through them. That wasn't ordinary, and I had no idea whether it was venomous. If it was, out here I was as good as dead. I rolled up my pant leg and shone the light of the survival radio on the injury. The wound was no bigger than a pinprick, bleeding a little, but not red or swollen. Still, my expression didn't relax. Plenty of venomous snakes leave a bite like that too, and it's only after a few minutes that the poison spreads through the bloodstream to the rest of the body. Then I remembered, the shop wasn't just for buying things. It could appraise items and convert them into survival coins. I scooped up the crushed bug and held it up to the radio. Black squirmer stick insect corpse. A mutated organism capable of hibernating through extreme cold and radiation. Can be exchanged for survival coins times 3. Sure enough, it's a mutated creature, but the entry didn't say whether it was venomous. My heart sank. Nothing to do now but wait. 5 minutes later, the worst-case scenario hit. The branches had been tossed outside, the fire was dying down, and the shelter was getting colder by the minute. Yet my ankle was burning hot and itching like crazy. Venomous. And the venom was already spreading. I tried squeezing the tainted blood out, but the wound was too small for it to do any good. All I could do now was gamble that the venom wasn't too strong, and that my body could tough it out. Facing life or death, I actually calmed down. Conserving my strength was what mattered most. I scooped up a cupful of snow with my rusty iron cup, set it on the coals to heat, then filtered it with a purification tablet and drank down a cup of rust-flavored hot water. Then I pulled out my precious stash of compressed biscuits and ate 20 grams. I'd been rationing them before, but I couldn't afford to hold back anymore. My body eased up a little, but the burning in my ankle didn't fade. At least it wasn't spreading further. It stayed concentrated at the wound. My right foot could barely move now, and it throbbed with a dull ache. There'd be no sleeping tonight. A dozen or so hours later, the wound was worse, red, swollen, agonizing, infected. I started running a fever and shivering with chills, my mind growing foggy, my thoughts more and more scattered. I wasn't going to hold out much longer. I couldn't just lie here waiting to die. But the shelter was bare. My entire inventory consisted of cold weather clothes and pants, a flint, purification tablets, compressed biscuits, a rusty iron cup, and salt. Not a single thing that could save my life. If only I'd picked the mini medical kit back then. Wait, maybe there's one thing that could work. I pulled up the shop. Today's 3 refreshed items were still there: black bread, snow boots, and talent awakening. I had no idea what talent even meant here, but I was out of options. Might as well roll the dice. Talent awakening cost 20 survival coins, almost enough to wipe out every tool I owned. But then it hit me. There were still bugs hiding inside those tough branches, and each one was worth 3 coins. I dragged my injured leg up and hauled the branches back to the cold spot by the door, splitting them open one by one. Sure enough, blackworm stick insects were sleeping inside, curled up to the size of soybeans, completely still. I took careful aim and hammered them into pulp with a stick, striking again and again. These bugs were incredibly hardy. You had to keep beating them to make sure they were dead. I'd figured out their habits by now. They slept in extreme cold and only woke when it got warm. When they were cold, you could touch them or smash them, and they wouldn't fight back at all. Once I understood that, I wasn't nearly as afraid. I dug out 8 of them from the branches in total. About 1 bug for every 4 or 5 branches. Lucky I'd caught it early. If all 8 had woken up and swarmed the shelter, I'd already be dead. Just one had done this much damage to me. I set all 9 bug corpses down in front of the radio and hit sell. The 9 bugs vanished in an instant, and 27 archaic black coins appeared on the tabletop. So these are survival coins. They felt heavy in my hand. I had no time to examine them. I hurriedly spent 20 of them on Talent Awakening. I waited a few seconds. Nothing appeared on the desktop. Then, without warning, a warm current surged through my entire body. My blood roared. My mind went blank, and it took a long while before I settled down. When I opened my eyes, I was drenched in sweat, and a new line of text had appeared in my head. Talent, solidify, can guide and gather energy or mattered. I turned it over in my mind. Maybe I could use this to draw the poisoned blood out. I pressed both hands against the wound and channeled that strange power. Sure enough, the tainted blood around the injury was pulled outward, spraying dark red across the floor. My ankle felt instantly better. The itching and pain both eased. It actually works. 5 minutes later, the swelling had gone down. Aside from feeling weak, I was fine. I let out a long breath and lay back down to rest. Solidify, guiding, and gathering. The more I thought about it, the more I realized this talent was no small thing. If I could pack dirt tight, could I build a sturdier shelter? Used on a hard branch, would it become harder still, hard enough to serve as a weapon? Too bad my control over it was still terrible. Just forcing out that poisoned blood had drained me dry, and I'd need time to recover before using it again. Still, having a talent set my mind at ease. Of course, the talent alone wasn't enough. Finding food, surviving the radiation, staying alive, those were what really mattered. Tomorrow I'll head out again, and I need to patch up the shelter. It's freezing. I tossed another branch into the fire and sank into a deep sleep. I slept like a stone, straight through to the next day. When I opened my eyes, it was still pitch dark, nothing but firelight. There was no day or night here. The only way to gauge time was by the weather. At noon, the temperature peaked. The wind and snow weakened, and the radiation was at its lowest. At midnight, it was coldest and darkest, the blizzard at its fiercest. From the look of things, it was probably 7 or 8 in the morning, still too early to go out. I boiled a cup of water and ate another 30 grams of compressed biscuit. Almost 2 days in, and I'd eaten a total of 50 grams. Nowhere near enough. If I didn't find food soon, I really was going to starve to death. With nothing else to do, I opened the radio's communications page and scanned within a 50-kilometer radius. Within minutes, I actually picked up a handful of messages. Hey, anybody out there? We're all from Earth, right? What the hell is going on? A middle-aged man's voice, laced with static. Should be Earthlings. From your accent, brother, Sichuan. Forget the accent. How are things on your end? I'm freezing to death here. My shelter's more than 10 below. A woman's voice cut in. You all picked the cold weather gear and the flint when you chose your tools, right? Short-term warmth is fine, and if we work on the shelters a bit, we can get by. But food is the real problem. I went out today and couldn't find a thing. Count yourself lucky. I just laid down when I heard something outside the door. There's a zombie prowling around out there. I don't even dare open up. Zombies? I frowned. Must be the rotters the radio had mentioned. So they were real. Quick question. How do you guys feel after drinking water? My throat's burning like hell, and I've got a fever. What's going on? Did you melt snow and drink it straight, without a purification tablet? The middle-aged man replied. Is that bad? Everywhere outside the shelters is irradiated. So is the snow. Drink it straight, and you'll pay for it. Fuck, I didn't pick the purification tablets. Me neither. I went with the mini med kit. Just drink a little each day. Worst case, you mutate down the line. Anyone close by? We could team up. Share intel on food and resources you find. Once the broadcast wrapped up, I had a clearer picture. Everyone else was in rough shape too. We'd all started from the same place. My short-term goals boiled down to 3: food, water, and warmth. Nobody brought up talents. When you can't even keep your belly full or your body warm, who's going to blow 20 survival coins gambling on something that might not do a damn thing? If I hadn't been backed into a corner, I wouldn't have made that choice either. But looking at it now, the money was well spent. Check the weather. Weather. Temperature, minus 13.6 degrees Celsius. Conditions, light snow, force 7 winds. Radiation, low. Exposure beyond 72 minutes will allow radiation to invade the body. Levels rise steadily after nightfall. Better than yesterday. The temperature had climbed a bit, and the wind had died down. Even better, my outdoor window had stretched to 72 minutes. I could range farther today. I pushed open the wooden door and cold air rushed in, though nowhere near as biting as it had been overnight. The sky was leaden, pressing down until it was hard to breathe. This was what the end of the world felt like. I rubbed my face and stepped outside. I had time today, so I started weighing whether to head for the ruined town I'd spotted yesterday. It was about 500 meters from the shelter to the Deadwood Grove, and another 2 kilometers from the grove to the ruins. With the round trip plus searching, 72 minutes definitely wouldn't cut it. After thinking it over, I decided not to risk it. I'd hit the Deadwood Grove first and gather hardwood branches. The fire had to burn nonstop, and it ate through it fast. I needed to stockpile more. Hardwood branches, those mutated plants, were dense and burned long, and they even hid valuable bugs inside. Even if I didn't find food, I could always trade survival coins for black bread. With the wind and snow easing, I reached the grove in 10 minutes. The light was too dim to see much, so I got down on my belly in the snow and dug around for buried branches. I cleaned out most of the surface stuff yesterday, so today meant digging deeper. Without a proper tool, I had to use a stick as a shovel, slow going. Still, the branches buried deeper were thicker, some as thick as a baby's arm. A single one could burn for hours. Gather 20, and I'd have most of a day's heating covered. This wood wasn't renewable, so I had to ration it. The snow was over a meter deep, and beneath it lay a layer of ice frozen solid year-round. No chance of digging through. All I could do was skim the surface. 40 minutes in, my head was drenched in sweat. I'd bundled up 2 loads, twice what I got yesterday, and better quality too. I used the shirt strips I'd torn off before heading out to tie the branches together, hoisted them onto my back, and got ready to head home. That's when it happened. Gruff. A low, raspy growl, like it was being squeezed up from the depths of a throat. The sound made my skin crawl. I whipped around. Through the swirling snow, Several figures were closing in, stiff-limbed, heavy-footed, snarling nonstop. In this apocalyptic wasteland, there was no way they were living people. Then I saw them clearly, gaunt bodies riddled with festering, rotten flesh, bones jutting out, like corpses that had been dead for days. Rotters. My pupils shrank and my heart went into overdrive. I dropped into a crouch. Seeing them with my own eyes, I finally understood just how horrifying they were. Worse yet, they seemed to have spotted me. They turned and started shambling toward the dead grove. Their senses are that sharp? Hearing or smell. They picked me up from that far away. My face darkened, and I spun around and sprinted for the shelter. I couldn't afford to stay out in the open. The radiation had a time limit. I'd have to gamble. Once I was out of their line of sight, maybe they'd stop chasing. I bolted back along the same route to the shelter. The rotters moved slowly and were soon out of sight, but I couldn't be sure they wouldn't track me down. I ducked into the shelter, wedged the door panel against the entrance, and only then did my nerves loosen a little. Still uneasy, I peered out through a crack in the door. 5 minutes later, my heart sank all the way. 2 mangled corpses came shuffling out of the curtain of snow, their low growls faintly audible. "You sons of bitches, how the hell did you follow me back?" Sweat beaded on my forehead, and I couldn't help cursing under my breath. First the black wormwood stick bugs, and now 2 rotters trailing me home. My luck had officially bottomed out. I forced myself to calm down and pulled out the thickest, longest hardwood branch I had beside me, as thick as a baby's arm and about 4 feet long. I'd broken my back digging it out of the frozen ground. Originally, I'd planned to use my talent to shape it into an axe for chopping firewood later, but with the situation this urgent, a spear made more sense. I could thrust it out of the shelter to fight. The axe can wait. Gritting my teeth, I activated my talent, channeling condense into the tip of the branch. A few minutes later, the point had been compressed to half its original thickness, like a 4-inch steel needle, its hardness doubled. When I tapped it against the ground, it rang out with a metallic clank-clang, like actual steel. Gripping the spear, I felt a lot steadier. I kept my eyes glued on the outside. The rotters had a clear target. They were heading straight for the shelter. No question, they were coming for me. They drew closer and closer. Without wasting another thought, I punched a hole through the door panel so I could stick the spear through. Once the rotters closed to within 2 meters, I stopped hoping for miracles. I thrust the spear out through the door, and, the instant one lunged forward, drove it in with everything I had. The spear punched clean through its rotting the body, but it didn't care in the slightest and just kept slamming into the door, white bones scraping the wood with an ear-splitting screech. It suddenly hit me, like the zombies in the movies. Stabbing the body was useless. You had to go for the head. I yanked the spear back out and angled it upward at 75 degrees, driving it straight at the skull. A shrill, piercing shriek exploded from it. It worked. I got more and more worked up, my hands moving faster and faster. But even as it was dying, the rotting corpse tore at the door in a frenzy, and the already flimsy door quickly split open, on the verge of falling apart. I switched targets to the second one just as the door finally gave out. Adrenaline surging, I kicked the door, rotter and all, straight out, then charged out of the shelter after it. While it was down, I stabbed it several more times, punched clean through its skull, and finished it off for good. Both rotting corpses lay still. I stopped, panting hard, my body running on fumes. Looking at the wrecked door, I got another surge of anger and jabbed a few more times at the corpse's head. "You piece of shit, you trashed my door." I tried to put the door back on, but the moment I set it down, it fell apart. Nothing for it but to strip cloth from my clothes and lash tough branches together in a crisscross pattern, cobbling it back into something resembling a door. But it leaked air badly. Snowflakes kept blowing in, and I was shivering. Ugh, I've got to get a new door. 2 days in, and not only had I gotten nothing, things had gotten worse. Now I could only pin my hopes on the shop rolling something useful. For most people, with no way to earn survival coins, everything in the shop was out of reach. But for me, survival coins were my biggest edge. The blackworm stick insects were my personal piggy bank. I pried open all the tough branches and pulled out the dormant blackworm stick insects to exchange. Dead or alive, each one was worth 3 survival coins. Unfortunately, I only found 10 this time. My guess was that only branches in the top layer of snow had insects nesting in them. The ones buried deep in the ice had been down there too long for the bugs to burrow in. 10 bugs came out to 30 coins, plus what I already had, bringing my total to 34 survival coins, enough to buy some supplies. I lit a fire with the tough branches, lay back in the depths of the shelter, and pulled up the shop. I still had one refresh left today. I stared at the 2 black loaves of bread, 8 coins apiece. The compressed biscuits were down to half, enough for one more day at most. If I didn't get new food soon, I'd be in trouble. Gritting my teeth, I bought them. Good call, 2 half-round loaves of black bread, each about the size of an adult's palm, rock-hard and satisfyingly heavy. Rationed carefully, 1 loaf could last a whole day. That bought me 2 more days of life. As for the 20-coin snow boots, I passed. The hiking boots on my feet were solid enough in both quality and warmth. I refreshed the shop, and 3 new items came up. Beer times 2, 10. Portable fireplace, 25. Shop refresh card, 5. The fireplace was a must-buy. The shelter, small as it was, the little fireplace could put out heat more efficiently while burning less wood. Before, I hadn't dared to keep a fire going for long. It ate through firewood too fast, so most of the time I'd just curled up in a corner and toughed it out. With the fireplace, safety went up too. No more worrying about the place catching fire. The beer and the refresh card were take it or leave it. I bought the fireplace outright. The fireplace was only about the size of a laptop, wrapped in sheet metal, old-fashioned in style, but solidly built. The exhaust pipe was over 3 meters long and telescoping. I set it up in the corner where I slept, used my spear to chisel a channel through the top, ran the exhaust pipe out through it, and then transferred the fire into the fireplace. The heat output didn't change much, but it really did save a lot of firewood. Life got a little easier. Leaning against the earthen wall, I listened to the fireplace crackle while the snow melt in my iron cup came to a rolling boil. Cradling the hot water, I switched on the survival radio and tuned into the chatter from other survivors nearby. Can somebody spare me some food? I'm starving to death. There's nothing to eat out in this frozen wasteland. A weak, hollow voice. Bro, I've got food. I can bring you some. Any landmark buildings near your shelter? Where'd you find food? Came with the shelter. I've still got a dozen plus packs of compressed biscuits I haven't touched, plus a few bags of white sugar. Holy shit, what kind of luck is that? My crappy place has drafts coming in from every direction, just a few empty cans in here. I narrowed my eyes. From what I was hearing, one thing was clear. Everyone's shelter was different. Size, layout, supplies, all wildly different. Some people had underground parking garages for shelters, sealed against the wind and stocked with provisions. Then I looked at my own 5-square-meter hole in the ground, with snow practically blowing into my face. Just my luck. Hey, brother who's short on food, describe your surroundings. If you're close by, I'll bring you some. We're all human. Help each other out when we can. A gravelly middle-aged man's voice. I frowned. People in the normal world didn't have this kind of civic spirit. How come everybody turned into a saint once the apocalypse hit? Right after him, a booming, righteous voice cut in. Attention, fellow survivors. This is Zhao Zhongyang, anti-fraud officer with the Chongling City Police, Ninghai Province. Badge number 32 *****. Con artists are multiplying in the apocalypse. Everyone stay on guard. Don't give out personal information. Fraud prevention starts with you. Fuck you and your ##%. The corner of my mouth twitched. So the officer's name was Zhao Zhongyang, and his voice sure sounded righteous. But in the apocalypse, people's hearts turned dark. You could barely keep yourself alive. Where would all these good Samaritans come from? I wasn't asking anyone for help. I just wanted to hunker down in peace and quiet, with nobody eyeing me up. Suddenly, a deliberately lowered voice, distorted by some kind of electronic filter, caught my attention. Everyone, anyone know anything about the rotting corpses? I went out today, and one of them tailed me back. I can't shake it. It's already at the door of my shelter. His breathing was ragged, not the kind you could fake. I thought for a moment, tapped to add him as a contact, and sent a message, not guaranteed, but here's something to go on. Rotting corpses are probably. They don't hunt by sight or sound. They lock onto heat signatures, so you can't shake them. Since they're already at your door, you might as well kill them now. Better than letting things drag on. He accepted instantly. A new name popped up in my friend's list, Shirley. Thanks, bro. But I don't dare fight those things. What if I get scratched and turn into a rotter too? Who told you getting scratched turns you into one? That's what the novels and movies all say. You've got no way out anyway. Here's another tip. Don't bother striking anywhere else. Go straight for the skull. Shouldn't be too hard for a grown man. Really? Thanks, bro. I'll give it a shot. After that, silence. As for the rotters, I'd already thought it through. With this blizzard raging and the wind howling, and their organs half decomposed, how could they possibly see or hear a thing? Heat sensing was almost certainly how they hunted. Whether a scratch could actually infect you, I couldn't say for sure, but getting cut open by a rotting corpse would drive bacteria and viruses straight into the wound. Even if you didn't turn, the wound would be nearly impossible to heal. With no medical care out here, that was basically a death sentence. I'd offered a friendly tip out of goodwill. What came of it wasn't my problem. Leaning against the fireplace, I drifted off into a hazy sleep. Each day, I only had a little over an hour I could spend outside exploring. The rest of the time there was nothing to do, no sense of time passing, and I was always half drowsy. The buzz of the radio jolted me awake. Shirley's voice came through. Bro, I took out the zombies. But I think I got scratched too. Still, thanks for the heads up. Knew it. He got hurt after all. I frowned, but it had nothing to do with me. I felt no real ripple of emotion. Oh, by the way, bro, do you know what those stones inside the rotter's skulls are for? Looks like I could trade them in for a decent stack of survival coins. Stones inside a rotter's skull? Who in their right mind would go digging around in a rotter's brain? But the words decent stack of survival coins grabbed me instantly. I scrambled to my feet and bolted out of the shelter. The two rotters at the entrance had already frozen stiff, nearly merging with the snow and wind. I used my spear to slice open their brittle skulls. Inside was weathered fibrous tissue and stiff brain matter. One glance was enough to turn my stomach. But for the survival coins, I forced myself to keep digging, and finally, in a still relatively fresh spot at the core of the skull, I picked out a black stone shaped like a gallstone. I dropped both black stones into the shop, and the readout made my eyes light up. Rotter radiation core. When a human is exposed to radiation and mutates into a rotter, a radiation core forms in the skull, serving as the source of its energy and consciousness. Exchangeable for 5 survival coins. I didn't hesitate to trade them in. This thing was a radiation source, way too dangerous to keep in the shelter. Cashing them out was the safest move. Weighing the survival coins in my hand, I couldn't help but marvel. Doing good really does pay off. I sent back a polite reply. That thing's radioactive. Don't hold on to. Useless. Swap it for survival coins instead. Got it, big bro. Thanks a ton this time. If you ever need anything down the road, just say the word. If Shirley can help, Shirley will help. I was just tossing out an idea. You stayed alive on your own skill. From now on we can trade info and share what we learn. Trying to survive alone out here is just too damn hard. I paused. Oh, and don't call me big bro. My name's Lu Shun. You can see it on your screen. Got it, brother Shun. I'll hit you up if anything comes up. And if I get infected or the wound goes bad and I don't make it, I'll send you the location of my shelter. Do whatever you want with it. I gave a helpless smile. The guy had a pure, easygoing streak to him, maybe worth getting to know. The night passed without incident. When I woke the next day, the shelter was still dim. The fireplace was down to a few red glowing coals, and most of the heat was gone. I sneezed, and my throat itched. The temperature was too low, and I was coming down with a cold. If I didn't get that door fixed and let the wind and snow keep pouring in, my body wouldn't hold out much longer. But there wasn't a quick fix in sight. I pulled out the survival radio. By my read on the weather, it was probably somewhere around pre-dawn. Outside was pitch black, no different from the dead of night. Plenty of messages had piled up in the comms, but nothing from Shirley. No telling whether he was still alive. I'd been eating way too little the past few days, not even hitting the bare minimum for a grown man, and my whole body felt drained. To keep enough energy for going out, I took out half a loaf of black bread, boiled a cup of water with a pinch of salt in it, and washed the bread down. Only then did some strength come back. Before daylight, I used up today's refresh. 3 items locked in. Mechanical alarm clock. 5. Pre-calibrated, no batteries required. Gas mask. 15. Offers partial protection against radiation, extends outdoor time by roughly 30 minutes. Animal trap times 2. 10. All top shelf. The gas mask was the top priority. It would stretch my time outside, maybe even let me push as far as the ruins of the town. The mechanical alarm clock would let me keep track of time and stick to a routine, In this apocalypse where day and night blurred together, my body clock was completely wrecked, and that took a real toll. The animal traps were worth it too. There had to be creatures out there in this world, and whether they were ordinary animals or mutated ones, they were all potential food. Right now, I couldn't afford to pass up any chance at scoring a meal. But all three together came to 30 coins, and I only had 11. Looked like today, I'd be back out digging up hardwood branches again. After a moment's thought, I went ahead and bought the traps first. I could set them in likely spots while I was out. Maybe I'd catch something. Weather. Temperature, minus 10.8 degrees Celsius. Conditions, moderate snow, force 10 winds. Radiation, light, exceeding 2 hours 8 minutes outdoors today will allow radiation to enter the body. Levels will continue to rise after nightfall. Nice weather today, I said, pleasantly surprised. Radiation this low even by midday, way better than the last couple of days. That's a lot, enough for me to stay outside for a full 2+ hours, which meant I could push out to the town ruins and have a real shot at scavenging more tools and food. The withered woods only offered one kind of resource: hardwood branches and black nematode stick insects. Good for making money, useless for eating. That was the real problem. I made up my mind on the spot and changed the plan. Skip the withered woods today, head to the town ruins instead. It took some nerve. The withered woods was stable, safe, stick to the routine, and I could squeeze out a few more days of survival. But if I wanted more than that, I figured the risk was worth it. I took a deep breath, grabbed the radio, my spear, and the traps, and stepped out into the blowing snow. The moment the outside air hit my lungs, I broke into another coughing fit. The radiation in the air was chewing away at my airways, no matter what I did. The weather panel read, "Outdoor time available today, 2 hours." I'd figured out what that line actually meant a while back. It didn't mean those 2 hours were completely radiation-free. It meant that during that window, my body could just barely metabolize the radiation I absorbed, so it wouldn't leave permanent damage. Go over the limit, though, and the radiation would burrow deep into me. Enough of it, and I'd end up mutating into one of those rotting husks. So every time I went out, I bundled myself up tight, wrapped my whole face in a shirt, left nothing exposed but my eyes. First stop, the withered woods. It was the only spot nearby where any kind of living creature might turn up. I set the traps at the base of the 2 biggest dead trees. I didn't know the first thing about hunting, couldn't read animal trails to save my life. All I could do was gamble and hope something wandered in. Then I set off for the city ruins. The trek was rough. The snow was more than a meter deep just about everywhere. One step and you sank straight in. To make the walk easier, I peeled 2 slabs of bark off a dead tree and lashed them to my feet with strips of cloth, makeshift skis. With the load spread out, each step only sank 10-odd centimeters instead of swallowing me whole. After about 40 minutes, I finally got close. The ruins of a suburban town stretched out in front of me. The walls were broken open, exposing raw cement and red brick underneath, moss growing in the seams, ice and snow crusted over the outside. Most of the buildings had already collapsed. Only a dozen or so were still standing. Now and then, in the corners, you could spot a body, preserved in whatever pose it had died in thanks to the freezing cold, faces bone white. Just looking at it, I could picture how nightmarish the disaster must have been. Civilization crumbling in the blink of an eye, radiation everywhere, rotting corpses on the loose, and no room left in the world for human beings. Enough. Worry about yourself first. If this run comes back empty, the next few days are going to be hell. I swept my eyes across the area and noticed something else. With the ruins as the center, within a few kilometers around me, there were actually several other shelters. I couldn't see the shelters. Structures, most of them buried underground, buried under snow. I could tell they were there because I'd spotted smoke. It was faint, scattered by the howling wind the moment it rose, but I caught it all the same. There are other survivors nearby. Not good news. But now that I was here, I had to search the place. I was betting they wouldn't take the kind of risks I did, and certainly wouldn't have pushed this far out only a few days in. I approached the town with the utmost care, not daring to let my guard down for a second. The ruins sprawled across a wide area, too much to cover in one trip, so I picked out a 3-story rural villa on the outskirts, one that still looked structurally intact. The moment I got close, I spotted several rotters shambling through the debris. My heart sank. Rotters. This just got complicated. I ducked out of sight, but a rotter's senses are razor sharp. They were charging my way in no time. There was no ducking them now, so I sprinted flat out into the house. Fighting rotters head-on in open snow, with nothing for cover, was suicide. Even if I won, one scratch or bite would fester. Wounds like that don't heal, and they can kill you. Shirley was living proof of that. The second I made it inside, I flattened myself behind the door and gripped my spear tight. With my earlier fight under my belt, the weapon felt more natural in my hands. As soon as the rotters closed in, I thrust again and again, every strike hitting skull. I'd studied their brain anatomy before. The original tissue had all fibrosed over. Only the radiation core was their weak spot. With every jab, I twisted the spear hard, and the instant it grazed the core, the rotter dropped like a sack. Luckily, there were only 2 of them. With the wall and door at my back, I put them down easily and came away with 2 radiation cores. 10 survival coins. Not a bad haul. With the rotters dealt with, I finally took a look around. The living room was blanketed in dust, the furniture toppled and mostly wrecked. I made a beeline for the kitchen. Sugar was my top priority. Staying alive was rule number 1 in the apocalypse, and sugar had a long shelf life, packed a ton of calories, and was easy to carry. It was hard currency, plain and simple. But after digging around, my face fell. The place had already been picked over. Not by human survivors, though. The dust was too thick for that. Nobody had been through recently. More likely, the original residents had cleaned out the supplies right when the end came. I refused to give up and threw open every cupboard. Finally, tucked in a corner, I found my first score, an unopened jar of honey. Only 150 grams, but the calorie count was staggering, enough to keep me going for days. I pocketed it without a second thought. Then, in the storeroom, I found a sack of dried corn on the cob. The quality was terrible. Half the kernels had fallen off, and what remained was dry and rock hard. But the moment I laid eyes on it, my pulse kicked into overdrive. I hunted down a sturdy cloth bag and stuffed the whole lot inside. 30, maybe 40 pounds worth. The haul was way beyond what I'd hoped for. That bag of corn alone would feed me for a good long while. I was more convinced than ever. Scavenging in the wild was too hard. These ruined towns were the real places worth exploring. I went through every room again. The cups and basins in the bathroom had all frozen and cracked, brittle as paper. Iron pots, iron buckets, kitchen knives, not a single piece of ironware in sight. All picked clean long ago. There wasn't a single grain of rice left in the rice jar. I was a little curious, actually. How had that earlier crew missed the bag of corn? Didn't like the taste? No way to know now. The attic on the 3rd floor looked like a kid's room, with a single bed and a desk. Everything else had been cleared out, but pencils and paper were scattered across the floor, still usable. Figuring free stuff is free stuff, I scooped it all up. Making paper and pens from scratch in the apocalypse was no easy task. You never knew when they might come in handy. After combing through all 3 floors, the haul wasn't much. A jar of honey, a bag of corn, and some stationery. I'd have to pin my hopes on the other buildings still having something left. Just as I was about to turn and leave, I spotted something odd under the eaves in the backyard, a patch covered by thatch, with a hint of rust red peeking through. A cellar. My eyes lit up. This kind of sunken root cellar was a rural specialty, inconspicuous, and very likely still undiscovered. I stepped up and tried to pry it open. Between the rust and the cold, the entrance was jammed tight. It took a serious effort to get it open. With a creak, a pitch-black passage yawned open. By the light from outside, I could just barely make out what was inside. It was a small cellar, maybe 150 square feet, visible in a single glance. The first thing I saw was 3 frozen corpses slumped against the wall with their eyes closed. Probably the owners of the house. They'd hidden down here when the apocalypse hit, and in the end, they hadn't escaped death after all. Beyond that, there were tables, chairs, pots, and bowls in the cellar, most of them ruined by the cold. But what was in the corner made me light up in an instant. A whole case of liquor. I strode over and tore the case open. 9 bottles of clear baijiu stood there in front of me, each one holding a full pound. I popped one open and gave it a sniff. 104 proof hard liquor. Holy crap, I'm rich. Liquor was worth dozens of times more in the apocalypse than it had been in the age of civilization. A swig in this brutal cold could drive off the chill, and high-proof spirits could disinfect wounds and sterilize gear too. More importantly, Everyone in the apocalypse was under crushing pressure. The cold, the hunger, the radiation, the rotting corpses were suffocating. Something like liquor, which could take the edge off, was especially precious. I was sure plenty of people with a bit of wealth would pay top dollar for a small glass of baijiu just to unwind. On top of that, food was scarce in the apocalypse. No one would waste surplus grain on brewing liquor. High-proof distilled spirits like this were worth a fortune. Without a word, I started packing. No bag, so I stuffed it all into my clothes, packing myself out until I bulged in every direction. With this batch of liquor secured, I decided to call it a day. The corn and baijiu together came to nearly 50 pounds, and I still had to haul it all back to the shell. The shelter was hard-won. No way it came easy. Getting greedy now would only invite trouble, so I decided to head straight back. That's enough for today. This place has plenty of good stuff. Hopefully the weather clears up tomorrow so I can make another run. My mind was made up. This would be my main hunting ground. With so many buildings still standing, a thorough sweep was bound to pay off big. For now, no other survivors had made it to this area, which meant I had a window to keep it all to myself. Once they got their bearings and came out looking for supplies, the competition would spike, and people might even start feuding over resources, multiplying the risk several times over. I've got the head start. Now I need to hold it. Over the next few days, I've got to scoop up as much from these ruins as I can and build up a stash. I laid out the plan in my head as I made my way out. Whether things would actually go that smoothly, though, no one could say. On the way back, hauling this much gear through the snow was brutal. Every step sank me a full foot down, leaving a crater behind. If it weren't for the bark skis, there was no way I'd have made it back on time. When I finally burst into the shelter, only 4 minutes were left on the exploration clock. It sent a cold sweat down my spine. But one look at the haul in my arms, and I couldn't help grinning. It had been a serious payday. A jar of honey, roughly 40 pounds of corn on the cob, 9 bottles of high-proof liquor, plus a stack of books and pens. The food problem was solved. Just like that, I was rich. The bigger the risk, the bigger the reward. Not long after I shut the door, the sky went pitch black again, and the blizzard picked up with a vengeance. Only inside the shelter could I keep the fear in my chest halfway in check. I dumped everything on the floor, sat down for a breather, and only then lit the fireplace. More than half the hardwood branches I'd gathered yesterday were already gone. I'd have to ration them, or I'd be freezing again come the small hours. Leaning back against the fireplace, I started running the numbers. Food, check. But the shelter itself desperately needed work. It was too small, too close to ground level, and the door was falling apart. Wind and snow poured right in, and the temperature just wouldn't climb. Relocate? Or expand? Neither was easy. That cellar where I'd found the liquor today was a lot more comfortable than this place. But I knew full well I could not move into the town ruins. Too exposed. Once the other survivors got used to the environment, they'd start pushing outward, and the ruins would be target number 1. Moving there would be like putting myself on a platter for everyone to carve up. At the end of the day, the ruins were an opportunity and a hazard both. And my current shelter was already too close to them. Sooner or later, someone was bound to stumble across it. That thought didn't sit well with me at all. I couldn't come up with a good solution, so I set it aside for now and turned my attention back to the supplies. First, I sized up what they were worth. Every item had 2 kinds of value: its practical use, and how many survival coins it could fetch. Pencil times 16, 3 survival coins. Paper times 56, 8 survival coins. Dried corn cobs times 37 gene, 35 survival coins. 52 proof baijiu times 990 survival coins. I frowned and decided against trading any of it. The prices were all too low. The liquor went for just 10 coins a bottle, but if I sold it to another survivor, I could easily fetch 30. People would fight over it. Same story with the corn and the paper. Their real usefulness far outstripped what the shop was offering. The corn especially. Most people would just strip the kernels off and boil them, which was a waste. Process it a different way, and its value could multiply several times over. I had 2 plans. First, planting. Pick out the best-looking kernels and try sowing them. Corn yields well, isn't picky about soil, and doesn't need much water. One of the best crops to grow in the apocalypse. The only question was whether kernels this old would still germinate. But there was no harm in trying. Second, grind it into flour and make cakes. Not just the kernels. Grind the cobs in too. Add salt and honey. and shape it into corn cakes. That way, all 37 gene of corn would be put to use. The cobs would taste rough, sure, but they'd keep you alive, and with a little seasoning they wouldn't be that bad. Cakes like these were filling, portable, and kept well. A perfect staple food for the end of the world. Once I'd rested enough, I got up and set to work. First, I picked out several hundred plump, unbroken kernels and set them aside. The rest I started grinding into flour. Without a mortar or millstone, I had to smash it all with a rock, a serious undertaking. But if there was one thing I had, it was time. 24 hours a day, at most 2 for scavenging, 10 for sleep, and 12 more with nothing to do. Finding work to fill them actually made the days easier. In this world, loneliness was the real test. While I ground the flour, I turned on the survival radio and listened to the other survivors chatting. At first it was just idle talk, but after a while, one topic caught my attention. Has anyone bought the Talent Awakening? Does that thing actually work? Bro, you're asking the right guy? I dropped a fortune on it. Nothing happened. 20 survival coins straight down the drain. Seriously? The shop can rip you off. Who knows? I sold a tool to scrape together those 20 coins and got jack for it. I frowned. Talent Awakening didn't work? But my situation had been different. Was there something more to this? Soon, a guy named Wang Chong spoke up. No way. That's on you guys. I used mine and I definitely got an ability out of it. What? You actually awakened something? What kind of talent? Wang Chong replied, physical enhancement. I call it constitution boost, leans towards strength. Lately I've been several times stronger than before. The downside's just as obvious, though. I get hungry way too easily. Rations that used to last me 2 or 3 days now. The sky's about to brighten up. Holy shit, you can actually awaken? Isn't this the apocalypse? How is there still such a thing as superpowers? Bro Chong, where are you? Can I join up with you? Over the next few days, plenty of people scraped together the 20 coins to buy Talent Awakening. But things didn't play out the way anyone expected. More than half didn't awaken at all, and only a minority succeeded. Of those who did, the vast majority got physical enhancement abilities of some kind, each with its own emphasis. Some got strength, some speed, some endurance, some cold resistance. Finally, a police officer named Zhao Zhongyang spoke up. Everyone, Talent Awakening does work. It's just that not everyone has the talent for it. If you haven't bought it yet, please think twice. Officer Zhao, you sound pretty sure. Does that mean you awakened too? He was silent for a long while before answering. I did awaken, yes. I won't get into the specifics. I just want to remind everyone. These talents are meant to help us live better, not to be used against our own kind. I hope we can all coexist peacefully. Hearing that, I fell silent. The sentiment was nice, but reality was harsh. Conflict between survivors was going to break out sooner or later. Still, the fact that this guy took the initiative to say something showed he had a conscience. My opinion of him went up a couple of notches. Zhao Zhongyang seemed to realize he was being naive, so he added, you don't necessarily have to rob other people to get resources. There's a ruined town nearby that should have plenty of good stuff in it. People can go explore or trade with each other. My face turned green. I couldn't help cursing under my breath. You just had to open your big mouth. I'd been planning to keep the ruins to myself these next few days. Now that he'd let it slip, a whole crowd would be heading there, and the situation was about to get complicated. If I still went tomorrow, it would be a lot more dangerous. My gear and my plan would both have to be reworked. Just as I was mulling this over, my private comms went off. I only had one friend on the list, so I didn't need to guess who it was. Shirley's voice was hoarse but excited. Bro Shun, I went out gathering today, and I found something great. That got me interested. What did you find? Something that keeps you warm. I was digging through the snow to look for wild greens. I dug down almost 2 meters, didn't find any greens, but I dug up this plant instead. Looks kind of like felt grass, grows down in the ice layer hugging the ground, pale yellow, with super fine fibers, and there's a lot of it. Once you dry it out over a fire, it's soft and warm. Use it as a mattress and it raises the temperature by several degrees. Stuff it into door cracks and it blocks the wind too. My face lit up. This was top-tier insulation material. In a blizzard apocalypse, warmth was every bit as critical as food. The fact that Shirley told me about it without a moment's hesitation really moved me. But then my brow furrowed again. When I'd been digging out those tough branches before, I'd hit the ice layer near the surface too, and I'd never seen any of this felt grass. Shirley had no reason to lie to me, which meant only one thing. This stuff didn't grow just anywhere. Yes, there is. I asked, Brother Sure, where did you find them? By the river. I figured there's plenty of water near a river, good for wild greens to grow. I blinked. Take a look outside. What do you see? Snow. And when the snow melts? Damn it, it's all water. My dumb brain. I was looking in the wrong place. No, I shook my head. You were looking in exactly the right place. Deeper parts of a riverbed don't freeze solid. There's still flowing water at around 0 degrees, which is better for plants. It suddenly hit me that I'd overlooked something. With snow blanketing the whole world, it had never occurred to me to search near rivers. But areas close to rivers had running water and were likely to have more plants growing. This fuzzgrass was the perfect example. It had probably survived under nearly 2 meters of ice by drawing up the warmer water from the soil through its roots. Brother Shen, I picked quite a bit. Want me to send you some? I mulled it over, then declined. Not for now. I'll look around here first. If I really can't find any, I'll ask you. There was a lot to consider when trading resources. Neither of us knew where the other was, so meeting up was difficult. Besides, taking someone else's stuff for free didn't sit right. The best arrangement was mutual exchange. That's how a relationship lasts. As we chatted, Shirley suddenly asked, By the way, Brother Shun, they were talking about that town ruin. Think we should check it out? I was startled. You've seen the ruins? Yeah, they're nearby, 1.5 kilometers at most. But I didn't dare go in. Afraid it's crawling with corpses. Something clicked in my head, and I fired off a string of questions. What did the ruins look like? How many buildings? What was the terrain around them? I had to confirm whether the ruins he mentioned were the same ones I'd visited today. The survival radio could pick up transmissions within a 50-kilometer radius, so he might be close to me, or he might be far away. If we were near each other, we could team up to explore the ruins. It would be much safer. Whether we ran into corpses, mutated creatures, or other survivors, we'd have a lot more to fall back on. Not knowing what I was getting at, Shirley described the ruins in detail. The more I listened, the more excited I got, my eyes lighting up. Every detail inside the ruins, every feature of the surrounding terrain, it all matched. It had to be the same place. I tamped down my excitement and didn't tell him right away, nor did I suggest meeting up. You can know a person's face, but not their heart. Through radio contact alone, goodwill was easy to fake, and I couldn't tell yet what was real. I had to be careful. After weighing it over and over, I went with a safer line. Brother Sure, I've seen those ruins too. They're on my side as well, just a bit farther away. Really? Then we can't be that far apart. I thought we might be dozens of kilometers away from each other. What a stroke of luck. I nodded. If the weather holds tomorrow, we can explore it together. But if the exploration window is too short, you'll just have to. Already left. I'm too far away and might not make it back in time. Haha, no problem. I'll hit you up again tomorrow before I head out, and I'll bring you a bag of fuzz grass while I'm at it. I didn't turn him down. I genuinely wanted to see what kind of person he really was. If he turned out to be honest and straightforward, without any hidden agenda, he'd be worth befriending. Humans are social creatures. Going it alone in the apocalypse is exhausting. You can't scrounge up every resource by yourself. If I could find a reliable partner, we could trade, cover each other's gaps, and explore together, which would take a huge weight off the whole staying alive thing. Take this fuzz grass, for instance. If Shirley hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have had a clue. And chances are, it only grows in specific spots that only Shirley knows how to find, which means trading is my only way to get any. Whether or not to head to the ruins tomorrow was now the question on the table. If I was going, I needed to prep, make a plan, and lock down my own safety. I opened the shop page on the radio and spent a long time going back and forth between the mechanical alarm clock and the gas mask. A gas mask would definitely make tomorrow's outing safer, with more room for error. But after some thought, I still spent 5 survival coins on the mechanical alarm clock. I had my reasons. For one, even after selling today's 2 rotting radiation cores, I only had 11 survival coins on me. Buying a gas mask would mean selling something else. For another, an important item like a gas mask, once spotted by someone else, is the kind of thing that gets people scheming and brings trouble down on you. So the alarm clock was the smarter pick. It would help me manage my time and keep to a proper routine. When I saw the time on the clock, I froze. I'd assumed it was somewhere around 1 or 2 in the afternoon. Turned out it was already 5:36 p.m. which meant the window each day when the snowstorm was weakest and radiation lowest wasn't noon at all, but somewhere between 2 and 4 in the afternoon. No wonder my body's been giving out lately. My whole schedule's been off. I need to fix that. I pulled out a pen and paper and drew up a daily schedule. Daily schedule. 7:30. Wake up. Eat breakfast. Morning work. 2 hours. Grind corn. Plan expeditions. Head out to explore. Flexible timing. Afternoon work. 2 hours. Grind corn. Take stock of the haul. 1900 hours. Dinner. Evening work. 2 hours. Grind corn. Listen to the radio. Keep up connections. 2200 hours. Sleep. A plan's a plan. Whether I could actually stick to it was another story. By almost 7, I'd already ground out a batch of cornmeal and started making dinner. Food had been tight the past few days. 3 days on nothing but 2 loaves of black bread and 100 grams of compressed biscuits. My stamina couldn't recover on that. Now that I had plenty of corn, I wasn't about to shortchange myself. I needed to eat my fill. Long-term hunger wrecks the body and breaks the spirit, neither of which is going to help me stay alive. I took out some cornmeal. The stuff ground from the kernels was a yellowish gold, the stuff from the cobs a pale yellow, and mixed together, it looked pretty much like the bran you feed to poultry. I added some hot water, salt, and hon. The honey bounded into a ball, but with no flour, the stickiness was poor, and I couldn't work any elasticity into it. What finally took shape was a palm-sized yellow patty, hard, dry, and dense as a compressed ration bar. It looked awful, but at this point in my life, eating was about survival. I wasn't going to be picky. I set the patty on the fireplace to roast, and soon a scorched, savory aroma filled the air, sharpening my appetite. I deliberately pressed it flat. Once both sides were golden, it was ready. The first bite, the crust shattered, the roasted fragrance spread across my tongue, and then my expression grew darker by the second. 3 words hammered through my head. This is terrible. Coarse-grained, bland as sawdust, not a trace of oil. Aside from a faint saltiness and sweetness, the texture was about as bad as it got. To be fair, this stuff was basically the same as the chaff you'd feed to poultry. Corn cob tasted exactly like this, so bad was to be expected. I forced myself to chew, grinding it as fine as I could and washing it down with hot water just to get it into my stomach. It burned through water fast. The patty was so dry that without a drink, you'd choke. It took me over 10 minutes to finish the whole thing. The taste was mediocre, but the fullness was genuinely powerful. Once my stomach began digesting it, I felt my strength flooding back, as though I'd been resurrected. This was my first proper meal since arriving in this apocalyptic world. Corn patty's not bad. If I could add some oil to the dough and throw in a few more seasonings later, it'd be a lot better, I mused, already planning improvements. With my strength restored, I noticed something else. My talent felt like it could be used more times than before. Before, even a small use would leave me exhausted, unable to keep it up for long. Now was clearly different. I walked to the entrance, pressed my hand against the door panel, and channeled the power of solidify to draw the panel and the hardwood branches together, letting them slowly merge. Before long, the hardwood branches lashed to the door had fused with the panel itself, and the broken door was partially repaired. A pleased look crossed my face. First, the door was fixed, and second, my talent was growing stronger. Before, just using the talent to make a single spear would leave me too drained to move. Now, after mending an entire door panel, I still had solidify energy to spare. It seemed the number of times I could use my talent was tied to my physical condition and constitution. With the door reinstalled, the shelter was much more secure. The wind and snow couldn't blow in, and between that and the fireplace, the room grew noticeably warmer. I lay down beside the glowing coals and started planning for tomorrow. I had 2 options: head to the Deadwoods or go to the town ruins. The Deadwoods were safe and stable. I could gather firewood, catch blackworm stickbugs to trade for survival coins, and maybe even find a small stream and a patch of fleece grass. The town ruins, on the other hand, were a total unknown. I was supposed to meet up with Shirley, but I didn't really know the man at all. And along the way, I might run into other survivors. Whether they'd trade or scheme, I couldn't say. But the ruins were too valuable to pass up. Yesterday's trip alone had turned me into an overnight. Rich pickings. Resources go to whoever grabs them first, so I had to beat everyone else to the punch, which meant I needed to prep for safety. And the only thing that gave me any real sense of security was this solidify talent. I picked up a rock off the floor and tried compressing it. The stone packed tighter and tighter until it became a small dagger, too brittle, though. Fine for chopping vegetables, but nowhere near good enough as a weapon. I thought it over for a long while, and finally landed on a better material. Something the apocalypse had lying around everywhere, inconspicuous to use, and with real stopping power. Once I'd figured it out, I turned in. The next morning I woke up in a daze and checked the time, 8:50. I sat there in silence for a moment, then picked up my pen and changed the wake-up time on my daily schedule to 8:50. If I couldn't keep the rules, I'd change the rules. While I was at it, I jotted down the date, January 4th, my 4th day in this world. Brushed my teeth, washed up, ground cornmeal, listened to the radio. I stayed busy until 2 in the afternoon, when a call came in from Shirley. Shinji, the blizzard and radiation are both at their lowest. I'm heading out to the town ruins. Come with me if you can. If you can't, I'm leaving without you. I glanced at the weather. Weather. Temperature, -9.6 degrees Celsius. Conditions, light snow, force 6 wind. Radiation, mild. Radiation begins penetrating the body after 2 hours 48 minutes outdoors. Even better than yesterday. Lightest snow I'd ever seen, longest window for going out. Perfect for a long-range scouting run. But I couldn't crack a smile. If it looked perfect to me, it'd look perfect to everyone else. There weren't that many survivors within a 50-kilometer radius, a few dozen at most, and a good chunk of them wouldn't dare set foot outside. Not much of a threat, but I still had to watch my back. I messaged Shirley back, keeping it non-committal. Might make it. Wait for me at the edge of the ruins for 5 minutes. If I'm not there, forget about it. Deal. Just look for the guy with no hair. That's me. Come find me directly. Bald. My brow furrowed. Odds were he was strong. Better be careful. I started packing. Radio, a wooden spear made from a branch, 2 snowboards, 2 corn cakes, and a small bottle of grain liquor. Actually a sealed little cup I'd shaped out of a tree branch with solidify, holding about 100 grams. In the apocalypse, you couldn't read anyone's heart. I'd set myself 3 trading rules. Trade sparingly, take little each time, change locations often. If word got out that I'd stockpiled a big haul, I'd have every predator in the area circling me. Off I went. The wind and snow had eased up a lot today, easy going. I didn't head straight for the ruins. First I looped through the dead woods to check my animal traps. Still there, buried under snow, all sprung, but not so much as a strand of fur to show for it. About what I'd expected. I reset them and pressed on toward the ruins. At the outskirts of the ruins I slowed down and kept out of sight. But it didn't take long to realize I'd been worrying over nothing. The sky was leaden, everything a solid sheet of white. Visibility next to 0. Nobody could see me. And I couldn't. Not seeing anyone actually made me feel safer. No, wait. Scanning the area, I spotted a smooth, glinting object on a nearby hillside. That's one shiny head. A burly guy bundled in a heavy winter coat stood in the biting wind, a bamboo basket on his back, and a gleaming bald dome catching the light. My mouth twitched. This was Shirley. I pulled out my walkie-talkie and sent a message. I'm here. My eyes stayed locked on the figure. A few seconds later, sure enough, the guy fished out his own walkie-talkie and started looking around. A gravelly voice came through. Shinji, where you at? How come I can't see you? Head down into the valley on the east side of the ruins. I decided to meet him after all. Shirley could turn out to be an ally, or he could turn out to be an enemy. Either way, it was a risk worth taking, and I had the leverage to take it. While he was jogging over, I channeled my solidify ability into the snow beneath my feet. Ice and snow were perfect for this talent. Plentiful, soft, easy to compress. A little energy went a long way. Every patch of snow around me was now part of my defense. Shirley came running up, and he was even more of a sight than I'd expected, easily pushing 6.5 feet, built like a solid brick wall. But that young, guileless grin didn't match his frame at all. Shinji, finally found you. I've been standing in this wind for 10 whole minutes. I didn't lower my guard. His right hand was reaching into the basket on his back. When he was about 10 feet away, I flicked a thought, and an ice pillar shot up out of the snow, right in front of his foot. Thud! Shirley lost his footing and pitched face first into the snow. I tightened my grip on my spear, and the surrounding snow silently hardened into a ring of ice walls, sealing me in on all sides. The next moment, a massive hand thrust up from the snowdrift, holding out a bundle of down grass. Shinji, your down grass. My mouth twitched again. I took it and gave it a once-over, no problems. Down grass was soft and warm, a real find in the apocalypse. Shirley scrambled to his feet, scratched his head, and gave a sheepish grin. Sorry about that. Ran too fast and slipped. I relaxed a little. This guy didn't seem to have a scheming bone in his body. Why were you standing up on the hilltop like that? Not worried about being spotted. Visibility's crap in this blizzard. I was scared you wouldn't see me, so I waited up top. As for other people, he flashed a wide grin. Look at me. I'll be lucky if I don't scare folks off. Who's gonna come pick a fight with this? I looked him up and down and had to admit it. Fair point. Shinji, should we head in now? I've been watching the place for a while. No ghouls, no mutant creatures. It's pretty safe inside. I nodded, my opinion of him ticking up a notch. Let's go in. But why are you calling me Shinji? Aren't you older than me? Shinji, I'm 19. 19. I studied that weathered face, those deep-set eyes, that low, rasping voice, and my brain short-circuited. The two of us pushed into the ruins against the wind. The first building was a 3-story. The house was well-built, stylish decor, solid materials, the structure nearly intact. We peered through the frost-covered glass. Several rotters lay sprawled on the floor, their skulls hollowed out, and over by the kitchen was a bigger, uglier one. So this one ate the other rotter's radiation cores and got stronger? I muttered. The other rotters were dead, brains scooped out, leaving only this beefed-up one behind. Strung together, it made sense. Brother Shun, this one's gonna be trouble, Shirley said, visibly rattled. Last time a rotter clawed me, I nearly died. Safety first. Let's try another house. No hesitation for me. Not far off, we found a 2-story building, structure intact, no rotters or bloodstains inside. We broke a window and climbed in. Before we started searching, I grabbed his arm. Deal's a deal. Everything we find gets pooled and split evenly. No problem, I know the drill. We split up to search. The place had been picked over. No food, bedding, or clothes left. In a kitchen cupboard, I found a few bowls and iron basins. Upstairs, a backpack, a thermos, and a burlap sack full of plastic bottles. In the storage room, there was a stash of decent quality sheet metal, rusty, but sturdy. Good material. I took it all. Back downstairs, Shirley was already sitting there waiting, grumbling that the place had been ransacked too many times. We laid out our hauls. Mine, 6 bowls, 2 iron basins, a backpack, a thermos, 56 water bottles, and a few dozen pounds of sheet metal. His, 4 bars of expired chocolate, 6 packs of cigarettes, 3 packs of sanitary pads, a deck of playing cards, and a box of Chinese checkers. I frowned at the pile. Why'd you grab sanitary pads? I don't use them, but they're good for trade. Someone's bound to want them. Fair point. I pointed at the board game. And the toys. Recreation. Don't you get bored in the shelter? Actually, yeah, they'd come in handy. We started dividing. Even numbers got split down the middle. Odd numbers went by need. When we were done, Shirley looked like he had something on his mind. Spit it out, we can talk it over. He scratched his head. Brother Shun, I don't want the sheet metal or the water bottles. I never get enough to eat as it is. Given his build, he did eat more than most. I tossed all the chocolate over to him. Chocolate's yours. Metal and bottles are mine. He took them gladly. Remembering that he'd given me the fluff grass, I tossed him a corn cake too. Call it payment for the fluff grass. It's filling. He thanked me over and over, gratitude written all over his face. For him, food mattered more than anything. After confirming there was no basement, we packed up and headed for the next house. The second place was a cramped little mud hut. We almost passed on it, but it was the only intact building in the area. We searched it on the off chance, and to our surprise, it had a cellar. Inside were 2 jars, one of pickled radish, one of pickled vegetables. Not quite 20 pounds worth, but the moment we cracked the lids, the aroma hit us. I was surprised they hadn't gone bad. Most likely, the salt content was high, and the temperature and humidity were just right. This was good stuff, salt, vitamins, minerals, exactly what survivors lacked most. Pound for pound, it was worth as much as liquor, food, or winter gear. Shinji, you want the radishes or the pickles? Both. Split them 50-50. We swapped half the contents of each jar, making sure both ended up half radish, half pickle. The jars felt heavy in our hands, the biggest score of the day. Grinning, we climbed out of the cellar and were just about to leave. I suddenly shot out a hand and grabbed Shirley, dropping my voice low. Get down. We've got company. Shirley froze, then instantly hit the deck, holding his breath, eyes locked warily on the world outside. After a long moment, he whispered, Shinji, what did you see? I kept my eyes fixed outside and said in a low voice, someone's out there. See those tracks? Aren't those ours? I wiped ours clean, didn't want anyone catching our trail. Those aren't ours. Shirley's eyes narrowed and he shot me a startled glance, like he'd guessed something. But he didn't press. Every time I went out scouting, I stuck to one rule: erase my footprints. With my talent solidify, I could manipulate the snow behind me, coaxing it back into shape as if no one had ever passed through. I could even fake a fresh set of prints. Guiding snow was a lot easier than compressing branches. Snow's low density meant wiping tracks took almost no effort, and the results were shockingly clean. Before we'd even stepped into this house, I'd already scrubbed both our trails, which meant those tracks outside had to belong to someone else. I edged up to the window and followed the prints with my eyes. They led straight to the house with the rotting corpse inside. Just as the thought crossed my mind, a fierce commotion of fighting erupted from inside that building. Shirley raised an eyebrow. Somebody really went in there? Should we go take a look? Stay back. Could be dangerous. I made the call fast. Whether the danger was the corpse or another survivor, we had to be careful. And this wasn't just any corpse. It was a special one, bigger than usual, one that had devoured its own kind. Anyone brave enough to walk into that house alone was either out of their mind or seriously strong. I found out soon enough, it was the former. Bang! The door of the neighboring house was kicked open. A woman in her early 30s, wearing a padded cotton coat, came stumbling out. Her right sleeve was torn open, soaked through with blood, her steps unsteady. She was hurt bad. Blood dripped onto the snow, spreading a wide crimson stain in seconds. I frowned. She was running straight toward the earthen house where we were hiding, the only place around here that could conceal anyone. As she closed in, I stuck my head out and hissed under my breath. This spot's taken. Go somewhere else. Don't bring that thing over here. I had no choice. The mud house had no back door. If she came charging in with a rotter on her tail, fighting in such a cramped space would make it too easy for one of us to get hurt. At the same time, I wanted to see what kind of person this woman was. If she still had a conscience, she wouldn't lead danger straight to us, and in that case, I wouldn't mind saving her life. At my shout, she froze for a split second, then a flash of joy lit her eyes, and she actually picked up her pace. Shirley saw it too. He drew himself up to his full imposing height and barked, "Stop right there, or don't blame us for what happens next." His voice boomed like a bell, and there was a hard edge in his eyes. It was the first time I'd seen him like this, and my estimation of him went up a notch. The guy wasn't dumb at all. He was actually sharp, and he knew where to draw the line. But the woman just clenched her teeth and kept coming, sprinting straight at us. Behind her, an even larger rotter snarled and pounded after her, and the stench of decay rolled toward us. Seeing that her mind was made up, my face went cold. I put a hand on Shirley's shoulder. If she won't play fair, neither will we. Step back. I've got this. Shirley blinked, then took a step aside and cleared the doorway for me. I crouched down and pushed my hand into the snow. A current of power spread out through the drifts. The next instant, the woman's foot slipped and she pitched face first into the deep snow. In that final moment before she hit the ground, sheer terror washed over her face. The rotter was right behind her, and she knew exactly what a fall like this meant. The rotting figure lunged. A scream tore through the frigid air, followed by the wet sound of flesh being ripped apart. I frowned and let out a sigh. I wasn't a bloodthirsty man. This was self-preservation, but scenes like this were still hard to stomach. Shinji, looks like that rotter's spotted us. Want to make a run for it? Shirley said. I already knew just how sharp a rotter's senses could be. The two I'd run into before had tracked me all the way to the shelter door even after I'd broken line of sight. If we didn't put this one down today, it would probably come looking for us later, and that would be a real headache. My gaze hardened. No, once it's out of the house, it's no match for us. We take care of it now, before it becomes a bigger problem. Shirley had clearly reached the same conclusion, He nearly died at a rotter's hands himself. Without another word, he grabbed the door with both hands, wrenched it clean off its frame, and hefted it like a shield. I felt the whole house shudder and my mouth twitched. This kid really was a monster. Shinji, I'll take the front. You do your thing. He stepped outside, eyes fixed on the approaching rotter. The next moment, the familiar scene played out again. The rotter's legs buckled, and it slammed face first into the ground. Shirley froze for a beat. Don't just stand there. Smash its head. I snapped. He snapped out of it, raised the door high, and brought it crashing down. One blow, and the rotters. I shoved the corpse's head down into the snow. But the powdery top layer cushioned the blow, not enough to kill it. Shirley kept slamming down, over and over, until he'd pounded out a pit nearly a meter deep. Each strike landed with a dull clang, the sound of skull meeting ice beneath. He didn't stop until he'd struck it more than 100 times. I stepped up to finish the job, driving my spear through the rotting skull and twisting it back and forth until the thing was truly dead. Phew, I'm beat. Shirley tossed the door plank aside and slumped down in the snow. I dug a black stone out of the corpse's head, rotting corpse radiation core. This one was clearly different from the ones I'd picked up before. Clearer, more uniform in shape. Higher quality, no doubt. Then I walked over to the woman's body. Most of her had been eaten away, a grisly sight. Swallowing my revulsion, I searched her but came up with nothing. Scattered beside her, though, was a cloth bag containing a flattened loaf of bread, 2 cans of beef, and a survival radio. With her dead, the radio wouldn't turn on, seemed completely dead too. I pocketed it anyway. Might come in handy later. I tossed the bread and one of the meat cans over to Shirley. I'll take 1 can of meat and the radiation core. You come up a bit short. I'll make it up to you with food next time. Shirley flashed an okay sign. After fighting side by side like that, the trust between us had clearly deepened. Neither of us was going to fall out over a single core. I was about to head back to the mud brick house when my eyes flicked toward the ruins in the distance. I said quietly, hiding over there, friend, hoping to pick us off after we tire ourselves out? Dead silence. Shirley's guard shot up instantly. You coming out on your own, or do I have to drag you out? Making enemies here doesn't do either of us any good. I added. Still no answer. Shirley took a step forward. We already know you're there. Still not coming out? Want me to smoke you out? He started forward, but I pulled him back. Never mind. Looks like I was being paranoid. I turned and walked back. Shirley scratched his head, a little embarrassed. The commotion just now had been huge, especially the woman's dying scream, which must have carried across the whole ruin. If there had been any other survivors nearby, they would have come sniffing around. His extra pressing had just been a precaution. It seemed there really was no one else around. I gathered up my gear, stuffed most of the loot into my backpack, and carried the burlap sack of plastic bottles and scrap metal in my hand. Only 50 minutes left before the exploration window closed. Enough time, but no room to poke around any other buildings. I had to head back fast. Shirley and I parted ways in the hollow between the hills, each heading his own direction. Before we split, I asked, Brother Shir, with strength like that, did you awaken a talent? Shirley paused. Yeah, last time a rotting corpse clawed me up, I almost died. Blew every last survival coin I had on a talent awakening. That's the only reason I'm still breathing. So that's how it is. Same goes for you, Brother Shin? Yeah, got lucky with my awakening. Looking forward to working together again. Sure thing. I was getting the hang of Solidify. It sped up my travel quite a bit. With time to spare, I still had 20 minutes left when I passed the dead grove, so I broke off another bundle of hard branches to bring along. Just enough firewood for most of a day. By the time I made it back to the shelter, only 5 minutes remained. The moment I laid eyes on that familiar, well-hidden nook, the weight in my chest finally lifted. It was cramped and crude, but in this apocalypse of radioactive blizzards, it was the only place I could truly rest easy. I lit the fireplace, and warm light washed over the walls. I spread all my supplies out on the floor, a full, satisfying spread. Between today's 2 runs, the shelter had gone from bare bones to well-stocked, and today's haul beat yesterday's by a mile. For warmth, 1 big bundle of downgrass, 7 or 8 pounds, barely enough to lay out as a mat. Still not much. I'd have to gather more later, or trade with Shirley for some. Daily supplies, a backpack, 3 bowls, a basin, 50+ plastic bottles, a thermos, and 15 pounds of sheet metal, all immediately usable. Plus a set of Chinese checkers and a pack of sanitary pads, good for entertainment or trade. Food, a jar of pickled radish and one 200-gram can of beef. And finally, that radiation core. After a short rest, I got to sorting things out, easily the most rewarding chore. First, I pulled the black squirming stick bugs out of the hard branches, 6 of them, worth exactly 18 survival coins. Then I handed the rotting corpse core over to the shop for appraisal. The results made my eyes light up. Tier 2 rotting corpse radiation core times 1. A second-tier corpse core that has devoured a significant number of Tier 1 cores. Its energy is purer and more concentrated, can be absorbed to enhance talents, but carries a chance of radiation contamination. Exchange value, 30 survival coins plus 1 shop's special refresh card. A Tier 2 core. That was 6 times the value of a Tier 1. The description said it could boost talents when absorbed, but chance of radiation contamination was too big a risk. I didn't dare gamble on it and cashed it in for survival coins straight away. On top of the 30 coins, I also got a shop special refresh card. No idea what it did, but anything the shop threw in as a bonus was probably worth its weight in gold. That brought my total to 47 survival coins, a new record. First, I spent 15 on a gas mask, then hit today's regular refresh. Gloves, 8 survival coins. Instant noodles times 1, 18 survival coins. Face wash, 12 survival coins. The instant noodles were food, and I should have grabbed them, but 18 coins was steep. Face wash was pure junk. After going back and forth, I bought the gloves. It was freezing out there, and I was always working with my hands. They were already frostbitten. A pair of gloves would make a world of difference. Next, I had the system use a shop special refresh card, then re-rolled. The spinning items on the screen were wrapped in a faint halo, and I could just make out a few things I'd never seen before. When the reel stopped, 3 brand new items appeared. Corpse breath grass times 2, a radiation-mutated plant. Its juice masks your scent and prevents undead corpses from tracking you. Lasts about 1 hour. 10 survival coins. Quest card times 1, randomly generates a quest. Complete it to earn a reward. 5 survival coins. Violet clot vine times 3, a radiation-mutated vine. Its brewed sap rapidly stops bleeding, prevents infection, and speeds up wound recovery. 30 survival coins. Notice, a special refresh entitles you to 1 free item from the 3. Invalid if the item's price exceeds 100 survival coins. Holy shit, they're all winners. I couldn't help exclaiming. Killing that undead corpse had gone so smoothly that I'd assumed the thing was weak, and its core wouldn't be worth much. Now it looked like Tier 2 undead corpses were seriously strong, and their cores were worth far more than I'd imagined. Ripped Shirley off there. Gotta make it up to him next time, I muttered, though my eyes stayed glued to the 3 items. The corpse breath grass was a lifesaver. What I feared most whenever I went outside were swarms of undead corpses and mutated creatures. 1 or 2 were manageable, but any more than that, and there was no way to escape. And if huge numbers of people had turned into undead corpses in the apocalypse, then the cities had to be absolutely crawling with them, dangerous beyond belief. More importantly, based on the description, the undead corpses didn't hunt by heat, they hunted by smell. That caught me off guard. The violet clot vine was even more of a strategic resource. It could save your life, essentially high-grade medicine. I barely hesitated. I bought them all. 15 survival coins for all 3, and thanks to the free item perk, I snagged the most expensive violet clot vine for nothing. A pleasant surprise. After stashing the herbs away, I pulled out the quest card. It was small, about the size of a business card, and read, Quest, slay 10 tier 1 undead corpses and 2 tier 2 undead corpses. Reward, 50 survival coins. Medium difficulty. Honestly, the cores alone would be worth 110 survival coins, so the 50 coin reward was just icing on the cake. I'd take this one as it came. Actively hunting down undead corpses was way too risky. If I just kept exploring at my own pace, I'd fill the quota eventually. Glancing at the time, I saw it was almost 7 in the evening. I ate a corn cake for dinner. There was still plenty of work to do tonight. Press juice from the corpse breath grass, brew the violet clot vine, grind cornmeal. I was in for a busy night. By a little past 10, I'd only produced 2 small bottles of liquid. One was gray, under 10 grams, with a sharp, acrid smell. That was the corpse breath grass. The other was a grayish-purple viscous fluid, about 500 milliliters, brewed from the violet clot vine. I hid them away carefully, then finally lay down on the velvet grass and tuned in to the survival radio for a bit. God damn it. I finally make a run to the town ruins, and some bastard nearly gets me killed. Don't let me find out who you are. If you can't handle it, quit running your mouth. Just go die out there. You've got no one to blame but yourself. Cut the crap. Got the guts to settle it face to face, blade to blade. Knock it off, both of you. Take it private. Stop hogging the public channel. Man, the town ruins are rough. I went out today too, didn't scavenge a thing, and got chased by a dozen rotters. Now they're camped right outside my shelter, and I don't know what to do. Look on the bright side, bro. Free security detail. Nobody's getting past those things. Yeah, I'll pass. Over the past few days, I could clearly feel it. Under the weight of survival, relationships between the survivors were quietly souring. In the beginning, people were still decent, civil, willing to help each other out. Now the hostility had multiplied several times over, and greed was spreading right along with it. I was all but certain someone had already turned on their own kind. In the apocalypse, that's nothing surprising. I let out a sigh. With resources this limited, competition would only get fiercer. In the coming days, plenty of people would run low on food and, unwilling or not, would be forced to head out, and the town ruins would be the obvious first stop. Once large numbers of survivors converged there, conflict would be almost guaranteed, and the danger would spike. I'd already made up my mind. Tomorrow would probably be my last trip to the town ruins. After that, I'd anchor my life around the shelter and steer clear of that place. In the middle of the night, I jolted awake after smacking myself in the face. How the hell are there bugs in the shelter? By the light of the fireplace, I could see I'd flattened an insect under my palm. Looked like an ant. I went on immediate alert. If it was some mutated creature, it might be every bit as dangerous as those black wriggler stick insects. Thankfully, a closer look confirmed it was just an ordinary ant. But in this frozen wasteland, where were the ants suddenly coming from? I got up to check and found quite a few small bugs scattered around the shelter, most of them clustered near the fireplace, soaking up the warmth. The whole scene felt uncomfortably similar to the black wriggler stick insects from before. The cold sent a lot of creatures into deep hibernation, but the moment they sensed heat, every last one of them would wake up and come crawling toward it. In this frozen wilderness, my shelter was the only spot with a temperature above zero. To those little bugs, it must have looked like paradise, all of them squeezing their way inside. If I hadn't been bundled up in thick clothes to block them off, having them crawling all over me would have been enough to drive anyone crazy. Holding up in this dirt pit forever isn't going to work. I'd been meaning to renovate the shelter, or just relocate it entirely, and find a more livable spot for a while now. But it had stayed nothing more than a thought. I hadn't actually done anything about it. As soon as conditions allowed, this had to move to the top of my list. With the bugs having chased off any hope of sleep, I tossed a few more logs onto the fire, poured out half a bottle of baijiu, and sat there sipping it while I mapped out my next steps. Food came first, always, and I needed a stable, sustainable source, ideally something I could grow myself. Everyday supplies had to keep being gathered too. The shelter was way too cramped. That had to be dealt with. And my relationships with other survivors, cooperation, trade, competition. I jotted down every important thought on paper, one line at a time, so I could work out plans later. The room was quiet, filled with nothing but the howling wind outside and the scratch of pen against paper. The next day, a little past 2 in the afternoon. Weather. Temperature, minus 12.4 degrees Celsius. Conditions, moderate snow, force 10 winds. Radiation, moderate, exceeding 73 minutes outdoors today will allow radiation to penetrate the body. Levels will continue rising after nightfall. The weather was much worse than the past few days, so I'd have to cut my time outside short too. Counting the extra 30 minutes from my gas mask, I had about 100 minutes to work with. Where to scavenge? That was the tough call. The ruined town had more resources, but it was too far. One slip up and I wouldn't make it back. The dead forest was close, but the pickings were slim. Then again, more and more people would be heading to the town ruins, and if I didn't get there first, everything would be stripped bare. After turning it over for a long while, I finally reined in my greed and went with the safest option, the dead forest. I didn't know it at the time, but that choice saved me from a whole lot of trouble. Just then, Shirley pinged me over comms. Shinji, we hitting the town ruins again today? Let's pull off another big score. Not today, I turned him down. Too tight on time. I couldn't make it there and back. There and back? Damn, Shinji, you must live pretty far out. Shirley sounded disappointed. All right, I'll head over on my own. If I find anything good, I'll save you a share. Sure, just be careful. There'll probably be a lot of people out there today. If things get hairy, save your own skin first. The two of us weren't exactly tight, but in the middle of this blizzard apocalypse, I guess you could call us half friends. I geared up and stepped out into the storm. This time, along with the survival radio and my spear, I brought a backpack, a burlap sack, and an axe. The axe was fresh off the workbench that morning. Using the sheet iron I'd scavenged the day before, I'd pressed it into an axe head with my talent solidify, then fitted it with a wooden handle. Iron's density and strength made it hell to work with. Forging this one axe had drained nearly all my energy, and I'd had to wolf down 2 corn cakes just to recover. The compression wasn't great either. It looked like coils of steel wound together, but it was more than good enough for chopping wood. Once I got to the dead forest, I checked my snares first. Empty, not a single tuft of fur. I shook my head. I hadn't tasted meat in days, and my body was getting weaker for it, but those snares just wouldn't come through. Today I'd focus on wood. That was the real job. I hadn't been out to gather firewood in days, and my stockpile was dangerously low. I'd been holding off on lighting the fireplace even during the day. In this 100-minute window, I needed to bring back as many hardwood branches as I could. I used the axe to hack through the snow and dig out the buried branches. Having a proper tool made the work go a lot faster. But I'd picked the area pretty clean over the past few days, and there weren't many hardwood branches left under the snow. Gathering light comes fast. I could only set my sights on the dead trees. Chopping them down directly would actually be faster, but I'd been holding off. For one, I hadn't had any tools before. For another, this dead grove was the only one anywhere near the shelter. Once it was gone, where would I get wood from? Resources were too tight. Every scrap had to be rationed. Today I had no choice but to start swinging. I picked out a small dead tree about the width of a bowl and 2 meters tall. The wood was even harder than the tough branches. It usually took 7 or 8 solid chops just to bring down a single limb. Still, it beat digging through nearly 2 meters of snow inch by inch. For 60 straight minutes, I hacked away, hard and without pause. In the end, I came away with 4 full bundles of hardened branches. I tied them off with strips of cloth, stuffed 3 into my burlap sack, and slung the last one across my back. Just as I was about to head back, I caught sight of an unmistakable trail of footprints in the wind-whipped snow to the northwest, stretching all the way toward the town ruins. My eyes narrowed. Every time I went out, I used my talent to erase my tracks, but other people didn't have that kind of luck. The smart ones cobbled together wide skis, which left shallow prints that the wind would scrub away in no time. But if someone stubbornly waded through more than a meter of snow on foot alone, they'd leave behind a trail you couldn't miss. That was exactly what this person had done. Follow that trail, and I could walk straight to their shelter, raid their supplies, seize their base, all of it easy pickings. In the apocalypse, there wasn't much room for morality. If it meant keeping myself alive and stable, these were things I could bring myself to do. I locked the route in my head, then shouldered my firewood and started back. As I dragged the bundles behind me, the snow settled back into place over the drag marks, matching the surroundings perfectly. That was the beauty of my talent. Out in the snow, I was a ghost, and nobody could catch a glimpse of me. The moment I got back to the shelter, I started sorting through the hall. Hardened branches weren't just firewood. They were survival coins. Those dangerous blackworm stick insects were my main source of survival coins. Other survivors had a hell of a time getting their hands on any. They had to trade supplies for them. But for me, the dead grove was a treasure vault, one I'd earned, of course, by putting my life on the line. Crouching by the door, I used the back of my axe to crack open each hardened branch, extracting the blackworm stick insects that still lay dormant inside, so I could exchange them all at once. There were more branches this time, so there were more insects too. Compared to the sticks buried in the snow, most blackworm stick insects preferred to nest inside the dead trees. The trees weren't truly dead. Their trunks still held sap, the temperatures ran warmer, and the environment was more hospitable. Once I was done cracking them all open, I pulled out 28 in total. One of them was the size of a ping pong ball. It must have soaked up more radiation because it was actually worth 9 coins. The regular ones fetched 3 apiece, so the total came to 90 survival coins. Combined with the 9 I already had, I was suddenly clutching 99, rich in an instant. Without exaggeration, my wealth ranked in the upper tier among all survivors. And with just one more coin, I could upgrade my shelter. I listened to the radio broadcasts every day, and I hadn't heard of anyone upgrading their shelter yet. Saving up 100 survival coins wasn't easy for anyone. That's exactly why I had no idea what an upgrade would even do. A bigger area? More facilities? All these unknowns made me hesitate over whether to pull the trigger. Dropping 100 coins in one go would seriously throw off my survival routine if it turned out to be a bad deal. I decided to test the waters with today's shop refresh first. If something good showed up, I'd buy it. If nothing was worth the money, upgrading afterward would be no big loss. After all, shelter upgrade took up an entire page by itself. It probably wasn't junk. I hit refresh, and 3 items appeared. Coffee times 3, 10 survival coins. Axe times 1, 12 survival coins. Overalls, 100 survival coins. Coffee, like tobacco and alcohol, could take the edge off. It wasn't cheap, but right now it wasn't much use. Most folks couldn't even scrape together enough to eat. So who had the luxury of relaxing? Once people had stockpiles built up down the line, that's when hard commodities like this would really be worth something. I wasn't going to buy it, and I wasn't going to hoard it either. An axe was a must-have tool for other survivors, but for me, its value dropped sharply. As long as I had scrap iron, I could make one myself using Solidify. Yesterday's axe was proof enough. I'd even considered specializing in tool crafting once things settled down, then trading them to others. In the apocalypse, tools were rare goods. Every household needed them, and I'd have a monopoly. Looking at it that way, none of the 3 items were worth buying. I stared at my 99 survival coins, gritted my teeth, and made up my mind to upgrade the shelter. As luck would have it, I sold off a rusty iron cup for 1 coin, hit exactly 100, and pressed the upgrade button. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, nothing seemed to happen around me. I pulled up the shelter page again, and the contents had changed. It used to read, Starter Shelter. Range, 5.32 square meters. No radiation within this range. Upgrade requirement, 100 survival coins. Now it read, Independent Shelter. The starter shelter cannot be moved, has a fixed size, and can be occupied by others. The independent shelter possesses a shelter core, allowing the user to choose its location freely. The core covers 10 square meters, within which the user is immune to radiation. Expansion items and facility blueprints may appear in the shop in the future. A plain, ancient-looking stone had appeared on the table. Ordinary as it seemed, it had to be the core. So it turned out the so-called upgrade wasn't a jump from level 1 to level 2. It was spending 100 coins to buy a shelter core that let you pick your own location, with room to renovate and expand later on. That opened up a lot of room for future development and meant I wouldn't be stuck in this little pit forever. It wasn't a huge surprise, but I wasn't disappointed either. This little shelter had never been fit for the long haul, the surrounding. The perimeter's just a stretch of dead woods, stripped bare, not even firewood left. Out on the open plain with only a small dirt mound for cover, way too easy to spot. Drafts everywhere inside, and only 5 square meters, barely enough to stack supplies, let alone grow corn. With the core, I can relocate whenever I want. Still, moving's no small job, and there's no immediate rush. But I hadn't counted on trouble hitting this fast. My comm buzzed. A message from Shirley. Bro Shun, I'm in trouble. My stomach dropped. What happened? Shirley stood nearly 2 meters tall and had awakened a physical enhancement talent. He was no pushover. If he was calling something trouble, it was serious. His voice came through low and cold. I went to the town ruins today, ran into other survivors. Things got ugly. Yeah, 3 of them, all with awakened talents, have the ruins locked down. They hide in the shadows and ambush anyone who comes close. Second I stepped in, they were on me. If it weren't for my build and my talent, I'd be dead right now. Anger and lingering dread bled through every word. You sure it was just 3? Anyone else around? 3 showed themselves, at least. But I saw bodies, other people who'd gone scavenging. They killed them. I went quiet. He was only 19. First time staring down a life-or-death fight like that. The shock had to be brutal. Same for me, honestly. We'd grown up in peacetime. I'd known resource scarcity would breed conflict, but seeing it up close still put a chill in my gut. After a few minutes of silence, Shirley spoke again. Bro Shun, I can't take them alone, but the two of us together, we can definitely wipe them out. How about tomorrow we? I cut him off. Can you guarantee, 100%, that they don't have other backup? Can you guarantee we come out of it unhurt? Easy? No. Then don't be stupid. I put weight behind the words. Fighting over resources, sure, that I could get. But throwing yourself into a fight just to blow off steam? That was kid stuff. Even a resource grab had to come second to staying alive. I paused. Shirley, what you should really be worrying about isn't payback. There's something else, and it's a hell of a lot more dangerous. What? When you ran, you didn't cover your tracks, did you? He froze. Didn't say a word for a long moment. Any chance they follow your trail straight back to your shelter? Asterisk shit. Asterisk I was just hauling ass. Didn't even think about it. His voice cracked with misery. I sighed. It was the one weakness almost no survivor could avoid. The snow was too deep. Every step left a print, impossible to hide, and easy to backtrack. On top of that, everyone had limited time outside, so they moved in straight lines. From any high vantage point, one look and you could see exactly which shelter the trail led to. Focus on relocating first. Worry about the rest later. I know, but I'm hurt too bad. Forget moving. Tomorrow I'm not even sure I can make it out the door. He added, besides, only the shelter blocks the radiation. Step outside and you're dead. Moving is a hassle, sure, but there's a way around the shelter problem, I said quietly. What do you mean? Instead of answering, I asked, how bad's the wound? Pretty bad. That bastard got a kitchen knife from God knows where and carved a huge gash into me. Still bleeding. But my constitution's solid and I've got the talent for it. Should heal up if I rest. He made it sound easy, but I knew it was dangerous. And in a place like this, who had time to rest and heal? I thought for a long moment, then said, Shirley, if you trust me, I've got some suggestions. Whether you take them is up to you. He was silent for a beat, his voice hoarse. Go ahead. I'll hear you out. First, the shelter has to be relocated. Odds are they've already spotted you. Even if they don't have your exact location, they've got a rough idea. Could show up on your doorstep any day. But that part's not something to sweat over. Once you spend 100 survival coins on the upgrade, you unlock the independent shelter core, which lets you detach from the current site and set up somewhere new. So right now, the priorities are patch up the wound, recover as fast as you can, then scrape together those 100 survival coins. Shirley sounded a little startled. Brother Shun, you know all this in detail? Don't tell me you've already upgraded. Handle your own business first. I arched an eyebrow, quietly counting my blessings. Thank God I hadn't gone to the town ruins. Today would have turned out ugly if I had. He gave a bitter laugh. That's the tough part. Even if I sold off every last supply I've got, I wouldn't hit 100. And I've got no medicine. I fell silent, my gaze drifting to the bottle of purple coagulant vine sap. That stuff could stop bleeding, protect the wound, prevent infection, and mend injuries. No question it would work on him. But was it worth handing such a precious medicine over to an outsider? Asterisk trade a little purple coagulant vine sap for a reliable ally. That's not a bad deal. Might even score some other supplies out of it. Asterisk once I'd worked it through, I made up my mind. I sketched a rough map on a piece of paper. The town ruins sat in the middle. Shirley was 1.5 kilometers to the northeast, and I was 2.5 kilometers due east. The straight line distance between us was about 2 kilometers. Brother Shun, you're asking for my location? Planning to come over? Shirley's voice came through the calm. I've got some medicine. Not much, but it'll help with your wound. I'll bring it over tomorrow. There was a long silence on the other end before he murmured 2 words, thank you. He was usually full of noise, but those 2 words came out with unusual weight. Watch your own back, and stockpile as many survival coins as you can. I can lend a hand this time. Next time something like this happens, you're going to have to handle it yourself, I reminded him. Late that night, I switched on the survival radio. It was full of static-laced arguing. Some bastard ambushed me from the ruins today. Damn near killed me. That's nothing. I saw a ruined town taken over by 3 guys, with a bunch of corpses lying next to them. Blood all over the ground. I didn't even dare get close. Things are already that bad. Someone else cut in. There are a lot of ruined towns out in these outskirts. You guys might not be talking about the same one. Humph. This is a dog-eat-dog world now. The strong take what they want. If you can't hack it, shut up. You said it yourself. Don't regret it when you die. The mood turned uglier by the second. When people didn't know each other and would never meet in real life, they could chat friendly enough, even share intel out of goodwill. But the moment their interests clashed, it was knives out, and they'd kill without hesitation. In less than a week, human nature had already changed. Law was gone. Morality was gone. For the sake of staying alive, killing and looting were everywhere. I shut off the radio, and the shelter fell quiet. Today's chatter had given me two important pieces of information. First, resource grabbing, murder, and looting were on the rise, and trust between survivors was evaporating. Second, people had already started forming alliances and seizing resource points. The threat other survivors posed might be even more dangerous than the walking dead and the mutated creatures. On top of hiding my tracks whenever I went out, concealing and fortifying the shelter itself had become a top priority. I opened weather and took a look. Weather. Temperature. Minus 19.9 degrees Celsius. Climate. Heavy snow. Force 13 wind. Radiation. Severe. More than 2 minutes outside allows radiation to enter the body. Will continue to rise through the night. It was only evening and the radiation was already severe. Midnight would be nothing short of horrifying. That said, if you took radiation out of the equation, going outside right now was actually still doable. I slipped the independent shelter core into my pocket. Within a 10 square meter radius around it was a radiation-free zone. I couldn't help raising an eyebrow. If it weren't for this godforsaken cold and blizzard, I could easily carry the core with me and travel far, set up a new home somewhere else. Unfortunately, the environment wouldn't allow it. I couldn't stay away from the shelter too long. I stepped out cautiously and took a deep breath of the outside air. None of that sharp, acrid stench of radiation. It works. I couldn't go far, but for work around the shelter it was more than enough. I no longer had to spend every waking hour cooped up in my hole. After what happened with Shirley, my sense of security had plunged. This time I'd made up my mind. I was going to use my talent to remake the shelter into a fortress of ice bricks. Bundled up tight, I waded into the thick snow, pressed both hands down on it, and used my compressed talent to pack and solidify. In a few seconds, the loose snow was crushed into a solid brick, half its original volume. I didn't compact it all the way into an ice block. Too hard, and way too demanding on my talent. Instead, I packed the snow into bricks and poured water over them. In the sub-zero cold, they froze into ice bricks almost instantly. Much less effort. My plan was to use these ice bricks to build a semicircular fortress around the shelter as its core, about 10 square meters, enough to cover the whole thing. As I stacked the bricks, I poured water into the seams so they'd freeze on contact, solid and airtight. After a few hours of work, by a little past 3 in the morning, the fortress was done. The pace was almost startling. I'd had this idea for a long time, but time spent outside scavenging was too precious to spare. Now, with the independent shelter core, that problem was solved. I could work outside without eating into my exploration time. The ice brick fortress was no small upgrade. Its rounded, half-dome shape, once buried under snow, looked just like a little hill, almost impossible to spot. It kept out rotters, mutated creatures, and other survivors. And being fully sealed, it held heat far better too. I also realized the smoke from the fireplace could give me away, so I used more ice bricks to run a channel under the snow that vented the smoke somewhere else entirely. Now, even if someone walked right past, they wouldn't notice the shelter, and my usable space had effectively doubled. I set the core in the middle of the fortress, near the entrance, making sure the whole structure sat inside its radiation-free zone. Outside, the world was pitch black. The wind drove snow against the ice bricks like razor blades, giving off a shrill, grating sound. Before long, a thick layer of snow had piled on top of the fortress, hiding it completely. Back down in the underground shelter, the temperature had noticeably climbed. Before, even with the fireplace lit, it hovered around 1 to 5 degrees Celsius. Now it held steady above 5 degrees Celsius, and the howl of the wind was much fainter too. That night was the most comfortable sleep I'd had since the blizzard apocalypse began. No biting cold, no shrieking wind, plenty of supplies. I slept straight through until past 10 in the morning. I got up, washed, and started the day. I lit a small fire inside the fortress for light and began clearing out the snow. The underground shelter itself took up 5 square meters. Once swept clean, the floor was solid frozen earth, but the layer of frozen soil overhead was thin. This was a shallow embedded shelter, flimsily built. If not for the cold locking everything in place, it might have caved in any day. That only steeled my resolve. The first chance I got, I was moving to a better shelter. That left 5 square meters of open ground. I loosened the dirt with hot water and planted a small batch of corn seeds, my first attempt at growing anything. I'm no farmer. I'd have to figure it out as I went. Wasting a few seeds didn't bother me. I just needed to know whether these old seeds could still sprout at all. In the afternoon, I got ready to head out. Weather. Temperature, minus 19.6 degrees Celsius. Conditions, moderate snow, force 9 wind. Radiation, light, onset after 100 minutes outdoors, rising at night. Not bad weather at all. A 100-minute window gave me plenty of room to work with. I geared up, packed the purple coagulation vine sap, and set out toward the northwest. Shirley's direction and distance were both vague. This trip wasn't going to be easy. I'd already made up my mind. Help if I could, but if I couldn't find him, I wasn't going to get myself killed over it. There was another reason for the trip, too. I wanted to find some downgrass. In this deep cold, a material with that kind of insulating power was worth a fortune. If I could get a steady supply, it'd be great for personal use or for trade. Before heading out, I'd already gotten in touch with Shirley and told him to come southeast from his shelter to meet me halfway. He was badly hurt. He couldn't come far. I walked for about 25 minutes. By my count, I should have been there, but there was no sign of him. My bearing was off. I contacted him again, then backtracked a few hundred meters using a couple of faint landmarks to correct my course. Finally, through the wind and snow, I spotted him. His shelter was actually about 25 degrees west of north. The two spots were closer than I'd figured, only 1.6 or 1.7 kilometers apart. Shinji, you made it. He looked genuinely moved. His face was pale as a sheet, worn out. He was in bad shape. His injuries really were serious. Let's head back. Don't die out here in the cold. Right, but I don't think I'm gonna die. I followed him into his shelter, and my face went green with envy. The gap between one person and another could really be enormous. His place was an abandoned small shipping container, about 15 square meters, wooden planks nailed to both the inside and outside. Big, windproof, and much better equipped than my little hole in the ground. Seeing the envy on my face, he scratched his head and gave a wry smile. Bro, don't let it fool you. It's got serious problems. The container itself is cheap material. In this kind of cold, it's basically going to crack from freezing, and it won't hold up much longer. The inner and outer wood layers have big gaps in between and weren't carbonized or treated against rot. The lifespan's pathetically short. I nodded. Sure enough, when I looked closer, some corners had already cracked from the cold. Who knew what day the whole thing would collapse? Gold on the outside, rot on the inside. If I get the chance, I want to swap it out as soon as I can, he sighed. The shelter's a problem for later. After you upgrade, replacing it won't be hard. Right now, let me take a look at those wounds. He unfastened his heavy coat. I got careless this time. It's pretty bad. When I saw the injuries, I sucked in a sharp breath. His chest and stomach were covered in bruises, most likely from a heavy hammer. The worst was a slash wound running from his right shoulder blade all the way to his left chest, hastily wrapped with strips of cloth and still oozing blood. How the hell are you still alive? Bro, I didn't want to die. I've been gritting my teeth this whole time. That animal was vicious. He was going for the kill. My eyes turned cold. Wounds like that meant the three of them hadn't planned on leaving him alive. This didn't concern me directly, but killing Shirley would mean losing one of my allies, which would indirectly hurt my own chances of survival down the line. Put bluntly, they'd been trying to cut off my path along with his. Never mind. I'll settle that score later. Let's deal with the wounds first. I took out the purple coagulation vine sap. I unwrapped the strip of cloth, and the gruesome wound was laid bare, nearly a centimeter deep at its worst, gaping open, without the slightest sign of healing. Honestly, I wasn't sure myself. Could this sap really handle a wound this bad? But it had antibacterial and healing properties, so it beat just wrapping the thing up. I poured the sticky sap onto it. Fuck, it hurts, hurts, hurts. Shirley shot up on the spot and rolled all over the floor, chest muscles twitching. I raised an eyebrow, thinking to myself, now that's what I call effective. The more it hurts, the better it works, right? He was sweating buckets from the pain, sprawled on the ground, gasping for air. It took him a good while to pull himself together. Bro, this stuff. Good medicine. Expensive. It'll cure you. His will to live was fierce. He gritted his teeth and let me smear the sap all over the wound. Once I was done, I stared at that gash that split open like a canyon and suddenly got an idea. I reached my hand toward the wound. His face twisted, and he threw up a hand to block me. Bro, I like women. Don't do this to me. The air froze instantly. My face went black. I slapped him upside his shaved head. Piss off. What the hell are you thinking? A few minutes later, I used my solidify talent to pull the split wound closed and mesh it back together, kind of like stitches. Shirley's jaw dropped. Bro, this is your talent? That's crazy rare. My eyes turned cold. Don't let this get out. And your own talent. Don't tell a soul either. I know better than that. He nodded seriously. Thanks for this. Without you, I'd probably be dead. Then he propped himself up, dug around in the corner, and pulled out a few things to hand over to me. What's this? A little stash I've been saving. I know how it works. There's no free lunch in this world. You spent your exploration time coming here just to patch me up and used medicine that pricey. I can't just leave it at thanks. He dropped the goofy grin, dead serious now. I gave the pile a look, a compass, a few unidentified plants, and 8 radioactive cores from rotwalkers. I didn't turn it down right away. Instead, I asked, what kind of grass is this? Corpse grass. Weird stuff. Rotwalkers eat it and get stronger. Grows out in the snow. A bunch of rotwalkers were fighting over it, so I figured it had to be something special, and I snatched it off them. Snatched it. The corner of my mouth twitched. No wonder he'd had rotwalkers chasing him down, trying to chew him up. Then I eyed the radioactive cores. Why are you hanging on to these? Aren't you worried about the radiation? He scratched his head. From reading novels, crystals dug out of zombies gotta be worth something. Swallow one, and maybe you level up. You ate one. Nah, I'm not that dumb. He grinned. But I give him a little lick every day. I stared at him like he was a total moron and clapped him on the shoulder. Buddy, you gotta be at least tier 2 to absorb even a trace of energy from these things. And there's still an infection risk. At tier 1, that's just pure radiation. He froze on the spot. I shook my head, took the compass and the corpse grass, and tossed the 8 cores back to him. These 2 are useful to me, so I'll take them. You can keep the cores and lick them yourself. Scrape together 100 survival coins as fast as you can. The independent shelter core matters. It'll pay off down the road. With that, I turned and walked out. Exploration time was tight. I couldn't waste a second. If I hurried back, I could still gather some firewood. Shirley watched my retreating figure, then looked down at the cores in his hand, a flicker of gratitude passing through his eyes. He looked slow, but he'd never been stupid. Just like he'd said, he knew where the line was. Those 8 cores were worth 40 survival coins, his way of paying me back. If I'd taken them, today would have been a straight trade. Since I hadn't, it became a debt of gratitude. A few minutes later, a message came through as I trudged across the snow. Thanks, Brother Shun. There's down grass 100 meters northeast of my shelter. Grab some when you get the chance. Also, I know a spot that'd be perfect for relocating a shelter. Once I've healed up, let's go check it out together. Sounds good. Thanks. The corner of my mouth curled up. This trip hadn't been a loss. As long as Shirley wasn't the cold-blooded, ungrateful type, the time, potions, and effort I'd put in were all worth something. I checked my remaining time. 50 minutes left, plus the 30 from the gas mask, 80 minutes total. Enough. I changed course and headed northeast. The land sloped downward, obviously. From a distance, I could already see a frozen river winding through the snow, with a few willow-like trees along its banks, still pushing out a scattering of tender buds in the icy wind. I walked to the riverbank, swung my axe to hack through the thick snow, then split the layer of ice beneath to expose the frozen earth. Along the shore grew a dense carpet of pale, yellow down grass. Everywhere else was nothing but crusted ice, but this patch of down grass was damp, warm, even. I felt a rush of excitement and stuffed every strand of it into my backpack. The stuff looked bulky, but it was incredibly light. A bundle the size of a millstone could be squeezed down to the size of a fist. I could fit a lot in my pack. I dug down grass for about 40 minutes, filling the entire backpack, dozens of pounds worth, before finally calling it quits. On the way back to the shelter, I made a point of detouring through the dead forest to check my animal traps. The blizzard was too fierce. One trap had been blown clear away, and I couldn't find it no matter how I searched. The other was buried under thick snow, empty. I regretted buying the two of them on impulse. In weather like this, forget catching game. The traps themselves couldn't even stay put. I sighed, tied the remaining one to a dead tree with a strip of cloth, and figured at least this way I wouldn't lose it too. Back at the shelter, I spread the down grass beside the fireplace to dry. It hadn't looked like much in the pack, but once laid out it covered the whole room in a thick layer. I bunched it up and pressed it down, and it turned into a soft mat about 10 centimeters thick. Give a little when you lay on it. No worse than a proper bedroll. I lay on the mat for a while. The ground beneath me was warm, easily in the 60s Fahrenheit, with excellent insulation. If I could get my hands on a blanket too, the cold at night wouldn't be a problem at all. Good stuff. Definitely need to collect more of this later. It suddenly hit me. What was truly valuable in this world might not just be the supplies buried in town ruins. Plants and animals that had been irradiated and mutated, but survived, had extraordinary value too. Maybe even more. Their uses were unknown, though, and could only be figured out through exploration. The black bambooworm beetle was one example, and so was the down grass, along with the purple coagulant vine and the corpse grass. Every new resource I discovered was another step ahead of everyone else. As dusk approached, I got in touch with Shirley to check on his injuries and to talk over our next moves. He said the wounds wouldn't slow him down. Once he got his strength back, he could take me tomorrow to a place he thought was perfect for relocating a shelter. His shipping container hideout had already been compromised, and it stood out like a sore thumb against the snow. Staying put wasn't safe anymore, and he wanted to move as soon as possible. I was curious. What kind of place would he call extremely suitable for a shelter? After we settled on a meeting spot for the next day, I turned in early. I tossed another log into the fireplace, leaned back against the earthen wall, and drifted off inside my warm bedding of down grass. Outside, the blizzard howled and radiation hung thick in the air. Inside, the fire crackled and everything was quiet and peaceful. Then, in the middle of the night, scritch, scritch, a grating sound cut through the wind. Still half asleep, I frowned but didn't think much of it. The next instant, though, I jolted wide awake. I'd walled the place in with ice bricks. The wind and snow couldn't get through. So where was that sound coming from? Scritch, scritch. There it was again, like claws dragging across glass. Definitely not my imagination. Something got in. I grabbed my axe and, using the faint glow of the survival radio, crept toward the door. But after a full sweep of the fortress, nothing was out of place. The ice bricks were sealed tight. The crops hadn't been touched. The lumber and sheet metal were all where I'd left them. And the moment I started searching, the sound stopped. I knew I hadn't imagined it. If everything inside was fine, then the trouble was almost certainly outside. That noise had sounded exactly like claws scraping against ice bricks. A rotter, maybe? Tightening my grip on the axe, I slowly pushed the ice door open, ready to bring the blade down at first sight. My current quest called for hunting rotters anyway. Might as well let the survival coins come to me. But when the door swung open, there was nothing outside except the howling wind and the sharp bite of radiation. Not a single rotter. Unwilling to let it go, I picked up the independent shelter core and stepped out, keeping one hand on the ice wall to avoid being blown away as I circled around behind the fortress. About a dozen steps in, my foot suddenly nudged something soft. I looked down. It was a creature, thick-furred, with a goofy, harmless look about it. Startled, I took a step back, and only then, looking more closely, did I realize. A trap was clamped onto its hind leg. The iron teeth had sunk deep into the flesh, probably snapping the bone clean through, and blood had soaked the entire leg crimson. My eyes lit up. Huh? Isn't that my trap? Same exact make. Clearly the thing had stepped into my snare while passing through the dead woods, then dragged itself, badly wounded, all the way to my shelter to claw at the ice wall. There was already a sizable gouge chewed into the ice at its feet. That scritch-scritch sound from earlier had been the creature digging. But its wounds were too severe. It had passed out before breaking through. My heart leapt. Talk about treasure delivered to my doorstep. This thing weighed a good 30 or 40 pounds, and under all that thick fur was a solid, meaty body. Even after skinning and boning it, there'd be plenty of meat left. In the apocalypse, meat was worth its weight in gold. Good for nutrition, good for trade. The pelt could even be made into a hat and gloves for warmth. I hoisted it up and hauled it back inside the shelter, packing the hole in the ice wall shut with snow on my way. Back in the room, in the glow of the fireplace, I finally got a good look at the thing. It resembled some kind of feline, gray and white markings, short stubby limbs, round eyes, a plump muzzle. Adorably dopey looking, and yet with a hint of savagery about it. Its claws were long and razor-sharp, kind of like a supersized, feral version of a palace's cat. A chunky cat, through and through. It was a rare-looking creature, the only living thing besides insects I'd laid eyes on since the apocalypse hit. So I didn't just kill it on the spot. Instead, I set it in front of the survival radio and ran it through the shop's scanner. Thick-furred snowcat, radiation-mutated organism, capable of surviving in extreme cold, with dense, insulating fur. Skilled at digging and hunting. Moderately receptive to humans. Exchangeable for 120 survival coins. Holy shit, jackpot. The shop appraised by market value. Just the pelt and the 20-odd pounds of meat alone would fetch a fair amount. And this one was still alive. 120 survival coins was more than reasonable. But I didn't kill it, and I didn't cash it in either. What really drew me in were those four little words. Asterisk moderately receptive to human start. That meant it could potentially be tamed. If I pulled it off, whether as a hunting partner or just company, the benefits were obvious. And if it didn't work out, well, I could always kill it and eat it later. I fashioned 2 small pairs of cuffs out of sheet iron and shackled its 4 limbs to keep it from thrashing when it woke, then pried the trap off its leg. The hind leg muscles were shredded, iron teeth buried deep in the mangled bone. I honestly doubted it would make it through the night, and even if it did, it'd probably be crippled. If it ended up crippled, then it'd just have to become dinner. I left it there and went back to sleep. When I woke in the morning, I heard a low whimpering from the corner. The snow cat was awake, but its eyes were dull. It lay there sprawled and exhausted, watching me warily. The unfamiliar surroundings frightened it, but its grave injuries and drained strength left it no way to fight back. All it could do was lick at its wounds now and then, its muscles twitching from the pain, trembling faintly. "Glad you're alive," I said offhandedly, then got up to wash, dress, and eat. I knew wild animals were skittish. Fawning over it would only backfire. Better to let it relax at its own pace. I toasted a corn cake on the fireplace, brewed a bowl of hot tea, cracked open some canned beef, and threw in a few slices of pickled radish. Staple, side dish, and meat. A well-rounded meal most survivors could only dream of. The only downside was the corn cake, so dry and dense it made my eyes roll back as I choked it down. I couldn't finish the last half, so I tossed it to the snow cat. Anything that could survive out there had to be an omnivore. It sniffed warily, then finally snatched it up, gave it a few licks, and started gnawing sideways, grumbling and chewing forever without turning up its nose. But only a few bites in, it too was gagging with its eyes rolling back, clearly choked. I felt its pain. So it wasn't just me who found this stuff revolting. I slid over a bowl of hot water. It lapped at it without hesitation, took a few minutes to recover, then went back to chewing. It was still huddled in the corner, but it no longer shied away from being fed. Not bad. No unprovoked attacks, and a pretty mild temper. I nodded, satisfied. In the apocalypse, survival wasn't the only problem. Loneliness was just as deadly. Darkness, cold, hunger, and fear all pressed down on you. And without some kind of relief, sooner or later you'd crack. Once it was full, I tried getting close enough to pet it. It hissed and recoiled instantly. I didn't push. Taming an animal wasn't something you could rush. If I was going to keep it, I had to prepare. Most importantly, lock away all the food so it couldn't steal any. Besides, the shelter was already too cramped, with supplies piled up until there was barely room to walk. I'd been meaning to reorganize. I hauled in some snow from outside, mixed it with hot water and refroze it in the cold to make ice blocks, then built a rectangular ice chest, half a square meter of floor space, but nice and deep. I stashed the cornmeal, salt, honey, canned beef, and pickles inside, then sealed it with an ice slab. I also watered the corn seeds. This little patch of garden carried all my hopes. The shelter zone wasn't irradiated. The soil was just hard and cold, so in theory, crops could grow. If I could get seedlings started, farming would be on its way, and steady food supply meant everything in the apocalypse. I was still busy in the afternoon when Shirley's call came in. Brother Shin, time to head out. I glanced at the clock, 2:25. The weather had cleared, and radiation was at its lowest. Got it. See you at the river. Fully geared up, I stepped into the snowstorm and headed north. The destination was northeast of Shirley's shelter, across the river where we'd gathered fluff grass yesterday, then another kilometer north. With my compass to guide me, I took the shortest route and reached the riverbank in 15 minutes. Shirley was already there, face pale, energy visibly drained. I frowned. You're not going to drop dead on me halfway, are you? Bro, don't jinx me, cough. Asterisk cough, cough, asterisk. He hacked a few times, looking miserable. Wounds not healed, and now you've caught a cold. Hey, it's not like I wanted to. Last night around midnight, another zombie showed up, almost clawed its way into the shelter. I barely managed to take it down, but it tore a gash in the container. Now the wind whistles right through. His face crumpled. I shook my head. The kid really did have rotten luck. One close call after another, and somehow still breathing. You had to call that lucky, in a way. Enough talk. Let's get moving. You'll shake it off. We crossed the frozen river. Ahead of us stretched an endless expanse of white. I couldn't let the question go. So what kind of place has you so convinced it's perfect for a shelter? He just smiled and dodged the question, tossing one back at me. Bro, what do you think a good shelter needs? I thought it over. First, resources. You need timber, food, things you can gather nearby. Got that covered. No problem there. Second, location. Not too close to the ruins of any town, but not too far either. And no big cluster of survivors around. He frowned. Why is that? Isn't being close to the ruins good for scavenging? I shook my head. The real value of the ruins isn't the loot inside. They're landmarks. Sooner or later they'll become trading hubs, survivors and factions passing through all the time. You want to be close enough to make contact with people, but far enough to avoid trouble you don't need. Huh, never thought of that. He nodded, catching on quickly. No matter how brutal the world got, people would still trade with people. Last is the actual sight. Best if you've got mountains shielding you. Good concealment, upwind, upstream, ideally near a forest. Bro, stop. We don't have that kind of setup. Right? Fair enough. Another half hour of walking, a few ridges crossed, and we came into a hidden hollow tucked between the hills. We'd made it. Brother Shen, right here. Take a look. I spotted it from a long way off and couldn't tear my eyes away. I narrowed my gaze. Is that? Hiss. Shirley grinned wide. Come closer. Things in pretty good shape, actually. I didn't answer. My eyes were wide with shock. Only when I got closer did I confirm I wasn't seeing things. It was an abandoned train. Nearly 100 meters of it, buried under thick snow, faint patches of blue-green rust showing through. Most of it was swallowed by the drifts, blending almost seamlessly into the landscape. The heavy steel cars stood over 3 meters tall, even half submerged in snow. The sight of them hit like a punch. In that moment, I truly felt the weight of what civilization had been. In a world like this, how many resources would it take to build a train like that? I moved in for a closer look. The steel plating, weathered by years and radiation, was still rock-hard, top-grade material. Some of the cars had been twisted into mangled coils by the disaster, sprawled across the snow. Others still sat firmly. Sitting there on the tracks, its sheer bulk made it look incredibly secure. Shirley grinned sheepishly. Brother Shin, what do you think? I already checked. Several of the cars are in perfect shape, and the steel plating's thick. You couldn't ask for a better shelter. Damn, Shirley, you actually found something like this. I clapped him on the shoulder in my excitement, hard enough to make him wince. Compared to my sorry little shelter, these train cars were basically max-level accommodations. Warmer, safer, the whole package. Tamping down my excitement, I took a look around, and the more I saw, the more I liked it. The train might have stretched out long as a dragon, but it was hemmed in on all sides by rolling little hills, tucked into a valley and screened by the terrain. You'd never spot it unless you came right up on it. Even if you stood on the ridge looking down, the thick snow buried the cars from view. Better still, there were scattered patches of woods on the slopes to either side, meaning no shortage of resources to gather. From any angle you looked at it, This was a prime spot to build a shelter. I hadn't been wrong to make friends with Shirley. The value of this train alone was worth more than everything I'd put in up till now. Brother Shin, let's go take a look inside. The snow was too deep last time and had the door blocked. I couldn't get it open, so I don't know what it's like in there. Shirley sounded a little anxious. If the interior wasn't livable, this place would lose a lot of its appeal. I nodded and picked out one of the intact cars to try the door. It was nearly buried, and the two of us had to work hard just to dig out the snow around it. But the door had been frozen shut for who knew how many years, jammed solid. No amount of brute force was going to budge it. No wonder Shirley, strong as he was, hadn't been able to get in. I gave it a careful look. The door was a sliding type, thick, but simple in principle. I channeled my talent straight into the internal mechanism, and with only a little effort, I released the latch. Thunk crash. The door came open without breaking. It was just rusted in several spots, so it gave off an ear-splitting screech and dragged as it slid. But set against the value of the whole train, a little defect like that was nothing. The moment I got a clear look at the interior, my breath caught, and I couldn't shake myself out of it for a long time. A modern train car sprang into view, dredging up memories of the civilized age. Neat rows of cushioned seats, smooth flooring, polished glass. Things you never saw in this end-of-the-world landscape. The car was fairly large, about 10 meters long, a bit narrower than trains back on Earth, but taller and more spacious. The windows, thick as those on a high-speed rail car, were sealed shut in solid panes, no way to open them. Debris was scattered across the floor, along with several long-frozen corpses, passengers, no doubt, who hadn't managed to escape when the apocalypse hit. Some of the cars had their windows smashed in, which meant that back then, at least some people had gotten out this way. Now there were no living souls inside, only the stale reek of decay. Unlike Earth's trains, each car of this one was walled off from the next, about 10 meters long, end up standing like a row of little rooms. Shinji, what do you think? Would this make a good shelter? Shirley plopped down wherever he felt like and looked around contentedly. Perfect. Location, surrounding resources, concealment. Nearly a perfect score across the board. Add in the train itself, and the whole package had to be worth tens of thousands of survival coins. Shelters other people had busted their backs building for years couldn't compare. We didn't even need to claim the whole thing. Any single car would make a top-tier home. First time I came, I was too busy chopping trees to notice this place. If I hadn't tumbled down that slope, I never would have stumbled onto this treasure, Shirley said, pleased with himself. I raised an eyebrow. This kid had been through plenty. The fact that he was still alive said a lot about his luck. So when are we moving in? Shirley asked, sobering up. I shook my head. No point in weighing other options. If conditions allow, we move in tonight. You stay here and rest. I'll check out the other cars and round up anything useful. Shirley was still badly hurt. Walking those 2 kilometers to get here had already pushed him to his limit. He stretched out on a couch. I stepped out and combed the entire train carefully. 20 cars total. The 6 near the engine were completely wrecked, thrown off the rails, and buried in snow. The 4 at the tail had shattered windows, their interiors packed with ice, blood, and mangled corpses. Only cars 7 through 16 were actually usable, 10 cars in all in the middle section. Best case scenario, really. I'd hoped to find a dining car and grab some instant noodles, canned goods, and cookware, but no such luck. There wasn't a dining car anywhere. Still, I got a solid read on each car. The ones toward the front and back were ordinary passenger cars, while the 4 in the middle were luxury cars, laid out like proper rooms, beds, couches, desks, all built from sturdier materials. It took me several different tricks just to pry the doors open. Aside from a layer of dust, the bedding was somehow completely intact, and the couches were still soft and comfortable, ready to use as is. I decided on the spot that the luxury cars would be our shelter. The only catch was that each luxury car ran close to 30 square meters, while the personal shelter core could only cover 10. But the system had mentioned that expansion items would eventually show up in the shop by chance. Sooner or later, it'd sort itself out. I settled on car 10. I hauled out the bodies, trash, and dust, kept the usable furniture, and got the place cleaned up as our lodging for the night. When Shirley came in and saw the luxurious setup, he was blown away. After living in bare-bones shelters for so long, he couldn't quite adjust. The cars themselves were valuable, but so were the supplies inside them. In the luggage left behind by several hundred passengers, there had to be food, clothing, medicine, and tools. The town ruins had been picked clean many times over, but this train had gone completely undiscovered. Most of the goods should still be here. I started with the 10 intact cars. 4. The 6 suitcases I found in the first-class car were all light. Nothing but cards, cash, belts, sunglasses, cosmetics, and the like. Barely anything useful, and the clothes were all flimsy women's wear. I didn't toss any of it. After a quick sort, I piled everything into car 7 as storage. The 6 standard cars gave me a much bigger haul, 52 suitcases in total, which I hauled into car 9 to sort through. Looking at the car full of loot, I couldn't help but sigh. I'm rich. Clothing made up the bulk. Men's, women's, children's, shoes, socks, underwear, you name it. Sadly, only a dozen or so sets were suited for winter, and even those cotton-padded jackets and pants weren't as good as the cold weather gear the system had given me. Light clothing filled over 30 boxes, shoes, socks, and underwear took up a few more. Tools and miscellaneous items, power banks, watches, cosmetics, luxury goods, all useless, filled a few more boxes that I shoved into a corner. Food was the real priority. I gathered a full 5 large boxes of snacks. Expired, sure, but the cold had preserved them well enough to eat. Trouble was, snacks didn't fill you up, not much bang for the buck. The real jackpot was in a small storeroom in one of the cars, the train's emergency reserves. Instant noodles, 3 boxes. Canned beef, 2 boxes. Canned fruit, 1 box. Compressed biscuits, 1 box. Bottled water, 5 boxes. In the apocalypse, this stuff was hard currency. Rationed carefully, it could keep 2 people fed for a month or 2. Even better, there was a train first aid kit. Iodine, alcohol, bandages, antibiotics, anti-inflammatories, fever reducers, painkillers, a thermometer. In the end times, this kind of thing saved lives, and trading it away could fetch a mountain of precious resources. I also swept up the vitamins and cold medicine scattered through the suitcases. Once I finished tallying it all up, though, even with a whole car packed full, there wasn't actually that much of real use. By my math, even rationed, the food would only last 2 people 2 months. Far less than I'd imagined. I sighed. The lesson was clear. Whether it's city ruins or train wrecks, scavenging isn't a long-term plan. To survive, you eventually had to grow your own food, or keep flipping the resources you had. Still, just converting the junk into survival coins was a decent windfall in itself. Shirley picked up his survival radio and started appraising things. Electronics were basically scrap metal in the apocalypse, worth less than a walkie-talkie. Tools and clothes held a little value. The clothes alone would pull in at least a few hundred survival coins. Food was king. He sold off a batch of useless tools, scraped together 100 coins, and upgraded the shelter on the spot. Independent shelter core, I'll upgrade it. Huh. With this, we can move in for good. Shirley grinned ear to ear. He'd been worrying about the radiation outside, but now that concern was off the table. We boiled up 2 packs of instant noodles, paired with canned beef, ham sausage, dried tofu. The most lavish meal I'd ever put together. The aroma of the instant noodles exploded in my mouth. The canned beef came in plump, meaty chunks. I couldn't even remember the last time I'd eaten this well. Thinking back to those hard, dry corn cakes made me want to die. Stuffed and satisfied, I slid into the soft bedding, pulled the thick quilt over me, and warmth and security washed over me all at once. The safety of this train shelter was on a whole different level from my old hideout. I could barely find a single flaw. Shinji, I just can't shake the feeling that nothing in this world comes this easy. You think there's something wrong with this place too? My face darkened. Shut up. Say something positive for once. Middle of the night. Muffled, guttural growls echoed across the snow. Dragging footsteps drew closer and closer. The stench of rot grew thicker and thicker. Asterisk bang. 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 Asterisk. Violent pounding slammed against the steel walls of the car, and the whole compartment shook. What the hell is that? I jolted awake and whipped my head toward the window. The next instant, my blood ran cold. I slapped Shirley across the face. Wake up, we've got a serious problem. Bro, I'm awake, quit hitting me. Shirley sat up, his face pale. Outside both windows, rotters were packed shoulder to shoulder. Sharp claws raked across the glass with an ear-splitting screech. The frost-covered panes were smeared with blood and clinging shreds of rotten flesh. The ice blocked most of the view, so I couldn't get an exact count, but I figured there had to be at least 50 of them. It was the first time I'd ever seen so many rotters clustered together. My heart felt like it was being squeezed in an iron grip. The fuck? Where'd all these rotters come from? There wasn't a single one when we got here this afternoon. Shirley clutched a baseball bat he'd grabbed on the fly, his hands trembling. My breathing turned heavy, my mind racing. Rotters had no intelligence. They hunted purely by scent. As long as we were in this car, they weren't going anywhere. They'd keep piling up right here. Given enough time, they'd eventually break through our defenses. Even if the compartment held, we'd die trapped inside from thirst and hunger. I knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. Shirley panted. This isn't a perfect shelter. This is a goddamn tomb they set up for us. Kill the rotters? The windows were sealed shut, no skylight, no way to even get a weapon through. Open the door and fight head-on. With our combined strength, that was a straight-up suicide mission. I still had one last card to play, the corpse scent grass extract. It could mask our scent and throw off their tracking. It was the one thing that could save our lives. But even if we used it to slip past this wave, the rotters wouldn't just leave. They'd wander around within a radius of hundreds, maybe thousands of meters, and at any moment another rotter could catch our scent and drag more in. It was too dangerous. There was no way we could keep living here after this. I hesitated for a long time, but in the end I didn't touch that bottle of corpse scent grass. It was my only ace in the hole. Once we used it, there might be no way out left. A question kept nagging at me. During the day we hadn't seen a single rotter, so why did so many suddenly appear at night? Was something fishy going on? Or was there still a chance things could turn around? Fear clinging to us, Shirley and I kept watching the train car in dead silence, weapons clutched tight, eyes glued to the windows. Aside from the rotters' snarls, there wasn't a sound. Even the howling snowstorm outside had been drowned out. I stared at the mechanical clock. Tick, tick. Every second was torture. I hung on until 7 in the morning, and it was still pitch black outside. Shinji, are we gonna die here? I shook my head. No. Worst case, we open the door and fight head-on. We've still got a shot. I pointed at the train door. The doorway's narrow. The rotters can't pour in all at once, so we've got the terrain advantage. As long as we hold, in theory, probably, we should be fine, right? Bro, could you not sound so unsure? I was just starting to feel hopeful. All I could manage was a wry smile. Honestly, I had no real confidence in this situation. Just as the two of us were sinking into despair, something shifted outside. The dense swarm of rotters started to thin, and the snarling gradually died down. Shirley and I traded a look, then rushed to the window. The rotters were retreating. I carefully cracked the door open to peek out, and sucked in a sharp breath. The rotters were pulling back like an ebbing tide, and there were even more of them than I'd imagined, at least several hundred, with a good number of Tier 2s or higher mixed in. I knew full well that even leveraging the terrain, we probably wouldn't have stood a chance. We could handle Tier 1s, but Tier 2s and Tier 3s were not something we could take on lightly. We'd dodged a bullet this time. I didn't understand why they'd fallen back, but at least we'd made it out alive. I shut the door and slumped onto the bed, rubbing my temples. Should I move the shelter over here or not? The question surfaced again, and I couldn't make up my mind. Shinji, what do we do next? Shirley still hadn't shaken off his fright. I thought it over. Until we've got a handle on how the rotters move, we can't relocate the shelter here. Figuring out their pattern, that's going to cost us. At least now we know the rotters don't just camp around the train car. They leave when the time comes. That means we've still got a shot. I stretched. Neither of us slept all night. Let's rest first. Once the weather eases up this afternoon, we head back to the shelter. We'll figure out the move later. We threw together a simple lunch, still instant noodles and canned beef, but without any of yesterday's enthusiasm. I'd never really taken rotters seriously before. After all, you rarely saw more than a handful out on the snowfields. It wasn't until last night that I truly understood just how hopeless it feels when rotters come flooding in like a tidal wave. No matter how strong you are, they can grind you down through sheer numbers alone, tear you to shreds. The train car, that perfect score shelter, would have to take a hit after all. Afternoon. Weather. Temperature, minus 17.4 degrees Celsius. Conditions. Light snow, Force 9 winds. Radiation, moderate, within today's outdoor time limit. Shirley and I dug out a few sets of thermal underwear and layered up, then packed a load of food and medicine. Our backpacks were stuffed to the brim. The original plan had been to haul the supplies from the old shelter over to the train car, but the threat of the walking corpses forced us to change our minds. Yet when we reached Shirley's shelter, we both froze in the wind. Fuck me. Shirley let loose a string of curses. The shipping container shelter stood with its door thrown wide open. The food, down grass, daily supplies inside, all cleaned out. Even the table and bed had been torn apart. The cruelest touch, someone had deliberately ripped a huge gash in the container's side, and snow was already drifting in. Shirley's face went ashen. He'd probably already figured it out. It had to be those three who'd jumped him. They'd scoped out where his shelter was and come to loot it. Rage and cold dread churned inside him. If he hadn't gone out yesterday, if he'd run into them here, he'd be a dead man. How much did they take? I asked. Food, blankets, pickled vegetables, and more than 80 survival coins. Shirley ground his teeth. Those coins were what he'd gotten by selling off most of his tools. He'd been planning to save up 100 to upgrade his shelter, and now they were gone. If we hadn't scored big on the train, he'd have been completely wiped out. They hadn't just cleaned him out of resources, they'd wrecked the shelter on purpose. The message was clear. They weren't leaving him any way to survive. Shirley's eyes went bloodshot, murder radiating off him. Three sons of bitches. When I find out who you are, I'll peel your skin off strip by strip. I was seething too, but I kept my voice low. Take it easy. They've got enough survival coins now. Chances are they've already upgraded their shelter and moved out. Where do you think they'd relocate once they get their hands on an independent shelter core? Shirley's mind was quick. 3 seconds of thought, and he spat out each word. The town. Ruins. With nowhere left to go, Shirley had no choice but to come with me. After these past few days together, our trust had grown by leaps and bounds, and we jointly owned that fortune sitting in the train car, so I wasn't too worried about revealing my starter shelter to him. As he ducked inside that thick fortress of ice bricks, Shirley couldn't stop marveling. Bro Shun, you built this ice house all by yourself? That's insane. He ran a hand over the ice brick wall, disbelief written all over his face. Plenty of people could think of using ice bricks for defense, but almost nobody could actually pull it off. First, you needed an independent shelter core to even have a shot, and second, the construction was brutally difficult. Without my talent, there was no way I could have thrown it up this fast. I smiled and said nothing, but a thought sparked in my head. If I could make ice bricks here, the fortress defense was well hidden. Could I build one at the train shelter too, throw a shell over one, or even several cars? That way we'd have a place to hide and protection from the rotters. And if I left a few holes when building it, we could even fight back. The more I thought about it, the more excited I got. It felt like I'd finally found a way to survive at the train shelter. The ice fort outside worked great, but getting into the underground shelter was another story. Shirley, standing over 2 meters tall, nearly got wedged in the doorway. Once inside, he couldn't even straighten up. After banging his head against the ceiling a few times, he ended up hunched in a corner. Bro, whose den did you steal this from? Some wild animals. Shirley grumbled. My face darkened, but when I looked around, I honestly couldn't argue. Calling it a shelter was generous. It was really just a pit dug into the ground, dirt walls all around. A fluffy snow cat was curled up in one corner, watching us warily. I didn't bother explaining. I lit the hearth, toasted a piece of cornbread, and boiled some hot water, which I offered to the snow cat. The little thing was starving, too hungry to be afraid, and just buried its face in the food. Its eyes softened a bit when it looked at me. I tried to pat its head. It only backed up a step. None of yesterday's guardedness left. Shirley, so what's the plan? I asked, tossing more wood on the fire. What else can I do? Find another shelter. Not going back to the train shelter? No way. Hundreds of rotters, some of them tier 2 or higher. I'd never make it back. Shirley shook his head hard. Then his expression turned vicious. Better to find somewhere near the town ruins. I'm gonna kill those 3 bastards, one by one. Don't rush into revenge. You'll get your chance. Survival comes first. I waved him off and thought for a moment. The way I see it, the train cars are still our best bet. But, no buts. The rotter problem can be solved. I pointed outside at the ice fort. In the blizzard apocalypse, building a defensive fortress is a lot easier. This right here is proof. Shirley's eyes lit up. Right? We wrap a whole train car in ice bricks. The rotters can't touch us. That could actually work. I nodded. There was one thing I didn't say out loud. Ice bricks weren't very strong on their own. They could hold off Tier 1 rotters, but anything stronger would be dicey. However, I could use my talent to deep compress the ice bricks, making them harder than iron. That was the only reason I dared treat those dangerous train ruins as our future base. So we stick to the original plan. Head back and build the icebrick fortress? Shirley asked. Yeah, I was going to take it slow, but with your shelter destroyed, we need to move faster. Anger flared up in Shirley again, but he forced it down and gave a slow nod. That night was probably the most miserable one of Shirley's life. Nearly killed, then his shelter destroyed. Either one could have finished him if he hadn't teamed up with me. All he could do now was wait to die in the blizzard and radiation. Shirley and I lay in the cramped shelter as chatter poured out of the survival radio. The cursing kept mounting. Some yelled that they'd been ambushed and swore revenge. Some staked out territory and warned others off. Some were starving to death, begging anyone to take them in. Survivors were making contact, but it wasn't the friendly reunion you might have pictured, only scheming and slaughter. Across this land of survivors, strife, killing, deception, and brutality ran rampant. A few messages caught my attention. Fellow survivors, this is Zhenghai. We've gathered 4 awakened talent holders and taken the ruins of Qinghe Town. Come join us and help build a survivors' settlement. Hey everyone, I'm Qin Yongwei. I'm around Bailing Town, and I've awakened a physical attributes talent. Anyone want to team up, clear out the rotters in Bailing Town, and take the place together? Dumb question. How are you guys leaving your shelters and surviving in the town ruins? Aren't you worried about the radiation? Attention, survivors. This is Zhou Yunhua. 2 fellow cultivators and I have already claimed the ruins of Teeling Town. Any survivors in the area are welcome to come join us. Teeling Town. Shirley and I both narrowed our eyes at the same time. Shun, didn't the entrance to those town ruins have a name on it? Something like Tai-something. Shirley asked. I pulled a stack of papers out from behind the bed, a kid's workbook I'd picked up in the town ruins. Scrawled across it in crooked handwriting. Teeling Elementary School, Grade 3, Class 1. So it really is that place. I raised an eyebrow. Humph. So it is those 3 bastards who jumped me, leveled up, and moved into the town ruins, huh? Actually, that's good news. A vicious glint flashed in Shirley's eyes. I tried to reassure him. See? You can relax now. They're right there in Teeling Town. We'll get plenty of chances later. For now, let's head back to the train wreck first. Shun, I still can't let it go. Shirley frowned. They've seen my face. Next time we cross paths, they'll come at me again. Why don't we head to the town ruins tomorrow and strike first? Besides, they've already claimed the ruins and they're recruiting. Once they grow their numbers, just the 2 of us won't stand a chance. I didn't answer right away. I could feel how deep his grudge ran. Those 3 had gone for the kill every single time, then chased him all the way to a shelter to finish the job. That kind of hatred wasn't the ordinary kind. But I still shook my head. Just the 2 of us taking down 3 awakened talent holders without a scratch? Tough call. And relying on a 10 square meter independent shelter core, they can't really build anything up. No need to worry about them growing. Shirley went quiet. He mulled it over for a while and finally choked the anger back down. Furious as he was, his head was still clear. He knew now wasn't the time to move. For us, the smartest play was to lock down the train wreck completely, and there, once the shelter's built, we'll have stable footing. There's plenty of supplies here. Food won't be an issue in the short term, and if we sell off the tools we don't need, we can rake in a good pile of survival coins. Give us a little time and we'll grow strong. Maybe even outpace the folks squatting in the town ruins. Down the road, if things line up right, we can start taking in other survivors and build our own faction. That's exactly why I'm not willing to go head-to-head with anyone while we're at our weakest. After a few more words, we each turned in. The wind howled, the cold cut deep. Sometime in the middle of the night, the snow cat crept up onto the bed, chilled through, and curled up asleep at my feet. The next day, I started packing. There was a fair amount stockpiled in the shelter. No way I could haul it all. The food was a definite yes. The corn cakes didn't taste like much, but they filled you up, and to most survivors they were worth their weight in gold. Then there were pickles, salt, honey, liquor, and water purification tablets. Everyday goods too, all of it, paper and pen, the fireplace, flint, a kettle, sheet iron, a few kinds of herbal extracts, a compass, bowls and basins. Everything went in the packs. There was no way I could carry all of it on my own. Luckily, I had Shirley. He stood over 2 meters tall and was built like a truck, and now that he'd awakened the physique talent, he slung his own load on his left shoulder and mine on his right, without even breaking a sweat. All I had to shoulder was a day pack. Once the shelter was cleaned out, only that plump little snow cat was left, tucked into a corner. I glanced at it and said, hesitating, "You coming with me or staying? If you stay, the shelter's all yours." The snow cat didn't understand a word. It just cocked its head and eyed me warily. Truth was, I had no intention of leaving it behind. I just wanted to see whether this mutated creature really had a mind of its own. If it was nothing more than a wild animal, 2 days wouldn't be enough to tame it, and I might as well slaughter it for meat and use the pelt for clothing. But if it actually had some intelligence, it would know to look out for itself and follow me on its own. 3 minutes later, the shop's rating proved to be spot on. The snow cat was still nervous around me, but it padded over anyway and rubbed against my pant leg. For it, sticking with me meant free meals and a warm den, an easier road to survival all around. With what little cleverness it had, the choice was a no-brainer. By the time I finished packing, it was already afternoon, and the wind and snow had eased up a bit. "Time to head out, Shinji," Shirley said, standing at the base of the ice fort. His head nearly brushed the ceiling. I checked the time and the weather. Weather. Time, 13:58. Temperature, -20.1 degrees Celsius. Conditions, moderate snow, gale force 8 winds. Radiation, moderate, outdoor time today, 120 minutes. "Didn't think we'd get a full 120 outside under moderate radiation," Shirley said, surprised. Something clicked in my mind. First day out exploring it was moderate too, but we only got 40-something minutes. Looks like when your physique goes up, your radiation resistance climbs with it. Should be, especially after you awaken a talent. And everyone's outside window is probably different. I glanced at Shirley's radio, and sure enough, mine read 120 minutes, his only 116. Small gap, but real. Probably because his wounds hadn't healed yet, which hurt his radiation resistance. A hidden rule. I filed it away. Come on, let's move. Once we get there, we still have to build the ice brick fortress. That'll eat time. I pushed north into the wind and snow. Shirley had it worse, heavier build, and a pack on his back. Every step punched a half-meter crater, even with wooden skis strapped on and boards under his feet. With every step of my own, I used my talent to smooth the snow back into place, erasing our trail. The snow cat was clever, trotting alongside us with easy grace. After a while, it just burrowed into the drifts and tunneled forward under the snow, fast, and leaving no tracks. I couldn't help thinking, every creature that had survived into this apocalypse had its own trick up its sleeve. Shirley and I walked in silence for half an hour, until we were back at the slope beside the train wreckage. This time we didn't rush down. We stopped at the highest point and scanned our surroundings. I was looking for 2 things, timber and the ruins of a town. The terrain here rolled sharply, scattered trees clinging to the hillsides. Further east, the mountains bristled with dense, unbroken forest, all buried under thick snow. The sight of that forest let me breathe a little easier. Forest meant lumber and maybe edible plants and animals, all essentials for the long haul. But my guard went right back up. That swarm of rotters that had besieged the train last night had finally retreated east. What lay in that direction, I didn't know, but it was anything but safe. The sky held the gray-blue tint of dawn, clouds pressed low, wind and snow whipping hard. Every other direction was a blank wall. After a moment more, I started down the slope toward the wreckage. Overnight, the snow had nearly swallowed the entire train. Only the raised track bed had kept it from being fully buried. We cleared the drifts from around and on top of the cars, uncovering their teal-green skin. According to last night's plan, we were going to encase an entire car in ice bricks, turning it into a thick-walled fortress that could stand up to the rotters. "Brother Shun, what's next?" Shirley asked. I dropped my pack inside car 10. "First, light the stove. Melt snow. Make ice bricks." Shirley boiled water while I fashioned a dozen or so wooden molds, each about 50 by 30 by 20 centimeters. "Pack in the snow, tamp it down, pour water over it. At these temperatures, it would freeze into solid ice in no time. My talent could accelerate freezing, but the cost was too steep. Not worth using yet. Ice brick construction really was convenient, especially in a super cold blizzard like this. In the first half hour, I made over 30 bricks, getting more efficient as I went. In the second half hour, I cranked out another 50 plus, but the two of us were absolutely wrecked. Snow isn't heavy, but once it freezes into ice, it gets terrifyingly dense. Each block weighed close to 60 pounds. Hauling a few was fine, but any more than that, and Shirley looked ready to drop dead. And 80 blocks wasn't remotely enough. To cover an entire train car, we'd need at least 500. This project was dozens of times bigger than the 10 square meter little fortress I'd built before. By the time our outside window closed, we'd only produced 120 blocks. The sky darkened. It was just past 4 in the afternoon, but it might as well have been midnight. The temperature plunged to 25 below. Wild wind whipped up every scrap of snow from the ground and from the sky, hurling it around like flying ice blades that felt like they'd shred our coats right off us. Radiation was actually the least of our worries. It had climbed back to heavy, but thanks to the independent shelter core, we could still just barely stay outside. Shinji, what do we do now? Shirley bellowed at the top of his lungs. I squinted, my eyes and ears full of nothing but wind and snow, my body swaying like it might blow away. I used my talent to freeze the snow under my feet into ice, locking my boots down solid, just to keep from being swept off. Staring at the fortress we hadn't even started, I gritted my teeth. We put up part of it now. If we wait to build only during exploration windows, it'll take 4 or 5 days. We can't afford that. Shirley nodded and, following my directions, started hauling the heavy ice bricks over, stacking them layer by layer around car number 10. Back at the shelter, I'd built a half-dome fortress, nice looking and sturdy. But this area was way too big, so to save bricks and make construction easier, I decided to go rectangular this time. 12 meters long, 3.5 meters tall, 2.5 meters wide, just enough to enclose the car. Only the roof would be a half arch, both for structural stability and to keep it less conspicuous. We didn't have enough bricks, so my plan was to get the 4 walls up first. But when I did the math, just the 4 walls alone would take almost 700 blocks. By the time we'd burned through all 120 bricks, the front wall was only half built, and the two of us were half dead. Bro, Shinji, I'm fucking dying here. Shirley panted. I'm not far behind you. Suddenly, I regretted the whole thing. I'd clearly made the wrong call. We should have done the hardest construction work when the weather was decent and the wind and snow were light, then hunkered down on the leeward side of the train car making bricks when it got bad. That way we'd have worked easier and moved way faster. That was all we could do today. We didn't sleep in car number 10. Instead, we lugged the stove, bedding, and food over to car number 7, a standard car, for the night. First, we didn't want the rotters knocking down our freshly built ice wall. Second, cars 9 through 12 were the luxury cars, and we were planning to make them our long-term shelter. We couldn't let them get battered up in wave after wave of attacks. Better to camp in a standard car, tough it out for the 2 days it'd take to finish the fortress, and then move back in. What followed was a normal night. The rotters, sure enough, they surged in again during the night, packing the carriage wall to wall, tearing and pounding like rabid animals, trying to rip the car open. Snowcat, jolted awake, sprang up on the spot, every hair on its back standing on end, jumpy as a cat on a hot tin roof. Its danger instincts were razor sharp, and right now it probably felt like it was teetering on the edge of death itself. But this time Shirley and I stayed a lot calmer, just watching quietly. The train car was made of tough stuff. Those rotting corpses didn't have the bone or claw to pry it open, not unless every last one of them were upgraded to tier 2 or higher. On top of that, I still had corpse breath grass sap on me, so even if things went south, I'd make it out alive. I drifted in and out of sleep until sometime past 8 in the morning, when the rotters retreated in droves, as though clocking off from work, heading east again, same as before. Not a single one in the daytime, then a whole swarm at night. Weird as hell, I muttered, staring at the crack between the doors. Behind such a strange pattern, there had to be one hell of a story. But I had zero interest in digging into it, and neither did Shirley. What mattered most right now was getting the fortress up as fast as possible. I kicked Shirley awake, we scarfed down a few snacks, and and got back to making ice bricks. Outside it was pitch black. You couldn't see your hand in front of your face. The cold wind wailed, biting to the bone, but we headed out anyway without a second thought, leaving Snowcat to sleep by the fireplace. The little guy was getting more and more laid back. It glanced up at us from its nest of blankets, then flopped right back down. We went around to the back of the carriage, the corner where the car met the hillside, which blocked most of the wind. We lit a fire for light and mechanically ran through the routine. Pack in the snow, tamp it down, pour on water, wait for it to freeze, pop it out of the mold. I never would have guessed that after grinding out 9 to 9-6 days, a week in civilized society, I'd still be stuck hauling bricks even at the end of the world. Same went for Shirley, only 19 years old, and already the light was gone from his eyes, replaced by the numb resignation of a laborer. By 11:30 that morning, we'd knocked out 350 bricks. We caught a quick nap, got up at 1:30, and went back to stacking. By the afternoon of the second day, we had enough bricks for the first fortress and finally got it built during a stretch of just over 100 minutes of exploration time. The 4 walls were easy enough. It was the roof that ate up most of our effort. Considering there was no way the two of us could stay cooped up together forever, we both needed our own space. We talked it over and decided to build a second one. Another 2 days later, the second fortress rose up from the ground. In just under 4 days, 2 solid ice brick fortresses had been raised over car number 10 and car number 12, forming 2 separate shelters. Looking up at those towering ice walls, the two of us let out a long breath. These had been the most brutal days yet, working practically non-stop, then dealing with the rotters at night. Body and mind had both been pushed to their limits. But the fortresses were done, and that gave us enormous comfort. This shelter was in a whole different league from the first one, far better in every way, and more than good enough for long-term survival. This was going to be our home base from here on out. We talked it over and agreed to. All supplies were split down the middle, 50-50. From here on out, we'd each live and develop on our own. 2 grown men couldn't possibly bunk together every day. Daily contact was unavoidable, sure, but exploration and growth would stay separate. That way we'd sidestep friction and keep our futures more varied. I took cars 12 through 16, 5 cars in all. Cars 12 and 13 were the luxury coaches, livable. Car 12 was reinforced with the fortress and served as my main shelter. Cars 14, 15, and 16 were standard coaches, with the tables and chairs still neatly arranged, corpses and trash all cleared out. They'd serve as storage down the line. For now, car 14 was already packed with the suitcases we'd divvied up. Ideally, of course, you'd want to shield every car and link them all together into one massive shelter. But the workload was too much. 2 men couldn't handle it. That would have to wait until we had more hands. With a solid home secured, the next priorities were food and resources, scouting the ruined towns nearby, and seeing if there were any other survivors out there. Night had fallen deep. I lay in car 12. The original bougie fixtures, the TV, the glass coffee table, the computer, I'd ripped them all out and dumped them in car 14, keeping only what was practical. The car felt a lot less cluttered now. At the far end sat a bed, piled thick with quilts. I'd hauled over every blanket and winter coat from the other cars for warmth. The car's insulation was worse than you'd think. Even through the glass, you could feel the cold seeping in, and I often shivered through the night. On top of that, this train had almost certainly run in summer. The quilts were just ordinary cotton, useless against 20 below. Honestly, downgrass insulated better. It was a precious warming resource right now. So I'd layered some downgrass beneath the bedding, and it worked surprisingly well. Beside the bed stood the fireplace, an absolute must as a heat source. I'd kept a couch and a table in the car too. On the table sat the survival radio, an alarm clock, a compass, and paper and pen. The 2 racks above the windows were stacked with food as well. Next to the table, I'd built Snowcat a little nest out of a suitcase, cushioned with clothes. Though more often than not she just leapt straight onto the bed, where the fireplace was warmer. I stared up at the rusted tin ceiling, listening to the crackle of the fire. Snowcat padded over at her leisure and curled up by my feet. Day 11. The 11th day since the blizzard apocalypse began. I had a second shelter now, a home where I could survive, and survive for the long haul. I took out the survival radio and refreshed today's shop. The last 2 days' offerings had all been low quality, nothing worth buying. This time, 3 items rolled up. Purified anti-rad water, 500 milliliters. Filters radiation. 12 survival coins. Emergency thermal blanket times 1, 20 survival coins. Mineral water 1L, 10 survival coins. I wasn't short on thermal blankets or mineral water. Purification tablets were reusable, so there was no point wasting coins on those. The purified anti-rad water, though, really caught my eye because it tied into another big project, farming. I'd been trying to grow corn for a while now, without success. I suspected the soil was too irradiated. Every visible plant on this stretch of land had been warped by radiation, but the corn kernels I'd harvested were unmutated. Chances were they needed clean soil to germinate. Rad purge water might just wash out some of the radiation in the dirt. I didn't hesitate. I bought it on the spot. Truth be told, I wasn't exactly broke these days. A lot of the stuff in the train car was useless to me. Toys, power banks, corroded phones and laptops, and I'd sold the whole lot off for 234 survival coins. With the rad purge water in hand, I mapped out my plans. Things were more or less stable now. Tomorrow I'd try planting, then head out to scout the surroundings. Fingers crossed it went smoothly. For me, it really came down to 2 things. First, building outward from the train car, reinforcing the fortress, getting crops and livestock going, tough as that would be for now. Second, heading out to explore, hunting for resources in ruined towns, and if the chance came up, digging into what these rotters really were. Speaking of rotters, I glanced at the time. Past 8. About time. They should be here soon. Outside the window, a faint, drawn-out growl rose up, followed by the shrill scrape of claws raking across the ice wall. The rotters, right on schedule. Here they come at last. Fortress, don't let me down. Maybe I'll even score a batch of radiation cores tonight. I sprang up on alert, bundled into a thick coat, and grabbed my newly crafted weapon, an iron-tipped spear. The shaft was a hardwood branch, the head wrapped in sheet iron and barbed, purpose-built for rotters. With the fortress up, my defense had shot through the roof, and I finally had the leverage to hit back. When I built the walls, I deliberately left a few circular holes, each about 8 centimeters across. A rotter's hand couldn't fit through them cleanly, but a spear could jab right out. I'd been careful about the height too, level with a rotter's skull, perfect for punching through vital spots. I stood by the train car door, gripping the spear and stabbing outward again and again. The second I felt it sink in, I'd twist. The barb tore up a hell of a lot of damage on the way out. After 2 solid hours of thrusting, I stopped, drenched in sweat, my arms shaking with fatigue. Damn it, there's no end to these things. I cursed, yanking the spear back for a look. The blade was completely warped, pitted and gouged, badly corroded. I'd figured that with nothing to worry about defensively, I could mop up the rotters outside no problem. Reality slapped me across the face. Rotter skulls were rock hard, especially the tier 2 ones, and ordinary iron just couldn't chew through them. Worse, it wrecked the weapon in return. Nastier still, the radiation packed inside their skulls was terrifyingly concentrated. Direct contact tore weapons apart in no time. Watching wave after wave of rotters press forward, I pinched the bridge of my nose. At this rate, I'd drop dead from exhaustion before I put down more than a handful. Once I'd confirmed the fortress would hold, I tossed the weapon aside and went back to bed. When I woke the next morning, the sky was overcast. Black as ink, no different from the dead of night. Peering out through the faint light, I saw the horde of rotters had receded, leaving only a handful of corpses behind. The ice walls were smeared with blood and rotting flesh. The fortress I'd just finished building had been pristine yesterday, and in a single night it had been trashed like this. It put me in a foul mood. The one thing that lifted my expression a little was the 12 bodies on the ground. I dug out their radiation cores, all tier 1, but still worth 60 survival coins, which was nothing to sneeze at. On top of that, I'd made a decent dent in my quest card, killed 2 more tier 2 rotters, and I'd pocketed another 50 survival coins. I didn't head straight back to the train car. Instead, I dug through the snow piled beneath it inside the fortress, exposing the frozen earth, and poured my last canister of hot water over it. I wanted to run an experiment. The top layer of ice melted away, revealing brownish-yellow soil beneath, hard, barren, and of poor quality. That was par for the course in the apocalypse. I'd dug up frozen earth in several spots, and none of it was fertile. All of it had been ravaged by radiation to the point of being practically useless. But I wanted to try anyway. Scavenging food left behind by the previous civilization, or foraging for wild fruits and greens outdoors. Neither was a long-term solution. If I wanted to survive on this land, I had to farm. Only then would I have a steady food supply. I labored to dig up chunks of frozen earth. Every clump was hard as stone, bone-dry, and carried that acrid stench unique to radiation. The independent shelter core could keep a certain radius free from radiation erosion, but the effect wasn't as impressive as I'd hoped. It only lowered the radiation density in the air so a person wouldn't be harmed. It didn't scrub the radiation out of the soil, and it couldn't purify water either. At the end of the day, whether back in the original shelter or here with this core, all it did was suppress the radiation. It never truly eliminated it. Spend too long in an environment like this, and the human body would break down sooner or later. Over the past few days, I'd overheard plenty of survivors griping on the survival radio. People with weaker constitutions who hadn't awakened any talents were, after prolonged exposure to the apocalyptic environment, coming down with inflamed throats and respiratory infections, and their skin was starting to be eaten away by radiation. At first, they'd chalked it up to a cold, but eventually the truth sank in. The so-called outdoor safe window didn't mean you were completely shielded from radiation. It just meant the radiation was weaker during that stretch, not strong enough to trigger mutation the way it did in rotters and mutated creatures. Made sense when you thought about it. Soil, water, air, radiation was in everything. How could anyone escape it entirely? Only those who'd awakened a talent had high enough resistance that no obvious changes showed. Whether they'd hold up over the long haul, though, nobody knew. I loaded the frozen earth I'd dug up into a suitcase and hauled it back to the train car. The soil was as hard as rock, so I boiled a few bowls of hot water and poured them over it to thaw it out. The result: the soil was as barren as gravel, with next to no nutrients. Radiation had eaten too deep into this world. It just wasn't suited for growing anything. But I didn't give up. If the surface layer was no good, what about deeper down? I hacked away at the rubble with my axe, fashioned myself a shovel and a pickaxe, and dug down over a meter. The soil I pulled up turned dark brown, still holding some moisture. This asterisk was what normal soil looked like. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. The dirt deep underground hasn't been completely corroded by radiation yet. That's good news. It meant two things. One, radiation had a hard time settling down into the deeper soil, which meant underground shelters would be relatively safe. Two, there was usable soil that could support farming. Basically an insurance policy on my survival. I spread the dark brown soil into my suitcase, poured in a bit of hot water to melt the ice crystals, then tipped in just under half a bottle of Rad Purge. Hiss. It sounded like I was pouring sulfuric acid. Wisps of dingy gray gas rose up, sharp and foul-smelling. All radioactive matter leaching out of the soil, and no small amount either. Half a bottle wasn't enough, so I dumped in the other half too. The reaction got even more violent. Once the fizzing died down, the soil had actually gone from that lifeless gray back to something with a bit of vitality, giving off that earthy smell again. It really works. My delight quickly gave way to worry. Sure, I could scrub the radiation out of the soil and get farming going. But where was I going to get that much Rad Purge? One suitcase of dirt, and what could I even grow in it? 2 corn stalks at a time. 2 months of work for a single meal? I was chewing this over when an idea shot into my head, and I bolted upright on the couch. What did Rad Purge actually do? It pulled the radiation out of the soil, didn't it? That was something I might be able to do myself. I thought of my talent. Talent, condensation, can draw in and concentrate energy or matter. I'd been reading it way too shallowly before, thinking it just compressed matter to raise its quality or reshape things, like pressing sheet metal into an axe, shovel, or pickaxe. But looking at that description again, energy and matter, I'd never really tried drawing in energy, except I actually had, in a way. Turning snow directly into ice out in the snow fields wasn't just compression, I'd been manipulating heat too. That drained me hard, though. Compared to that, pulling on matter was a lot easier. Was radiation matter or energy? I didn't know, but I was almost certain my talent could get a grip on it. 10 seconds later, I was out of the train car, digging up another batch of soil. This time I pressed my hand against the dirt and pushed my talent through it. A faint, wavering pull began to ripple out, and the grains of soil trembled slightly. The tricky part was this. I had to zero in on the radiation hiding in the soil without touching the soil itself. It demanded pinpoint control over the talent. I worked at it for over half an hour, exhausting myself, before I finally managed to lock onto the radiation inside the dirt. The moment I pulled, that dingy gray aura was slowly siphoned out, and the soil returned to its natural color. It actually worked. My heart surged with elation. Stripping radiation, what this meant for survivors was almost beyond imagination. On a small scale, I could create radiation-free soil anytime I wanted and grow crops. On a larger scale, I could drain an entire area of radiation and build a truly safe shelter. And since radiation was the very root of rotting corpses and mutant creatures, controlling radiation meant having a way to deal with them. Most importantly, locating radiation was slow, but actually siphoning it off took very little effort. It seemed radiation was an extremely light substance. Pulling it along wasn't hard at all. I stripped every trace of radiation from both crates of soil and got down to the real planting. Digging out my treasured corn kernels, I carefully buried them 2 or 3 centimeters deep, made sure the soil stayed loose and breathable, watered them, and waited for sprouts. I called this method plant and pray. I didn't know the first thing about farming, so I just tossed the seeds in the dirt, gave them some water, and if they grew, great. If not, tough luck. I didn't stop until nearly noon. With planting off to a start and a new use for my talent unlocked, I was in high spirits. To celebrate, I broke out a pack of instant noodles, a can of beef, and poured myself a cup of baijiu for lunch. Shui Mao, on top of her usual corn cake, got an extra piece of beef in celebration too. Still, thinking about my food stockpile, I couldn't help worrying. The haul I'd scavenged from the train wreckage would last a month and a half at most. After that, I need to figure something else out. I was mulling this over when Shirley's comm came through. Shinji, what's on the agenda today? I slurped up a mouthful of noodles. Scout the area first, see if the trees on the slopes are usable or if there's anything edible around. What mattered? The fireplace burned through a fair pile every day. Wood's no problem. The slopes are steep, so once you fell in, they just roll straight down into the valley, Shirley said breezily, then dropped his voice. I've got some intel, you interested? What kind of intel? I heard over the comms that 5 kilometers north of Teeling Town, there's a huge ruined city called Jingning Town. Big area, buildings mostly intact, tons of resources inside. Problem is, it's crawling with rotting corpses. Nobody's been able to take it. Recently, some cop, named Zhao Zhongyang, is looking to round up a group of top-tier fighters to clear it out. Spoils split evenly, and they'll build a survivor settlement there together. Shinji, let's check it out. We might come away with something good. I didn't answer right away. After a moment of silence, I asked coldly, Shirley, did somebody approach you privately? No. He clearly stiffened. I said flatly. First, I listen to the comms every day too, and I've never heard anything about this. Second, how would an ordinary survivor know there's a ruined town 5 kilometers north of Teeling Town, and know it's called Jingning Town? Third, if Zhao Zhongyang wants to clear those ruins, he'd dare put out a call on the public channel? Isn't he afraid of getting set up? Fourth, bro, stop. I was wrong, okay. Somebody did reach out to me on the sly. Shirley cut in hurriedly. Brother Shun, how can nothing get past you? Were there really that many holes in it? I curled my lip. Actually, I was bluffing. I just figured, with a mouth like yours, there's no way you could string together something that coherent. Had to be copied from somebody else. Cut the crap. Spill it. Shirley sighed. I was surfing around on comms, and this guy named Bai Linin added me as a friend. Told me all that stuff. So how'd he know you were near Teeling Town? Did you let it slip? Don't think so. But I've been trash-talking those 3 bastards from Teeling Town earlier, and they figured out I was somewhere nearby. My face went green. Who the hell had time to sit around trading insults on the survival radio? The kid wasn't dumb. He was actually pretty sharp, but sometimes he got carried away and did stupid things. Shirley scratched his head. Brother Shun, I know my limits. I didn't say yes to him. It's your call. Zhao Zhongyang. Bai Linin. I thought it over. Tell him to come find me. I'll have a chat with him. You got it, haha. Sure enough, someone soon added me as a friend, a Bai Linin. Hello, Mr. Liu. Pleasure to meet you. Mind if we talk? The voice was that of a steady, mellow-toned middle-aged man. Talk. Smart people don't bother with pleasantries. Jingning Town is a mid to large town, nearly 200 households, over 1,000 people. The biggest town in the whole area. We're planning to clear it out, with Zhao Zhongyang taking the lead in establishing a survivor settlement there. It'll give ordinary folks a place to live and everyone a place to trade. But there are a lot of rotting corpses inside, and probably mutated creatures lurking around too. So we're rallying the surrounding survivors to work together on it. Would you be interested in joining, Mr. Liu? Right now, everyone's holed up in their own little corner. How are we supposed to survive in a world like this if we don't band together? Pretty much what Shirley had relayed. After hearing him out, I pondered a long while before saying, I have a few questions. Ask away. I'll tell you whatever I know. First, there's no shortage of ruined towns in the area, so why pick Jingning Town, the most dangerous one? And don't tell me it's because it's the biggest. Size doesn't equal suitability for a settlement. Bai Linen's gaze sharpened. The question was thornier than he'd expected. I didn't give him time to think, following up right away. Second, what makes you think you can actually build a settlement in Jingning Town, let alone attract people to move in? Just because you've got that 10 square meter independent shelter core in your hands. That was what I was most curious about. Survivors basically fell into two camps. One group was underdeveloped, still stuck in their starter shelters, barely scraping by. They were the ones who genuinely needed a settlement. But without an independent shelter core of their own, how were they supposed to leave their starter shelters and take up permanent residence in Jingning Town? And the first type, those who've done well and already redeemed an independent shelter core, either have awakened talents, belong to their own little cliques, or have insane luck and are getting by just fine. Why would they bother joining someone else's settlement? So my two questions boiled down to the same thing. What exactly does Jingning Town have that makes it worth all the trouble of clearing out and rallying people around? HSSS, Bai Linen drew in a sharp breath. Brother Liu, you're no fool, so I won't hide anything from you. I'll share some deeper intel. Please give it serious thought. I'm listening. There are two key reasons we picked Jingning Town. First, its resources are intact. Nobody's picked it over yet. Once the rotters are cleared, there'll be a huge stockpile of supplies. I cut in. That's not the main thing. Get to point two. Bai Linen gave a wry smile. Point two really is the crucial one. Earlier, Officer Zhao Zhongyang used a special method to slip past the rotters and scouted deep into Jingning Town. He discovered a batch of mutated plants that resemble willow trees. Extraordinarily special. What do? They block radiation. For words, my pupils contracted. Officer Zhao tested it. When you crush this plant, the sap that flows out, mix it into walls and soil, and it effectively shields against radiation. He didn't need to spell out the rest. I got it instantly. With enough sap, you could build a safe, radiation-free settlement. All the ordinary folks out there without talents, without the means to upgrade their shelters, teetering on the edge of survival, they could all come live there. In no time, you'd have a massive crowd. Jingning Town was very likely going to become the gathering, trading, and communications hub of the entire region. I let out a long breath and pushed down the surge of excitement. How many willow trees are inside? How many people have you gathered so far? Plenty of trees. There's an artificial lake in there, and the whole shoreline is ringed with them. 50 or 60 at the very least. As for people, counting you and young Sure, 12 in total, with more than 5 of us having awakened talents. I frowned again. This intel isn't exactly airtight, is it? Aren't you worried other groups will muscle in? Bai Linen gave a calm smile. Not at all. The more, the merrier. I paused, then nodded. Whether it was clearing rotters or building a settlement, what we lacked was manpower. Once people showed up, everything else would fall into place. Where exactly is Jingning Town? And when do we move? 15 degrees east of due north from Teeling Town, roughly 5.3 kilometers out. The operation is the day after tomorrow. Looking forward to seeing you there, young Liu. You've got the location down to the degree? Are you a local or something? Not quite. I got hold of a map. I know every ruined town and village in this area. Damn, that's slick. Hook me up with a copy. Don't cuss, young Liu. Once the settlement is up and running, I'll release the map publicly. Talk done. Brother Shun, was I dependable this time or wah? Right? An opportunity like this, you'd be a fool to pass up. Shirley grinned. Reliable my ass. I couldn't help snapping. You have any idea how many rotters must be in a town of 1,000 people? You want to charge in first and be someone else's cannon fodder. But didn't you just agree? I didn't agree. I raised an eyebrow. We can go take a look. If it's dangerous, we bail. If it's not, we grab whatever we can. I was genuinely curious about Jingning Town. Both the massive stockpile of supplies and that strange mutated willow could shape the situation going forward. But honestly, those two things alone weren't enough to sway me. The resources from the train wreck would keep me going for a while, and the loot in a ruined town wasn't necessarily any better. As for the mutated willow, before I developed my talent, I might have been tempted, but now I could create my own radiation-free safe zone. So the willow didn't mean nearly as much to me. What really drew me in was that Jingning Town was likely to become the trading and information hub for the area, drawing in a crowd of strong survivors. I needed to get a read on the local situation and where things were headed, or I'd get left behind by the times. But safety came first, always. Get ready. We head to Jingning Town the day after tomorrow. For the next 2 days, stay put in the shelter and don't get up to anything stupid, I ordered. It was nearly afternoon, time for the daily scavenging run. I geared up, iron spear in hand, axe, pickaxe, and shovel at my belt, backpack stuffed with the survival radio, a compass, and a mechanical alarm clock. Then gloves, face mask, and windproof goggles to cover every inch of skin that would otherwise be exposed to the radiation. I dug all of it out of the luggage on the train, and every piece pulled its weight. I stepped out into the wind and snow just as Shirley was emerging from car 10. We nodded at each other. Shinji, where you headed today? East Slope, chopping wood. We're almost out of firewood. I had to shout. The wind was howling, shrill and piercing, like a legion of monsters shrieking in your ears, hammering at the eardrums. Even at close range, you had to yell to be heard. I'll head north then. There's a stand of red trees up that way. All right, watch yourself. We split off in different directions. I went with the safest bet, hunting for wood on the nearby slope. This time I had company on the way out. Snowcat burrowed through the snow ahead of me, moving way faster than I could, poking his head up every so often to glance back. But he wasn't doing it to look cute. This guy was a pure-blooded wilderness hunter, top tier in both alertness and hunting ability, eyes constantly sweeping the surroundings. He tipped the scales at over 30 gene, back on Earth. That would have put him in the same weight class as a Pallas's cat, a lynx, or a leopard cat, a mid to large-sized feline predator. Even though we lived together and slept in the same bed, he was aloof as hell and never let me pet or hold him casually. I didn't mind. What I valued was how useful he was. Snowcat and I trudged up the slope through the drifts. The grade. The slope wasn't too steep. Manageable, actually. This patch of woods was nothing like the dead forest. The trees here were bigger, nearly 4 meters tall, with thick foliage still clinging to a few withered yellow leaves. I honestly couldn't figure out how they survived in temperatures this low. Then again, radiation-mutated plants always had a trick or two up their sleeves. I pulled out my axe and was about to start chopping when the snowcat suddenly burst out of the snow, scrambled up a trunk in a single leap, and pinned a dead leaf down with its claws. The leaf actually started struggling, letting out a shrill chirping. I leaned in for a closer look and realized it wasn't a leaf at all. It was a bird, no bigger than my palm, its feathers a perfect match for withered foliage. Impossible to spot without careful inspection. On the tree beside it, 2 more leaves shook out their wings and vanished into the swirling snow. Looked like these trees were home to a whole flock of camouflaged birds, a little ecosystem of their own. I didn't rush to start chopping. Instead, I rummaged through the branches first, and sure enough, I found 2 nests woven from dead leaves. They were beautifully made, still warm to the touch. Inside were 4 eggs, about the size of pigeon eggs. I didn't hesitate, stuffed them all into my coat to keep warm. If any of them were fertilized, maybe I could hatch a chick or 2 after a few days back at base. Long shot, but worth a try. As for the bird under the snowcat's paw, I snatched that one too. The snowcat wasn't thrilled. It scratched its head with a hind leg, stuck its rear end in the air, and burrowed back into the snow in a huff. After that, it was straightforward. I chopped away while the snowcat prowled the area, keeping watch and hunting on the side. Today's outing window was 113 minutes, plus the 30 minutes from the gas mask, 143 minutes total. This time I hadn't brought the personal shelter core. I'd left it back in the train car, mainly because of the planting project. Even though I'd already drained all the radiation out of the soil, long-term exposure would contaminate it all over again. It had to stay within the core's range. That was a real headache, since a lot of the time I needed to bring the core with me for safety. Not convenient at all. I was still working on a better solution. It took me 30 minutes to fell one tree, 30-some centimeters in diameter, 4 meters tall. I was panting by the end, but the haul was worth it. Just the main trunk and branches from this one tree would last me several days. You can never have too much wood. In this blizzard apocalypse, it was more valuable than food. You won't starve to death in a day without eating, but a day without a fire? That could freeze you solid. I spent another hour taking down 2 more trees about the same size. That left the final 30 minutes for hauling the wood back to the shelter. The slope was steep, so I figured I'd just roll the trees down. Turned out that didn't work at all. The snow was too deep and the logs too heavy. They'd roll a few times and then sink in, stuck. I had to keep going back to shove them free. Efficiency tanked. By the time I was done, I'd barely managed to shove 2 of the trees down to the bottom of the valley. One was still stuck up on the slope. The sky was getting dark, and the wind and snow were picking up again, whiting out everything in sight. I had no choice but to leave that last tree for tomorrow. I dragged the 2 trees into my ice brick fortress. When I'd built it, I deliberately made it a size larger than the train car itself, leaving space all around. Room to move, room to store gear. The 2 trees slid right under the car with no trouble. I shut the thick ice door behind me, and the howling wind outside dropped to a muffled hush. The quiet closed in around me, and a wave of safety washed through my chest. I pulled off my gas mask, goggles, and face wrap, tossed my pack back into the car, and let out a long breath. Nothing beats the sense of security you get from a shelter. Exploration hours were over, but the work wasn't done yet. Inside the fortress, I could keep going. I lit a fire in the corner for light, dragged the trees out from under the car, and hacked off the branches and needles, bundling them up. Then I split the trunks into pieces of roughly the same size and stacked the firewood neatly against the wall. I'd hoped the snow cat would pitch in. With claws that sharp and muscles that thick, splitting wood should have been a breeze for it. But it ignored my unreasonable demand, wiggled its butt into the car, hopped up on the bed, and went to sleep. Working alone, I didn't finish processing both trees until past 7 that evening. The firewood filled half the wall. Conservatively, 1 tree's worth of wood would last me 3 days. I hadn't even had time to eat when my punctual little rotters showed up again, right on schedule. I rubbed my temples and decided to head back into the car first. I ate a pack of instant noodles, a corn cake, and some snacks to top off my energy. These days I eat 2 meals a day. At noon, 1 corn cake and 1 compressed biscuit. At night, a pack of instant noodles, a corn cake, and some pickled vegetables. I don't ask for good, just enough to keep from starving. A diet like this is more than most survivors dare to dream of. Aside from being short on vitamins, it covers the basic calories, keeps me full, and holds up under heavy labor. But the burn rate is high, and with the snow cat needing to eat too, in a few more days I'll be sweating over food again. The bird I caught today and the 4 eggs, drops in the bucket. I plucked and cleaned the bird, then froze it in the ice brick storage box. I lined the eggs with soft grass and set them by the fireplace to keep warm. Maybe they'd hatch. That done, with the snow cat still lazing away, I grabbed my iron spear and got to my nightly routine, skewering rotters. This isn't some sick hobby. It's easy work, and it lets me collect radiation cores, which matters a lot to me. A couple hours of stabbing every night reliably nets me 10+ cores, free survival currency. Other survivors risk their lives for just 1, while I rake in 50 or 60 a day at 0 risk. Why wouldn't I? I stabbed away on autopilot for 2 hours, and by 10 o'clock, I let out I yawned and called it a night. Back in bed, Snowcat was already curled up in a ball by the fireplace. I shrugged off my coat and lay down, but sleep wouldn't come. So I pulled out pen and paper instead, jotting down the important intel. 500m west of starter shelter, dead forest, hardwood branches, blackworm stick insects, 3 survival coins. About 2 kilometers northeast of Iron Ridge Town, bearing north 30 degrees east, riverbank, down grass, excellent insulation. East slope near the train wreck shelter, yellow leaf trees. Lumber, dead leaf birds, dead leaf bird eggs. These resource points didn't look like much now, but who knew when they'd come in handy down the line? Ring, ring, ring. The mechanical alarm clock went off, jolting me out of a dream. That familiar ringing gave me the strange illusion I was back in the city. Snowcat was startled awake too, eyes wide as she scanned the room. Once she confirmed there was no danger, she flopped down and went right back to sleep. The dim train car was lit only by the faint glow of the fireplace. So cold, 5 more minutes. 2 hours later, I yawned and gave Snowcat's rump a smack. All you do is sleep. Look what time it is. Why didn't you wake me up? What good are you? Snowcat tilted her head and gave me a look. Her round face the picture of "Are you serious?" Then she shifted position and kept right on sleeping. I stretched, got up, freshened up quickly, and headed out of the fortress to collect last night's haul. One glance and my eyes lit up. Is that a Tier 2 rotting corpse? Among the sprawl of corpses on the ground lay one that was noticeably more muscular. A Tier 2 rotting corpse, no doubt about it. Along with it were 8 Tier 1 rotting corpses, every one of their skulls smashed in by me. I collected the radiation cores and piled the bodies off to the side to keep them from contaminating the area around the shelter. These days, I wasn't converting radiation cores straight into survival coins. I was stashing them in the iceberg chest. Under the fortress outside the train car, I'd built 2 fridges, one for meat, one for cores. I counted them up, 32 already, plain as black rocks, though the stench was something else. The reason I wasn't cashing them in was that lately the shop's rotating stock had been pretty mediocre, nothing worth buying. Plus, ever since I'd figured out my talent could pull in and concentrate radiation, I'd been getting other ideas about these cores. Maybe I could use them as a weapon, drawing a burst of radiation to strike enemies when they got close. That said, I did sell the Tier 2 rotting corpses core to the shop. It netted me a special refresh card, which mattered a lot to me. The past few days the goods on offer had been such garbage quality that I'd been stewing in that peculiar frustration of having money and nothing to spend it on. I opened the shop and burned today's refresh. 3 items began cycling, and my heart rose right along with them. They locked in fast. Electric fan times 1, 15 survival coins. Water purification tablets times 5, 10 survival coins. Dragon fruit times 1, 5 survival coins. I shook my head, disappointed. An electric fan. What's the point? There's no electricity in this godforsaken place. Water purification tablets are a necessity for other people, but I could use my talent to strip radiation straight out of any water. After thinking it over, I bought the dragon fruit. At least it's fruit. A bite a day would give me some vitamins, and the price wasn't bad. Next, I used the shop's special refresh card. Past experience had taught me that whatever the refresh card pulled up was of much higher quality. Purple coagulation vine, quest carts, corpse breath grass, things you'd never see in the regular rotation. A halo of light rippled across the refreshed shop, the goods scrolling by in a blur before locking into place. Bicycle times 1, 30 survival coins. Special insect repellent coils times 1 box, 20 survival coins. Tier 1 rotter slave times 1, 100 survival coins. Description: a controllable Tier 1 rotter. Cannot understand complex commands, otherwise no different from an ordinary rotter. Notice, when using a special refresh card, one of the 3 items may be obtained for free, does not apply to items priced over 100 survival coins. Sure enough, all rare stuff you'd never see in a regular refresh. The bicycle wasn't necessary. The insect repellent coils I planned to buy, whether it was my starter shelter or this train car, they both had the same problem. Bugs kept finding their way inside. Most of the creatures in this world hibernated or scraped by underground because of the extreme cold, but the moment they sensed heat, they'd come crawling toward the source. My shelter, with its fireplace burning year-round, was basically paradise to them. If they were just ordinary mosquitoes and flies, fine, but this was a radiation-soaked apocalypse. Who knew if something like a black wriggler stick insect might crawl in? A box of coils was well worth it. As for the 3rd item, the rotter slave, I hesitated. 100 survival coins for a single rotter? On the surface, it didn't sound like a great deal, but I had a hunch it wasn't that simple. First off, since it was a slave, it wouldn't attack its master's safe. Second, being able to control a rotter meant a solid piece of combat power on my side, capable of guarding the shelter and boosting my own strength. Those 2 points alone made it worth the price. And there was another thought rattling around in my head. This rotter slave, Could it level up? Could it reach Tier 2, or even Tier 3? In theory, it should be possible. Back in Teeling Town, the first Tier 2 rotter I'd come across had been surrounded by the remains of several Tier 1 rotters. Very likely it had broken through by devouring its own kind. That thought got me excited. Hundreds of rotters were wandering around the train wreck. If I hunted them all down, dug out their cores, and fed them to this slave, its strength might climb to a terrifying level. When that day came, I'd have one more powerful safeguard in this apocalypse. I stopped hesitating and spent the 100 survival coins to buy it. A faint light flashed, and the rotter slave appeared in front of me. He looked like a middle-aged man, skin rotting too. Its eyes were hollow and vacant, and a low growl rumbled from its throat. I didn't care how it looked. I tried issuing simple commands: run forward, attack in a certain direction, crouch in place. It managed all of them, slow and stiff, but obedient enough. As a mindless enforcer, it would more than do the job. The moment the orders got complicated, though, it just stood there dumbfounded, unable to understand. Exactly as the shop description said, it had only the faintest glimmer of intelligence, essentially no different from a beast. But that didn't matter to me. As long as it followed orders and didn't turn on me, I was satisfied. Next, I pulled out a Tier 1 radiation core and held it up in front of the creature, brimming with anticipation. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. I was practically shoving the core into its mouth, and it just kept staring blankly, showing no reaction whatsoever. Huh? What's going on? I froze. By all rights, if it could level up by swallowing cores, it should have been ravenous for one. Was the flavor not to its liking? Or was it simply incapable of absorbing cores to grow stronger? I furrowed my brow. There had to be something I wasn't seeing. But I wasn't about to give up that easily. After wrestling with it for a moment, I gritted my teeth and decided to force the issue. I ordered it to open its mouth and jammed the cord down its throat. What I never expected was that this reckless move would nearly kill a rotting corpse worth 100 survival coins. It resisted fiercely, but ultimately swallowed the core. A few seconds later, something horrifying happened. The core wasn't absorbed. On the contrary, as it passed through the mouth and throat, its intense radiation savagely corroded the already decayed flesh. In an instant, a gaping hole was eaten straight through the rotting corpse's mouth and throat, black pus oozing out in streams. The agony tore a wretched howl from its throat that echoed through the fortress and made my scalp prickle. Startled, I made a snap decision and activated my talent, forcibly extracting the core from its body. After some frantic effort, it finally settled down. Having hit a wall, I stopped and sank into thought. Before this, I'd been dead certain that swallowing cores was the way to level up. But what just happened proved it wasn't that simple. The way rotting corpses grew stronger probably wasn't through directly swallowing cores. There had to be some other method. And there were several things worth thinking about. First, I'd never once seen rotting corpses openly attack each other. If they leveled up by devouring one another, there was no way they'd coexist so peacefully. Second, I'd never seen a single Tier 1 rotting corpse break through to Tier 2 by consuming a core from its own kind. And here was the crucial point. Apart from the head, a rotting corpse's entire body was made of decayed, fibrous tissue, with no internal organs at all. Even if it did swallow a core, what was it supposed to absorb the energy with? I smacked my forehead, finally realizing just how idiotic my little stunt had been. It would be like tossing the core into a heap of minced meat and forcing it to absorb the stuff. I scratched my head, feeling a bit let down. If this rotter couldn't be leveled up, its value would drop by dozens of times. As a grunt laborer, it was too slow, and it was ugly on top of that. Having it standing around the shelter was downright nauseating. Still, I'd shelled out 100 survival coins for it, and I wasn't about to just give up. After thinking it over, I switched to a more direct approach. Channel the radiation straight in. I used my talent to envelop the dense radiant energy inside the Tier 1 core, then forcibly channeled it into the rotter's head. The drain was no small thing. The radiation in soil was like a gas, thin, scattered, easy to draw out. The radiation in a core was orders of magnitude greater in both quantity and quality, and channeling it took a tremendous amount of effort. But this time, the result didn't disappoint. As my solidified talent guided the energy in, the radiation drew close to the rotter's skull, and instead of resisting, its eyes flickered with something like hunger. It's working. I was startled and thrilled all at once. That plume of black, mist-like radiant energy sank into its rotting head and wrapped itself around the core already inside its skull. In that instant, a clear change came over it. The dullness in its eyes rippled faintly, its body twitched, and a raspy snarl clawed its way out of its throat. The change lasted about 5 minutes. Where before its body had been withered and putrid, strips of shredded flesh hanging off it like rags, now some of the muscle fibers were tightening, regaining their elasticity, wrapping snugly around the bone again. The shift was subtle, but I caught it right away. Looks like a rotter's body is just too fragile. It can't handle raw core energy at all. To level it up, I have to rely on the core already in its head to absorb outside radiation. I lowered my head, mulling it over. I had a rough grasp of the mechanics now. This method was harder, and it burned through more of my talent. But as long as it made the thing stronger, it was worth it. By my estimate, channeling the energy from a single Tier 1 core cost me about 1/5 of my talent reserves. In other words, I could feed it 5 cores a day, tops. After weighing it, I picked up another core and kept channeling, planning to spend 3/5 of my talent total and hold the remaining 2/5 in reserve, just in case something went sideways when I headed out. From there, things went a lot more smoothly. The rotter just stood there, dumb as a post, letting the radiant energy coil around the core in its head as its strength climbed. The core inside it grew deeper and denser, the energy inside it thicker and more voluminous. What had been no more than a bowl's worth had now swelled by half again. That said, absorbing a core didn't transfer all of its energy over. A fair chunk was lost in the process. The absorption rate hovered around 50%, so its leveling up wasn't quite as fast as I'd hoped. With every radiation core it absorbed, the changes in my rotter became more pronounced. Its shriveled flesh tightened and hardened, as if it had been sheathed in a thick layer of leather, and its frame slowly began to bulk up, edging closer and closer to a Tier 2 rotter. Together, with 3 cores absorbed, it had bulked up noticeably. A flicker of excitement went through me. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before it hit Tier 2. Having a Tier 2 rotting corpse at my side would make everything safer, whether I was out scavenging or crossing paths with other survivors. To put it bluntly, a survivor who'd awakened a physical talent was only about as strong as a Tier 2 rotter, square off, and it'd be anyone's game. But nobody had figured out how survivors were supposed to grow stronger, whereas my rotter could just keep feeding on radiation cores. If Tier 2 was already this fierce, what about Tier 3? Odds were, it had become my biggest umbrella. Lunch was another simple affair. Corn cakes with pickled radish. The coarse cob scratched my throat, so I forced each bite down with warm water. The fireplace was going, a mosquito coil smoldering beside it, and the carriage actually felt cozy. The rotter was too hideous and reeked too much for me to let it inside, so I kept it under the icebrick fortress. To make it easier to call, I gave it a name, Lucier. Nearly 2 in the afternoon, time to head out. First I checked the weather. Temperature, minus 16.6 degrees Celsius, heavy snow, force 9 wind. Radiation, light. Exceeding 132 minutes outdoors today will allow radiation to invade the body. Alert. A severe blizzard will strike in approximately 4 to 5 days. Temperatures will plummet, winds will exceed force 15, and radiation levels will rise. Please prepare accordingly. A severe blizzard? I frowned. The current conditions were already brutal enough. Countless people were freezing and starving to death. I couldn't even imagine what a worse blizzard would look like. On top of the trip to Jingning Town, I need to stockpile firewood and reinforce the shelter over the next few days. I geared up, took the snowcat and Lucier, and stepped out into the wind and snow. Back at the usual spot, I handed Lucier an axe too, so we could chop trees together. It was every bit as strong as a person, but its movements were stiff as an old jalopy. Where I could fell a tree in 20 minutes, it took over 40. Still, free labor was free labor, and I was more than satisfied. 3 trees were enough. Resources had to be rationed. Hauling wood was Lucier's job now. It shouldered the trunks and dragged them uncomplainingly to the fortress gate, and I just took over from there. I didn't stay idle either. I got to work reinforcing and expanding the icebrick fortress. In an apocalypse, shelter was priority number 1. This time I had 2 goals. First, add another layer of ice bricks to the outer walls, thickening them against collapse. Second, expand the floor space. To save materials the first time, I'd made the fortress only slightly bigger than the carriage, and even stacking firewood was a hassle. I chose the sheltered, level patch behind the carriage, cut a doorway 2 meters square, and began building outward into a small room roughly 2 by 2 by 3 meters, meant for firewood storage. I'd have liked to go bigger, but there was no time. I was just about to start reinforcing when a thought popped into my head. With my compression talent, can I compact the ice bricks? A quick test proved it worked. The brick got thinner, its color deepened, and its hardness shot up. If I compressed the whole wall, our defenses would climb to a whole new level. But the drain was ridiculous. Compressing solids was about as hard as compressing steel. I'd save that for when I got stronger. For now, I'd stick to the old-fashioned reinforcement. I layered fresh ice bricks against all 4 walls and poured water to freeze them in place. In just over an hour, I'd added another 2 inches of thickness. Thick snow had piled up on the domed roof. I climbed up, cleared most of it off, left about 4 inches, then hosed it down until it froze into a solid crust, another layer of reinforcement. By the time I finished, my exploration window was almost up, and the land corpse had already dragged all 4 trees back. I couldn't help but marvel. Rotting corpses really were handy, strong, tireless, and they didn't need to eat. Way better than that fat snow cat, which got lazier by the day. If it weren't so damn cute, I'd have stewed it long ago. Back at the shelter, to reward the land corpse, I used my talent to channel the radiation from 2 more cores into it. Its frame filled out a little more. Something had been nagging at me, though. Those tier 2 rotters out there had no one to funnel radiation into them. How did they break through? Just by absorbing radiation from the air? That had to be painfully inefficient. Then it hit me. I built a 6-foot-tall ice box, just big enough for one person to stand in, and carved dozens of alcoves inside, stuffing every one of them with radiation cores. Then I had the land corpse step in and sealed the door. A sealed space packed with that much radiation. Maybe it would speed up its evolution. A night of howling wind and snow passed. The next day, after clearing out the rotters around the fortress, I went to open the icebox. My pupils contracted, then I broke into a grin. It worked. The corpse inside had bulked up noticeably. Its shriveled muscles now looked packed with power, and there was actual awareness in its eyes, a faint aura of strength radiating off it. In a single night, it had broken through from Tier 1 to Tier 2. Truth was, after absorbing those 5 cores yesterday, it had already been on the verge. One more night steeping in radiation had pushed it over the edge. And wouldn't you know it, today was the day we were heading to Jingning Town. With a Tier 2 rotter, Shirley, and myself, we weren't exactly weak. Even running into other survivors wouldn't rattle me too badly. This afternoon, we could set out with peace of mind. Shirley messaged me first thing in the morning. Brother Shin, we still heading to Jingning today? Should I get ready? Just bring your weapons. Check your wounds. If you're good, we go. By a little after 2 p.m., the blizzard had eased into a rare stretch of decent weather. With the wind and snow down, radiation had dropped to mild levels, and my outdoor window stretched to a record-breaking 152 minutes. But this wasn't a simple job. I couldn't afford to let my guard down for a second. Shirley and I stepped out into the snow, our boots crunching underfoot. About 100 yards back, the Tier 2 rotter kept pace, half buried in the snow, trailing us at a steady distance, my biggest ace in the hole. The train wreckage sat about 2 miles from Jingning Town. After walking for a good half hour or so, the outline of the town emerged through the swirling snow, row after row of 2- and 3-story farmhouses, all self-built, run-down, and eerie. Shop signs swung precariously in the wind. We didn't rush in. Instead, we sized things up from the edge of town. Plenty of walkers were shambling around inside, dragging mangled limbs and letting out low growls, 50 or 60 of them, at the very least. No wonder no one dared go in. Even someone with an awakened talent would have a hell of a time taking on that many. While I was still looking, the survival radio in my pocket crackled to life. It was by Lin En. Mr. Liu, we've arrived. Please make your way to the valley due east to rendezvous. My stomach tightened. The dangers inside the town were out in the open. Those didn't worry me much. What really got to me were the other survivors. Would they be straight with us? Would they turn on us? Was somebody hiding murderous intent? There was no way to know. Shirley and I exchanged a glance. then headed for the valley anyway. My nerves were stretched tight the whole way. Before long, 7 or 8 people had already gathered in the valley, standing in scattered 2s and 3s. The way they positioned themselves radiated caution. Clearly none of them knew each other either. The moment we appeared, every eye in the place turned our way. Seeing Shirley's 6-foot-plus frame and slabs of muscle, more than a few of them raised their eyebrows. A build like that could outfight most people even without a talent. My own build was nothing special, so next to him no one paid me any mind. Suited me just fine. In the apocalypse, staying alive takes more than muscle. It takes brains, guts, and a cool head. The mood in the valley was heavy and tense. Nobody knew whether the person next to them might put a knife in their back over a scrap of supplies. A refined, middle-aged man was the first to speak. Everyone relax. My name is Bai Lin. I'm sure you've all been in contact with me. And this gentleman here, Mr. Zhao Zhongyang, needs no introduction. Zhao Zhongyang had a square, authoritative face, every inch the official. He nodded with a smile. Hello, everyone. I'm Zhao Zhongyang. Thank you all for doing me the honor of coming. I raised an eyebrow. The man opened his mouth and out came pure bureaucrat speak, enough to put me to sleep. He clearly wasn't some rank-and-file cop, more likely a fairly senior officer at the precinct. Zhao Zhongyang's voice was low and resonant. Disaster struck us all, and it swept us together into this end-of-the-world hell. I've seen too many people die, frozen to death, starved to death, torn apart by walkers. If things go on like this, every last one of us is going to die out here. That includes everyone standing in this valley. Don't think I'm exaggerating. Even if you've awakened a talent, the population keeps shrinking and the environment keeps getting worse. How long can any one person really last on their own? That's why I've called you all here, and I have only one goal: to build a safe settlement, shielded from the radiation, a place where the weak and the desperate can survive. You're all welcome to join us as part of the first wave of administrators and help hold this place together. And if you'd rather not join, you can still use it as a trading hub. Either way, we have a chance to carve out, in the middle of the apocalypse, pure land. The more I listened, the more it felt like I'd walked into a pyramid scheme pitch. His spiel almost had my blood pumping, but reason kept my emotions in check. Truth was, he had a point. If a settlement really could be built, it'd be good for everyone in the area. Even for those of us still scraping by, having a place to trade with each other would help. The others around us had all fallen into thought. A cold-faced woman in her 30s suddenly spoke up. Officer Zhao, I can accept everything you've said, but there are only 10 of us here. You didn't just invite this many, did you? Zhao Zhongyang paused, then chuckled. In theory, more. But how many actually show up? That I can't say. The group fell silent. A wiry old man in the back said, There've got to be nearly 100 zombies in this town. With just our numbers, taking it over isn't exactly realistic, is it? Bai Lin thought for a moment. To be honest, we never planned on taking the town. Oh, the town's too big, too many rotters. Clearing them all out isn't feasible. Plus, using ruins as a settlement is too conspicuous. It'd attract rotters, mutant creatures, and other survivors who might covet it. Zhao Zhongyang picked up the thread. We have just one goal. Slip into the center of town, find those special mutant willow trees, harvest a batch, bring them out, and then build an underground settlement on the town's outskirts. Hidden, but close enough to the town for us to keep coming back for resources. I see. I nodded. That was a far more practical plan. If they'd asked me to wipe out the rotters and seize the town, I'd have turned around and walked away on the spot. But even so, cutting through the rotter-infested streets to reach the center and harvest willow branches wasn't going to be a walk in the park. A younger woman asked, So how exactly are we doing this? It was the question on everyone's mind, and all eyes turned to Bai and Zhao. Bai Lin said, No unified plan. Every man for himself. Work solo, form teams, whatever you like. The goal is the same. Collect mutant willow branches. By our calculations, 1 pound of branches can build about 20 square meters of settlement. Rewards will be distributed based on how much each person gathers. The more you bring in, the bigger your cut. The group nodded. Forcing everyone to move as one unit would only have made things awkward. There wasn't enough trust between us, and everyone wanted to run their own game. Zhao Zhongyang glanced at his watch. We're running short on time. Get moving, everyone. Bai Lin and I will be out there too. We'll regroup here when it's done. Sound good? No problem. Works for me. Sure. The group broke apart, each person silently vanishing into the wind and snow. I'd taken a few steps when I suddenly stopped. What's up, bro Shun? I didn't answer. I only turned my head and said coldly, come out. How much longer are you going to hide? The wind and snow howled behind me. Not a sound. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Shirley scratched his head. Bro Shun, what's with you again? There's nobody around. Let's just go. I shot him a glance. You think my talent's just for show? Shirley froze. A flicker of thought crossed his not-so-bright eyes. I stared at a spot behind us, my gaze ice cold. Shirley got the message. I wasn't kidding around. His eyes sharpened with wariness, and he stepped forward, fists clenched. My talent didn't just let me manipulate corpses. Normally, I could also use it to wipe out my footprints and hide my trail. Today, I was meeting up with other survivors, and to avoid exposing my talent, I hadn't smoothed over my tracks, but I'd still laced the surrounding snow with my talent's energy, keeping it in a kind of almost but not quite tethered state, using it to scan my surroundings. A moment ago, I'd clearly felt a faint disturbance in the snow behind me. Someone had stepped on it, and the disturbance hadn't faded, which meant someone was tailing me. About 10 seconds later, a figure finally emerged from behind a rock. There really is someone, Shirley whispered, his stance dropping low, ready to throw down at any moment. I locked my eyes on the newcomer too. The person was bundled up in thick clothes, wearing a hat and face mask. No way to make out the features. But I vaguely remembered hearing this person speak before. Sounded like a young woman. Who are you? What do you want? I asked in a low voice. The other person was silent for a while before speaking. Your surname is Liu? I paused. Liu Shun. I was even more baffled. Since coming here, I hadn't told anyone my name. Out of everyone present, only Bai Linen and Shirley knew my real name. Did Bai Linen tell you? She shook her head. No, your voice just sounded really familiar. As she spoke, she pulled down her mask, revealing a gentle, intelligent-looking face. No makeup, but pretty all the same. I frowned, racking my brain. She pressed her lips together, exasperated. Sophomore year of college. Didn't you have a girlfriend? I scratched my head and nodded vaguely. Something like that. But you've changed a lot. I really didn't recognize you. How've you been all these years? Her mouth twitched. She smacked her forehead. I really don't want to curse at you. I was your girlfriend's roommate. You and I met once or twice, tops. I rubbed my nose awkwardly. It had been years, and my memory really was fuzzy. But now that she mentioned it, it finally came back to me. Shueya, clinical medicine major, same graduating class as me, roommate of my ex-girlfriend. We'd met, but weren't close. Running into someone I knew in a foreign country like this, what a coincidence. Shueya, right? I smiled. Didn't expect to run into you here after graduation. Same. Your voice sounded familiar. So I came over to check, and you spotted me. She pulled the mask back on, leaving only her eyes exposed. I skipped the small talk and got right to it. So what's your plan? Are you heading into the ruins downtown? I'm on my own, and I'm not that strong. I won't go deep. Just poke around the outskirts and pick up some supplies, she said calmly. Not that strong. I had my doubts. If Bai Linen had made a point of inviting her, chances were she'd awaken some kind of talent. Even if her combat ability was only average, she must have had some unique skill up her sleeve. A young woman who'd survived the apocalypse and was doing well at it was never someone to underestimate. So you're planning to go into the ruins with this uncle here? Uncle. Shirley glanced around, and finding no one else nearby, pointed at himself in disbelief. Ahem, he's only 19. Just call him kid, I explained. We'll play it by ear. If it's too dangerous, we won't push in. Got it. Then we'll go our separate ways. Shueyan knew where to draw the line. Running into each other counts as fate. Let's stay in touch. Want to add each other as friends? Sure. I fired off a random message on the comms channel, and she tapped accept. After a quick exchange, we parted ways in different directions. We might have known each other, but after so many years apart, she was practically a stranger. Still, Shueya herself was extremely valuable. A clinical medicine graduate who I'd heard had also gone on to grad school. Her medical skills had to be top-notch. In the apocalypse, a doctor who could treat illness and handle wounds was worth far more than most people realized. Take Shirley's serious injuries from the ambush, for example. Left to heal on their own, they would have taken months. and even now, he still wasn't fully recovered. It was only thanks to his tough constitution, plus my ability to repair and suppress the damage, that he'd managed to pull through. Anyone else would have been dead long ago. So a top-tier talent like Shueya, provided her character checked out, was definitely worth staying connected with down the line, an important contact to have. Turning these thoughts over in my head, I walked up to the edge of the ruins and pulled my focus back to the day's mission. Honestly, I was still a little torn. Zhao Zhongyang and Bai Linin weren't wrong. Establishing a settlement would be a good thing for every survivor. But pushing through massive hordes of rotters to reach the center of the ruined town and harvest branches from the mutated willow would be far more difficult and dangerous than anyone was making it out to be. With my current strength, forcing my way in was next to impossible. Scavenging the outskirts, on the other hand, meant a lot less risk, and the haul might not even be worse. Into the town, or stay on the fringe. I couldn't make up my mind. Shirley, what do you think we should do? Shirley squinted at the ruins around us and scratched his head. I say safety first. I nodded. Then let's just look for useful stuff on the outskirts. No need to take unnecessary risks. In this apocalypse, no matter what the goal was, your own safety always came first. Never throw your life away for someone else's dream. That's always been my creed. Shirley and I kept a wary eye on our surroundings as we crept toward the outskirts of the Jingming town ruins. What had once been a bustling little town was now nothing but crumbling walls and dead silence. We slipped into one of the houses still standing and started rummaging. The place was old and battered, the roof pocked with holes, thin shafts of light spilling through the gaps onto the dust-covered floor. Supplies were pitiful. Clearly the place had been picked clean 100 times over. We tore through 4 whole buildings for a miserable haul. 3 bags of salt, 5 bags of sugar, and a few loaves of moldy, expired bread. Brother Shun, the outer ring's been swept already. If we want anything worth having, we've got to push deeper in. Shirley stared at the meager pile in his hands, his face falling. I knew he was right. But the interior of the town was thick with rotting corpses. If we got surrounded in there, we'd be finished. Was it really worth risking our necks over some scraps and a few willow branches? Then it hit me. Maybe I didn't have to risk anything myself. The danger came from the rotters, so why not just send a rotter into town to gather the willow branches for me? Safer that way, and the haul might even be bigger. Shirley, you stay here and keep scavenging. Grab whatever you can. I'm going to move in closer to the town center and scope things out. Shirley frowned, worry written all over his face. Bro, you're not planning to go in alone, are you? We're better off sticking together. It's safer. Relax. Even if I threw you in there, I still wouldn't go risking my own skin, I said, curling my lip. Shirley froze. Brother Shun, you really don't sugarcoat it, do you? Flattery gets you nowhere. Quit wasting time and get back to scavenging. I clapped him on the shoulder and slipped off alone, deeper into town. The outer streets were sparse with rotters, so the going was smooth enough. But 2 or 3 buildings in, their numbers picked up sharply. Some shuffled aimlessly down the streets. Others clustered around doorways, letting out low, guttural snarls. Not daring to make a sound, I ducked into a hidden little house. Then I began controlling the land corpse. It hadn't shown itself yet. It had been trailing me at a distance of 100 or 200 meters, close enough to charge in and shield me at a moment's notice, but far enough that no one would spot it. I focused everything on that faint, tenuous link between us. About a minute later, the land corpse came shuffling up in front of me. Carefully, I issued my orders. Head into the heart of Jingming town and harvest the mutated willow branches. That stuff had special uses. Getting my hands on it could make a real difference for survival. As for me, I climbed up to the 3rd-floor attic of the little house and took up a vantage point. From up here, I could see most of the town spread out below. The view was a bit hazy, but enough to give me the lay of the land. While guiding the land corpse, I could also just barely track the movements of other survivors. Information is the most valuable resource, no matter the situation. Bai Linin and Zhao Zhong. Yang's rundown on Jingming town had been too vague to fully trust. I needed to see the place with my own eyes. The land corpse pressed steadily deeper into town, skirting the main roads and slipping down hidden side streets without disturbing a single rotter. I quietly swept my gaze around, mapping out where the other survivors were. 10 of us in total today, in roughly 6 groups. Bai Linin and Zhao Zhongyang, me and Shirley, and a man and woman I didn't recognize, 3 pairs. The other 4 were working solo, Shueyo among them. The snow held every footprint in crisp detail, so pinpointing them was easy. Shueyo was close by, maybe 30-some meters off, probably some subconscious instinct that being near a familiar face was safer. She hadn't ventured any deeper either, scavenging in the relatively secure fringe. Beyond that, I picked out 2 more sets of paired tracks running all the way into the heart of town. So Bai Linin and Zhao Zhongyang, along with that unfamiliar couple, had all chosen to push into the center for the mutated willow branches. I could see their logic. Safety mattered, but so did the branches. If Zhao Zhongyang really could use them to build a radiation-free settlement, survivors from all around would inevitably flock there. It would be the first such settlement, getting in on the ground floor, having a hand in shaping it, claiming a slice of authority, would pay enormous dividends down the line. And even if no settlement came of it, the willow branches could still be hauled back to reinforce a personal shelter, roughly substituting for an independent shelter core. I watched in silence, keeping half an eye on the land corpse. Just when I thought I had a firm read on the situation, my gaze snagged on something in the southwest. There were several sets of footprints over there. Huh? How's there someone way over there? All 10 of us had entered town from the valley to the east. By rights, every track should be on the eastern side. So why were there prints coming in from the west and south? Stranger still, some of them ran 3 abreast, and totaling everything up, there were clearly more than 10 people out here. Other survivors showed up too, and by the looks of it, quite a few of them. My brow furrowed. Dangerous as this town was, with only 10 people in play, I could more or less predict everyone's movements. Now a whole extra group had appeared out of thin air. Unknown numbers, unknown identities, unknown intentions. The whole situation had just gotten a lot messier. Competition for supplies would sharpen, and conflict became far more likely. I pulled out my survival radio and shot a message to both Bai Linin and Shirley, filling them in. Shirley, elbow deep in a scavenging haul, was startled. What? Outsiders showed up? This place is already a death trap. Throw in more strangers, and it's gonna turn into a free-for-all. His fist tightened without thinking. It's fine. We just have to stay careful. We don't know who they are or what they want yet, so hold your position for now. Yeah, got it. A rundown street somewhere. The secluded corner where Bai Linin and Zhao Zhongyang were hiding. Reading my message, Bai Linin kept her composure and merely raised an eyebrow slightly. Looks like someone's here. Right on schedule. Zhao Zhongyang nodded. Explain it to Brother Liu. We have our plan, but there's no need to drag others into danger because of it. Got it. A reply came back quickly. Mr. Liu, no need to worry too much. Everything's going according to plan. Bai Linin's voice was calm. The mutated willow branches are enormously valuable. With them, we can build a shelter and establish a settlement. A prize like that is naturally going to draw other survivors. Besides, just the 10 of us trying to cross the whole town, evade every rotter, harvest the willow, and get back safely. That's a tall order. This crowd showing up actually helps share the load with the rotters and improves everyone's odds. Just watch yourself, try not to pick fights, and come to me if anything comes up. Something clicked in my mind. It made a certain kind of sense, but something still felt off. I pressed further. More people means more chaos, and in the end, it'll be hard to keep things under control. Is that part of your plan too? Bai Linin gave a soft laugh, a flicker of resolve in her eyes. Lu Shun, a settlement can't be built by just 1 or 2 people. The more people who show up today, the better the odds of getting it built. I froze for a moment, then it dawned on me. In all likelihood, they had deliberately leaked the news about the willow branches, drawing more survivors here on purpose. Anyone capable of traveling this far to Jingning Town was no pushover. For one thing, this crowd would draw off the rotters, spreading the danger thinner and raising the chances of a successful harvest. For another, their talents varied. Someone among them might have a safer way to secure the willow branches. For Zhao Zhongyang and Bai Linin, today's goal was simple: gather enough mutated willow branches to establish a settlement. To make that happen, they were willing to stir up chaos and put more people, themselves included, in harm's way. I couldn't help but see Zhao Zhongyang in a new light. In the apocalypse, going it alone was never the right move. Building a settlement was the real path forward, one that could benefit strong and weak alike. But the process was bound to demand blood and sacrifice from a certain crop of people. Everyone who had come to Jingning Town today was exactly that crop. Those who succeeded in finding the willow branches would earn greater privileges within the future settlement. Those who failed and died here would be forgotten by all. I let out a sigh. Bai Linen and Zhao Zhongyang were clearly dead set on this. They'd harvest those willow branches and build that settlement, no matter what. Things were only going to get stranger from here. To the other survivors, it would be a brutal challenge. But since I knew what was coming, I had more time to prepare and wouldn't be caught flat-footed. Hidden in the attic, I watched the Rotter's retreat into the distance. His silhouette had already shrunk to a tiny dot. He'd probably covered about 500 meters by now, drawing close to the artificial lake at the center of town. If he made it there without a hitch, he could bring back a batch of willow branches. But my vantage point only went so high. Once the distance got too great, I couldn't make out what was happening around the lake anymore. So I came up with another plan. Crack! I pried open the wooden planks of the attic ceiling and climbed straight up onto the roof. The higher you stand, the farther you see. But the roof was buried under a thick layer of snow, a black curtain blocking my way. I had to use my talent to melt the snow several times in a row, forcing open a channel a little over a meter wide before I could finally crawl out. This building was already one of the tallest in Jingning Town, 3 stories plus the attic, essentially 4 floors. I climbed up onto the roof and made my way to the ridge. The view suddenly opened up, and I could take in almost the entire town. At the center of Jingning was the frozen artificial lake. Buried under such a thick blanket of snow, you could barely tell it was a lake at all. Ringing its shores was a stand of mutated willows, far taller than ordinary willows, their trunks withered and their drooping branches like the claws of vengeful ghosts. Stranger still, the whole tree glowed a faint red, standing out sharply against the wind and snow, giving off an eeriness I couldn't quite put into words. The land corpse was a Tier 2 rotter, and it moved through these ruins like they belonged to it. The Tier 1 rotters didn't dare come near, letting him walk all the way to the lakeside unmolested. Following my orders, he snapped branches off the mutated willows and stuffed them into the backpack. Unfortunately, his intelligence was so low that all he knew was to cram them in. The branches were too long, and more than half of them dragged out the back. Anyone else would have bundled them up by now. Just as I was thinking that, I caught a glimpse of the lake's surface. A small patch of snow had caved in. I frowned. A patch of snow collapsing wasn't unusual on its own, but in an environment like this, any movement was worth watching. Sure enough, the snow on the lake caved in again, and this time the area was larger. Damn it, there's something in the lake. I immediately gave the land corpse a mental order. Asterisk, stop collecting. Fall back now. Asterisk, the land corpse froze for a moment, a beat slow on the uptake, but then he scooped up the backpack and started running back toward the edge of town. A few seconds later, I was grateful I'd acted so decisively. At the center of the lake, the snow first sank inward, then bulged upward as something rammed against it from below, breaking through the ice. A blurred black shadow slowly rose out of the water, then pulled back before fully emerging, but just that brief glimpse showed several meters of it. How massive was the thing underneath? Even from this far away, my skin crawled. Son of a bitch. I knew it couldn't be that easy. How could a little lake like this be hiding a monster like that? I cursed under my breath. If I hadn't been careful, the land corpse would have been done for. Then again, it made sense. Even that patch of dead trees earlier had been home to dangerous creatures like the black wriggling bamboo insects. There was no way a whole grove of mutated willows wouldn't have something even nastier lurking around it, guarding something. Maybe the mutated willows absorbed radiation precisely to lure prey close, making it easier for whatever lived in the lake to hunt. From this moment on, that artificial lake was a high-risk zone in my book. Without a damn good reason, I wasn't going anywhere near it again. But when I looked back at the land corpse, my brow furrowed once more. Trouble was coming faster than I'd expected. I grabbed the survival radio and sent Shirley a message. Stop collecting supplies. Get over here, we've got trouble. The land corpse was sprinting toward the edge of town with the willow branches clutched to its chest, and near the intersection it had to pass through, I spotted 3 shady figures. 3 survivors, by the look of it, and they'd already locked onto the land corpse, crouched out of sight, getting ready to strike. The land corpse itself was extremely valuable. and that bundle of mutated willow branches was even more precious. I couldn't just sit back and watch. Shirley showed up quick. We exchanged a nod, skipped the explanations, and charged straight toward the land corpse. We had to link up with it before those three made their move. Out on the street, the land corpse reached the intersection, only to have three figures cut off its path. All men, bundled in heavy winter coats, spreading into a triangle formation in the swirling snow and slowly closing in around it. The land corpse snarled and stopped, a vicious glint in its eyes, but without my order it wouldn't attack first. What's the deal with this rotter? Carrying a pack, moving with a purpose. The leader had eyes like a hawk, cold and fixed on the land corpse. Another one muttered, "Something's off. A tier, two rotters shouldn't be this smart. And what's in that pack of his? Willow branches." The third guy, chewing on a blade of grass, sounded utterly indifferent. "Who cares? It's the apocalypse. Weird shit happens every day. Just take it out. We get a tier, two radiation core, and a bag of willow branches. That's most of today's quota, right there. Then let's do it." Ahem. I cleared my throat, cutting them off. "Gentlemen, I'd think twice if I were you." I stepped out slowly from behind them. Right behind me, Shirley, well over 6 feet tall, followed in silence, plugging the narrow street like a wall. The pressure he gave off was suffocating. But the moment Shirley got a clear look at those three faces, his expression changed in an instant. He let out a cold snort, and a savage aura exploded off him. The whole scene went taut as a drawn bowstring. The three of them took a step back, on guard. "What's this supposed to mean?" the middle-aged man in the lead asked first. "What's it mean?" Shirley sneered, fists clenched, then turned and forced down his rage to speak to me. "Brother Shun, it's these three. They're the ones who jumped me back in Lingtown last time. My shelter getting destroyed. That was almost certainly their work too. Something clicked in my mind. So these were the enemies. Small world indeed. Though I was a little surprised. Teeling Town was at least 5 kilometers from here, and they'd tracked all the way out. Turns out they'd already abandoned the starter shelter and were living off an independent shelter core, which gave them a lot more freedom to move around." The short, skinny man across from us sneered. Well, look who it is. That big dumb ox from last time. Took a beating that bad and still didn't croak. Tough as nails, huh?" "Shut it." The middle-aged man cut him off and turned to me. "Friends, whatever bad blood there is between us, we can settle it once we're out. Right now we're all stuck in these ruins with the same goal. No point tearing each other apart. If we draw the rotters over here, nobody walks away." I took quiet note of him. This one was level-headed and read the situation clearly, which made him the most dangerous of the three. If all three had been mindless brutes, I could have wiped them all out today. Shirley wasn't backing down an inch. "Last time you three ganged up on one and got lucky. Try it again if you've got the guts." "Heh, 3-on-1 put you in critical condition last time. 3-on-2, we'll bury both of you just the same." The temperature was rising fast. I drew a slow breath and said coldly, "Whatever the old grudges, here's your one option. Get lost right now, and we'll pretend none of this ever happened." Slate wiped clean. The three of them burst out laughing. "Buddy, you can't read the room? You seriously can't tell who's got the upper hand here?" The middle-aged man dropped the pleasantries too. "Let me give you the same advice. You two leave now, I'll spare your lives. No hard feelings. So there's nothing to talk about." I gave a calm little smile. My talent was already quietly kicking into gear. Shirley reined in his anger and murmured, "Shinji, my bad. I dragged you into this. Save it. Putting down 3 dogs is nothing." I kept my eyes locked on the men opposite. "You know what their talents are?" "Yeah." All 3 are awakened. The 2 in back are the physical type. One's built for speed, the other for strength. Nothing special. I can handle 2 at once, no problem. The tricky one's the leader. He can turn his fingers into metal. I can't get through his defense, but he cuts through mine like paper. Most of the damage from last time came from him. I nodded. Among the survivors, these 3 were genuinely top tier. Not to be underestimated. The words had barely left his mouth when the middle-aged man hung back, and the other 2 made their move. The speed type flickered through the snowstorm in an instant, kicking up a massive wave of powder as he lunged. Shirley stepped forward to shield me, and that huge body of his slammed the guy straight into a snowbank. Right on his heels, the strength type came in with a haymaker. Shirley didn't have time to counter. He threw up both arms to block and just soaked the hit. Same physical type build, But the gap was obvious. Shirley had the offense, the defense, and a hide like leather. 2-on-1 was easy work for him. Looks like he really could hold his own 2 against 1. I stood behind him, in no hurry to move. I was waiting for the one-shot kill. Opportunity. But the middle-aged man across from me was thinking exactly what I was thinking. He too was circling the edges of the fight, looking for an opening on Shirley. Our tactics were eerily identical. Let the brawlers slug it out up front, while those with special abilities hunted from the perimeter for a chance to end things. The shift came fast. The speed type got knocked flat by Shirley again, but this time a strange grin crept across his face. Instead of charging in head-on, he suddenly wheeled around and lunged at me from an awkward angle, the dagger in his hand flashing cold. "Shinji, watch out!" Shirley roared, whipping his head around. That was the moment. With Shirley's attention split, the middle-aged man immediately joined the fray, metal fingers going straight for Shirley's throat. A fight that had been dead even was about to tip in 1, maybe 2 seconds. I gave a cold snort. "Mind your own business. I've got this." Shirley was green. He'd fallen for the classic bait and switch. But I wasn't that easy to fool. As the short, wiry man came at me, I used the simplest trick in the book. I grew a single spike of ice right in front of his feet. Low cost, high payoff. He never saw it coming. He stumbled, and because he'd been moving so fast, he slammed face first into the snow, punching out a small crater. I didn't bother with him. I turned to bail Shirley out. If Shirley got jumped and badly hurt up front, the whole fight would go one-sided. Handling the middle-aged guy was on me. I stepped forward and plunged both hands into the snow, my ability spinning up fast. The loose snow around Shirley drew together, packing into a low ring of walls around him. The middle-aged man sneered and drove a fist forward. The unfrozen snow wall exploded on impact, flakes swirling everywhere in the air. "You think a puff of snowflakes is going to stop steel? Dream on." He shot me a scornful glance and kicked at what was left of the wall. The wall was as flimsy as paper. One kick and it collapsed. But then, hawk. Fuck. A scream tore through the air. A red mist burst out of the swirling snow, spattering scarlet across the white. Everyone but me flinched. I rose slowly to my feet, my voice cold. "Shirley, what are you standing there for? Move." Shirley snapped out of it, bared his teeth in a savage grin, and drove a fist straight into the strength type. The size and weight gap was too much. One punch sent the guy flying. The tide flipped in an instant. All 3 of them were down in the snow, faces frozen in terror. The middle-aged man was clutching his leg, teeth bared in agony. More than a dozen ultra-fine, needle-sharp black ice slivers were buried deep in the muscle of his leg, blood soaking his pant leg dark red. This was a technique I'd been quietly working on, designed specifically for fighting on snowy ground. I knew my own strengths and limits. Compressing a whole field of snow into ice? Sure, the power was real, but the drain was massive. I couldn't sustain it. Manipulating snow alone had almost no killing power. So I combined the two. The snow wall was just cover. Building a loose snow wall cost me almost. Hardly took any effort. But hidden inside those snow walls were dozens of ultra-fine, ultra-hard black ice needles I'd stashed away, barely thicker than a pinhead. Low cost, huge payoff, and terrifyingly hard, many times tougher than ordinary ice. Snow walls for cover, black needles for the kill. Out here in this endless snowfield, there was no way to guard against it. The middle-aged man glared at me, his face twisted with fury. "Zhang He, Wang Bing, what the hell are you standing around for? Take out the one in the back first. The big oaf'll be easy after that." "Got it." The short, scrawny man clawed his way out of the snow. Humiliated by his earlier fall, his face flushed crimson as he gripped his dagger and charged again. I smirked and casually scooped up a handful of snow, tossing it at him. "Watch out." The middle-aged man and the muscle type shouted almost in unison. The lesson from moments ago was still fresh. Who knew whether that innocent-looking snow had needles hidden inside? The scrawny man flinched, scrambling backward with both hands shielding his face. The result, just a plain handful of snow, drifting harmlessly across his face and scattering on the wind. "You son of a bitch, you're screwing with me." Enraged, he started to rise. Shirley read the cue perfectly and delivered a fist straight to his face, hammering him back into the snow. Blood sprayed. One of his eyes burst on impact. Grinning, I scooped up another handful of snow and flung it at him. This time, on instinct, he decided not to dodge. It was too damn pathetic. But the middle-aged man shouted again, "Don't get careless. This one could be real." The scrawny man gritted his teeth and chose to dodge after all, stumbling backward. His footing was unsteady now. Clearly, he was badly hurt. And this handful, too, was just plain snow, scattering into the wind. A casual handful of snow, and I'd already gotten this much mileage out of it, at practically zero cost to me. Feints and real strikes, all mixed together. Out here in the snow, I was basically a bug in the system. My ability was solidify, but I didn't need to solidify everything. Just laying in a few real blades among a mountain of fakes was enough to have my enemies quaking in their boots. In less than 30 seconds, 2 of the 3 across from me were wounded. Only the muscle type hadn't bled yet. Brother, I think there's been a misunderstanding." Sprawled on the ground, the middle-aged man had finally lost his nerve. He forced a placating smile between panting breaths. "Oh, a misunderstanding?" I looked at him coolly. "You mean, I hit the wrong guys?" No, we brought this on ourselves." He waved his hands frantically. "We're all survivors here. Why fight to the death? How about we call it even?" "Call it even? You think I'm here to play games with you?" "We can pay you back," he blurted. "We've stockpiled quite a bit these past few days, at least 100 survival coins. All of it, yours as blood money. Just let us live." "Deal." "Oh, blood money." I walked toward him slowly and held out my hand. "Let me see those survival coins first." Of course. He plastered a grin across his face and reached into his coat. But the instant he lowered his head, a cold, cruel smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Shun, look out!" Shirley shouted. I didn't turn around. In that split second when the middle-aged man dipped his head, I flung the fistful of snow I'd been clutching straight into his face. His sneer lasted maybe a second. The next, he was howling, a raw, gut-wrenching scream, clawing at his face like something was flaying him alive. But the more he rubbed, the more the gashes bloomed across his skin. In seconds, his whole face was a red, pulpy mess. What the hell is this? You bastard. You animal." The 4 others nearby went stiff, hair standing on end. I rubbed the bridge of my nose and muttered, "Does it really hurt that much?" Shirley and the 2 others got goosebumps all over again. "Asterisk, you're the one who threw it. And you're asking asterisk them if it hurts?" The 2 swallowed hard and stumbled back several steps. I looked down calmly at the middle-aged man writhing on the ground. This trick was a bit like the black ice needles I'd hidden inside the snow wall before, except this one worked in reverse. The needles were passive. Someone had to break the wall to get skewered. This move, though I called it snow sand, was purely offensive. Using my solidify talent, I compressed snowflakes into hard little pellets, then compressed them again, shrinking them down to less than a millimeter across. During compression, near-invisible ice crystal barbs formed naturally on their surface. Thrown into someone's face, they stung and cut like hell. And the moment the target tried to wipe them off, they'd rip every tiny wound wide open. It was a side effect I'd stumbled onto while compressing ice. Didn't take any fine control at all. The exact moment I loosed the snow sand, the land corpse I'd stashed on the perimeter lunged in and sank its teeth into the back of the muscle-type survivor, mauling him savagely. 3 of the enemies dropped almost simultaneously, sprawled in the snow with no strength to fight back. When they looked at me and Shirley, their eyes held nothing but terror. They scrambled backward on their hands, trembling. And when they looked at the land corpse, they looked like they were staring at a ghost. The rotting thing had stood right in front of them earlier, motionless, blank-eyed, and yet it had picked them out for an ambush. Utterly wrong. I wasn't about to explain. I just stared them down, cold-eyed, murder already stirring inside me. We'd made enemies of each other, and deep. Letting them walk would be planting the seeds of my own future ruin. But not long ago, I'd still been an ordinary city kid, and actually killing another human being. That was a line I wasn't sure I could cross clean. Then I thought about the world we lived in now. No law, no morality, society in pieces. If I couldn't even take a life to save my own, what the hell was I going to protect myself with down the road? I was still weighing it when my brow furrowed, and I glanced back over my shoulder. Footsteps were coming, closing in from behind, and not trying very hard to be quiet. "Who's there?" I called out coldly. Shirley let out a low snort and turned, on guard, toward the sound. Before long, The newcomers came into view. The first was Shueya. She'd been scavenging nearby, heard the commotion, and come to take a look. She'd been hiding off to the side the whole time, and only stepped out and waved once I spoke up. The other two were Zhao Zhongyang and Bai Linin. They walked slowly across the snow, hands raised to show they meant no harm. When they took in the scene on the ground, their faces mixed surprise with admiration. I could guess what they were thinking. The three bodies on the ground were almost certainly awakened talents. 3-on-2 should have favored them, yet Shirley and I had put them down without a scratch. Either the other side was hopelessly stupid, or my talent was seriously strong. And then there was the rotting corpse standing off to the side, obviously under someone's control. That made it even more startling. Zhao Zhongyang sized us up and gave a small nod. His eyes said it all. These two aren't ordinary. I glanced at Shueya but didn't say much, then turned to Zhao Zhongyang. Something we can do for you? We heard the fighting over here and came to check it out. Didn't expect it to be you, Mr. Liu. Zhao Zhongyang smiled. I had no idea you were this strong. And controlling a rotting corpse too? I frowned. I hadn't wanted to reveal the corpse thrall, but now several people had seen it. After a moment's hesitation, I said casually, nothing special. Bought it from the shop. If you're lucky, you can pick one up too. Making the source clear would actually save them from wild speculation and stop them from getting any ideas about me. The origin of the corpse thrall wasn't really a big secret anyway. What I actually needed to hide was my method of using solidify to channel radiation and rapidly boost the corpse thrall's power. Zhao Zhongyang nodded and let the matter drop. Instead, he asked, Mr. Liu, you're strong, and you seem like a decent man. How would you feel about helping me build a settlement, somewhere to shelter survivors? I raised an eyebrow, then glanced at the bundle of willow branches in the corpse thrall's hands. The corner of my mouth twitched. This is about the mutated willow branches, isn't it? Asterisk ahem. Asterisk, Zhao Zhongyang waved a hand. The branches are part of it, sure, but I'm not just talking for the sake of it. A settlement can't run on one man alone. You need people to manage it, and strong fighters to defend it. If you join the leadership, trading becomes a lot easier, and you'd have the settlement backing you up. The benefits should be obvious. He laid it out plainly. No grand promises, no hidden hooks. Every point he made was something I'd already considered. I thought it over, then nodded. If you can really get one built, I don't mind pitching in. But moving in full-time isn't for me. I've got my own shelter and my own plans. We can cooperate, team up against certain threats. That works. That's all I needed to hear. Zhao Zhongyang smiled and held out his hand. We shook briefly, sealing a verbal agreement. How many mutated willow branches would it take to build a settlement? If the number's too high, that's going to be tough, I said. Whether it meant venturing deep into the ruins or heading to the artificial lake to harvest willow branches, both were extremely dangerous. I'm planning to build an underground shelter in a nearby valley, Zhao Zhongyang said. All 6 surfaces, top, bottom, front, back, left, and right, need soil mixed with sap from the mutated willow branches. Like I said before, a conservative estimate is about half a kilo for every 20 square meters. I nodded. Even counting the 4 walls and the ceiling, nearly 100 square meters total, it'd only take half a kilo. That really wasn't much. It's not about juicing them. You boil the branches down, extract the essence, then dilute it into the soil. That's why you don't need much, he added. But harvesting the branches isn't easy. Picking them straight off the tree is dangerous. It's best to dig through the snow around the willows for the withered branches buried underneath. Dig them out of the snow? I scratched my head. What's wrong? Isn't that how you got yours? Zhao Zhongyang paused, his eyes falling on the bundle of intact willow branches in the corpse puppet's hand. The corner of his mouth twitched. You seriously just ripped them off the tree? Officer Zhao, you didn't exactly mention it beforehand. He rubbed his nose. Fair enough, I didn't say. Either way, getting them is what matters. I gave him a long, hard look. This guy wasn't playing straight. He almost certainly knew how dangerous the artificial lake was, and knew you couldn't just tear the branches off, but deliberately kept his mouth shut. He probably wanted someone else to use the fastest, most reckless method to gather them, so if things went south, he'd be in the clear. It was only now, seeing that I had real capability and wanting to win me over, that he came clean. My guard went up a few notches. In the apocalypse, there was no absolute good or evil. Everyone had their own angle, and one slip and you'd be played. If I'd gone off on my own to harvest those branches without thinking, I might already be dead. You couldn't blame anyone else for that kind of thing. You just had to stay sharp. So you dig in the snow near the artificial lake? I asked. You don't need to get close to the lake. 100 meters out is fine. There are plenty of nearly rotted, dried-up, mutated willow branches there. Way safer. Got it. I nodded. Zhao Zhongyang checked the time. Can't chat much longer. There's still time to gather more, so I'll get back to it. You do your thing. All right. Watching the two of them disappear into the wind and snow again, I turned my attention back to the three on the ground. They hadn't completely lost the ability to move, but with Shirley and the corpse puppet watching them, they didn't dare so much as twitch. The moment I looked their way, their eyes filled with terror. The middle-aged man scrambled to his knees. Big brother, spare us. We just saw this zombie was something special and wanted to grab its backpack. We really weren't trying to cross you guys. Shirley, take care of them. I cut him off, 3 words, as I drew the spear in my hand. The middle-aged man knew he was out of options. His face contorted, and he suddenly lunged to scramble up and fight back. You're really trying to push us to our deaths? Then you can go die first. I reacted fast, used my talent to freeze a chunk of ice on the ground, locking his feet in place. Shirley followed up instantly, smashing a rock into his forehead. Blood burst from the wound. I gritted my teeth and, without hesitation, drove my spear in two. The moment the iron spearhead sank into flesh, a life ended. I could feel my heart pounding like it was about to leap out of my chest, and my stomach churned. Killing for the first time, I couldn't get used to it, but I forced the nausea back down through sheer will. The other two, we finished off the same way. I wasn't interested in gambling on whether they'd turn over a new leaf. Cutting it clean was safer. The 3 bodies were quickly buried under the wind and snow, swallowed into the endless white without a trace. I felt a mess of emotions. Maybe beneath this stretch of snow, countless other bodies lay hidden. Killings like this were probably happening every day. Survivors running into survivors didn't mean safety, didn't mean they'd help each other. More often, it meant conflict and bloodshed driven by greed. At that moment, it suddenly hit me. Building a settlement with laws, order, and morals might actually be a good thing. I sighed, pushed the thoughts aside, and pulled out my electronic alarm clock to check the time. 60 minutes left before the exploration window closed. Save 40 for the trip back, and I still had 20 minutes to gather more. I looked at Shirley and Shueya. Keep collecting supplies. The two of them turned and headed into different buildings. I took the backpack off the land corpse, pulled the willow branches out, then strapped the pack back on it. I wanted to dig up another batch of willow branches in these last 20 minutes. This time I didn't dare go too close to the artificial lake. I sent the land corpse deep into Jingning town with the iron pickaxe, stopping about 100 meters from the lake to start digging. I couldn't see exactly what was happening from where I was, but I wasn't too worried. I turned back to the buildings to scavenge for resources. Jingning town really did have more stockpiled than Teeling town. Some buildings hadn't even been picked over yet. I grabbed pretty much everything: food, seasonings, warm clothing, pots and pans, all of it packed away. The only things I passed on were spring and summer clothes. They wouldn't keep anyone warm, and I'd already dug up dozens of crates of clothes from the train wreckage. No shortage there. What I valued most was food that could keep long-term and pack a lot of energy. Most of the snacks had expired and rotted, but there were some pleasant surprises. In one cupboard, I found 8 bags of salt, 4 pounds of white sugar, and 6 jars of honey. In the apocalypse, these were hard currency. White sugar has an incredible calorie count. A person can survive at most 3 days without food or water, 7 to 10 days with just water, but stir some white sugar into that water and they can hold on for at least 20 days. 100 grams of white sugar equals 2 big bowls of rice. Mix it into other food, and it adds flavor while staving off hunger. Honey has an even higher sugar content, and its shelf life beats both sugar and salt. That single cabinet alone was worth more than everything else combined. Shirley, on the other hand, was frustrated. He'd searched several rooms and turned up some food, but nothing as good as white sugar. What really got to him was that he'd found a huge vat of rice and another of flour. Thought he'd hit the jackpot, only to discover the rice was nothing but insect carcasses, gnawed clean, and the flour was the same. A batch of corn in the warehouse was riddled with wormholes too. All of it ruined. That drove the point home for me. After so many years, a lot of the supplies buried in these ruins were beyond salvaging. Scavenging wasn't a reliable long-term plan. Sooner or later, everything would be picked clean. If we wanted to survive for the long haul, we had to develop farming, learn to hunt, and figure out which wild plants were edible. We had to carve a living out of nature itself. I searched a while longer and, at nearly 40 minutes in, called it quits and got ready to head back. After saying goodbye to Shueya, I made my way toward the shelter with Lu Shi and Shirley. By the time we got back to the train car in the wreckage, it was pitch black outside. Can't see your hand in front of your face dark, and the howling wind was enough to put your nerves on edge. Only once we'd lit the fireplace did we feel a little safer. Shirley didn't head straight to his own car. He came to mine first so we could take stock and split up the haul. It really had been a productive run, and the loot fell into roughly 4 categories: food, seasonings, everyday supplies, and mutant willow branches. There was plenty of food. Aside from my white sugar, salt, and honey, Shirley had turned up about 30 pounds of corn that hadn't been touched by bugs, plus 2 thick cakes of tea, dried, low in moisture, good for long storage, and fragrant to boot. Neither of us knew much about tea, though, so we couldn't say what kind it was. Tea, like coffee, liquor, and tobacco, was a luxury item, something to fight off fatigue and add a little quality to life. And down the road, we could always trade it to survivors with more refined tastes. What made us happiest, though, was the 5 or 6 bundles of glass noodles Shirley had found, more than a dozen pounds of them. Glass noodles don't normally keep for long, but since these had stayed dry and been sitting in sub-zero temperatures for years, they hadn't spoiled and the bugs hadn't gotten to them either. They'd keep for a long time yet. Easily one of the biggest wins of the trip. The seasonings we brought back were mainly salt and MSG. Not a lot, but enough to get by. For household goods, we'd added a few iron bowls and an iron pot for cooking. The most important and unusual haul, though, was the mutant willow branches. I hefted them in my hand. The batch I'd forced myself to pick straight off the tree came to about 6 or 7 pounds. Heavy, plump, brimming with sap. What Lu Shi had dug out of the snow, given the time crunch, was only around a pound, still crusted with ice and a bit shriveled. Middling quality at best. I couldn't help but reflect, fortune favors the bold. Picking straight from the tree, you could grab a huge handful in minutes. Good quantity, good quality, but you had to face the dangers of the artificial lake. Digging through the snow, you could work for ages and only come up with a little and lower grade stuff at that. Each had its trade-offs. You had to weigh them for yourself. Everything except the willow branches was split evenly, and only then did Shirley head back to his own car. Before leaving, though, he raised a question about the shelter. The drawbacks of a train car. The problems were already showing, and the biggest one was staying warm. I wasn't too badly off, personally. There was a fireplace in my train car, and at night I could tuck my feet into the snow cat's belly for warmth. Shirley didn't have it so easy. With no fireplace, all he could do was build a fire pit. But lighting a fire inside a train car meant the smoke had nowhere to go, so he'd been forced to break out a small pane of glass to vent it. The result was a car that was miserably cold and a constant fire hazard on top of it. So as safe as a train car shelter looked, it had plenty of drawbacks. The cars were tough enough defensively, sure, but heating and using open flame were both real problems. I filed the thought away. As soon as I got the chance, I'd dig a new underground shelter beneath the cars. Especially now that I had mutant willow branches, there was a lot more I could pull off. Just as I was thinking it over, the survival radio tucked against my chest chimed, a message from Bai Lin, along with a friend request from Zhao Zhongyang. Mr. Liu, Officer Zhao wants to talk to you about setting up the settlement. I sent back an okay and accepted the request. Zhao Zhongyang was a straightforward guy, no small talk. Mr. Liu, good to meet you. I'm planning another meetup tomorrow at the same canyon we were at today. Bring the mutant willow branches with you, and we'll all sit down and hash out how to build the settlement, mainly location and scale. No problem. As long as I've got enough time outside, I can make it. Truthfully, I could have kept all those willow branches for myself and built a private shelter. But once I thought it through, I decided the settlement was worth investing in. If I could get in as a founding stakeholder, I'd stand to gain a lot once the place took off. As for a private shelter, I could always harvest more willow branches later, and the train car would do for now. Roughly how many branches did you manage to get? If it's not enough, I'll need to go back in tomorrow. About 5 pounds. Should be enough for a small shelter. I wasn't planning to bring the whole stash. To avoid drawing attention, I'd hide a portion away. That much. Zhao Zhongyang sounded surprised, then caught on. Right, you climbed straight up the tree and picked them, so it was a lot faster. But that's way too dangerous. Try to avoid doing that next time. My face darkened. If you'd said something earlier, don't you think I would have avoided it? I couldn't be bothered to reply and set the radio aside. Settlement talk could wait until tomorrow. Right now, I needed to deal with dinner and get some work done. Dinner was a lousy corn cake with pickles, washed down with hot water. Conditions being what they were, the priority was just getting full. An occasional pack of instant noodles for a bit of grease already counted as a luxury. After eating came the daily routine: planting corn, making ice bricks, chopping firewood, and stockpiling wood. The ice bricks were for expanding and reinforcing the shelter. I'd been using a mold to churn out uniform blocks in advance, stockpiling them, so I could just shove them into place when the time came to build. My plan was to encase every train car in an ice brick fortress, then link the fortresses together. That way the shelter would really open up. Wood, meanwhile, got burned through by the ton every single day. It was an absolute must-have in the apocalypse. Run out, and you were done for. I needed to stockpile as much as I could. Both ice bricks and firewood were just a matter of putting in the time, not hard. The real headache was farming. That was a whole new challenge, high demands, and it drained my energy. For starters, the suitcase with the corn had to stay inside the range of the independent shelter core at all times to keep the radiation from killing the seedlings. Second, I had to water and fertilize it on a strict schedule every day. And finally, I had to plan for the worst. If the corn didn't take, I'd need to switch to another crop. Because the logic was simple, the food left behind by the last civilization out there in the ruins wasn't going to feed me forever. If I wanted to survive, I had to find a new way forward. I just hadn't found it yet. Once I'd finished my chores, I stuffed Lou Corpse back into the freezer to power him up. After what happened today, I was more convinced than ever that Lou Corpse was useful. In a world crawling with rotting undead, having a walking corpse on your side could be a lifesaver when things got hairy. I used the last of my talent energy to funnel the power of 2 radiation cores into Lou Corpse's mind and help him absorb them. The change was noticeably smaller than yesterday, though. Yesterday he'd been level 1, so a level 1 core boosted him fast. Now that he was level 2, a level 1 core didn't do as much. But little by little, it would add up. I was stretching, about to head back to the train car to sleep, when I spotted Snow Cat waddling out, fluffy as ever. Ever since this guy had moved in with me, he'd gotten lazier and lazier. Aside from tagging along when I chopped wood, he mostly just curled up by the fire. I'd thought about butchering him more than a few times. Eat the meat, skin him for clothes. But one look at those innocent eyes, plus the way he warmed my feet at night, and I could never bring myself to do it. Today was different. He'd come outside on his own, wandered over to a corner of the fortress, and started digging in the snow. Before long, he'd pawed out a little pit. I leaned in for a look and my eyes went wide. Are those animal carcasses? 2 bodies lay in the pit, a rabbit and a bird as yellow as a dried leaf. There was blood on the snow, the wounds still fresh. They'd been killed not long ago. I stared at Snow Cat, floored. You went hunting? Snow Cat just sat there, scratched his head with a hind leg, gave his whiskers a flick, and locked eyes with me full of arrogance. I laughed. After all these days I had his habits down pat. This was his "I want meat" look. Normally he'd stare at the canned beef with those same eyes, but I wasn't about to hand over strategic supplies like that. Apparently the guy had gone out and hunted for himself. Made sense, really. At 40-some pounds, Snow Cat qualified as a large feline. And out in the wild, he was a hell of a hunter. Before he'd moved in with me, he'd survived out there alone long enough to get this big. He had to be seriously skilled. I rubbed his head, then pulled the carcasses out and hefted them. The rabbit was 5 or 6 pounds, the leaf-yellow bird about half a pound. In an apocalypse where even the basics were hard to come by, meat was a rare luxury. I took the 2. I hauled the corpse back to the train car and pulled out the other dead leaf bird from the fridge, the one the Snow Cat had caught last time, which I hadn't been able to bring myself to eat. The moment the Snow Cat spotted it, its eyes lit up. It bounded back into the car and wrapped itself around my leg. I'd never seen it this worked up before. Clearly, it was sick to death of corn cakes and desperate for something with a little grease to it. I set all 3 frozen carcasses next to the fireplace to thaw, so I could pluck and bleed them properly. The rabbit came first. It was a mid-sized snow hare, grayish-white, with a nice round belly. Clearly, it had been eating well. I planned to peel the pelt off in one piece and turn it into something warm. Fur straight from nature beats regular clothing for insulation, hands down. After carefully peeling off the entire hide, I started butchering. It took me nearly 50 minutes to break the rabbit down into 5 parts: meat, bones, head, organs, and pelt. The meat and organs were both good resources, but I wasn't going to eat them today. I tossed them into the fridge to stockpile. The bones and head I kept for soup. The 2 deadleaf birds were much smaller. Once plucked, there wasn't much left besides a bit of meat and some tiny bones, maybe 7 or 8 ounces total. I grabbed a pot, scrubbed it clean, filled it with water, and set it on the fireplace. Once it came to a boil, I chopped up the rabbit bones, the head, and the bird's meat and bones, and dropped everything into simmer. Steam curled up, and the smell of cooking meat flooded the train car. The snow cat was practically spinning in circles from hunger. I seasoned it with salt and MSG, and the flavor jumped up instantly. After a few hours of simmering, the broth turned milky white, with a glossy layer of fat on top. Even though I'd just eaten dinner, I couldn't help drooling at the sight of it. Honestly, cooking up soup after dinner wasn't just to reward the snow cat. More than that, it was to load my body up with fat and grease, build up reserves, and replenish the trace nutrients I'd been missing, get myself into better shape overall. The snow cat had earned it, and I wasn't going to be stingy. I fished out both birds' worth of meat, ladled out a generous bowl of broth, and set it all in her own wooden bowl. She dove in without hesitation. I gnawed on the rabbit head and sipped the broth myself. Remembering that Shirley was still freezing next door, I packed him a bowl and brought it over. The moment he saw that oily meat broth, his eyes welled up. But the second he stepped outside with it, the whole thing froze into a solid chunk of ice, and he had to bring it back in to reheat. I tried offering some to the land zombie too, but it wasn't interested, so I gave up. 1 pot of soup, split between 2 people and a cat, gone. I wasn't full, exactly, but my body was warm and my mood had lifted. That night, I put more force into skewering the rotters, slept better, and drifted off fast. When I woke the next morning, my strength had come back. The faint glow of the fireplace flickered against the pitch-black train car. The snow cat was curled up at my feet, her thick fur wrapping them in warmth. Had to be a solid 90 degrees under there. Saving this cat was one of the best decisions I'd ever made. She could hunt and bring in meat, and she doubled as a foot warmer. Honestly, the perfect apocalypse pet. Once I got up, I cleared out the zombies around the fortress and collected the radiation cores before the snow could bury them. 12 today, all level 1, about average. I tossed them all into the land zombies' fridge. Looking at that fridge, packed full of cores, Then a thought hit me. Could I channel the radiation from one tier 1 core into another, concentrating it, upgrading its quality? The more I thought about it, the more workable it seemed. Channeling core energy straight into the land corpse's mind was a pain, because it still had to actively absorb it. But shifting energy between 2 cores was just relocation. Should be a lot easier. I tried it right away. Took out 2 cores and used my condensed talent to draw the energy across and press it into the other. It went smoother than expected. The 2 streams of radiation didn't repel each other at all and merged in no time. I could clearly feel that core's energy grow denser, its quality tick up. Then I channeled in a third. This one was harder. Space was running out, and cramming in more took real effort. The first had filled the void. The second was compressing density. After 3 cores worth of energy had gone in, the stone was visibly darker, looking more and more like a tier 2 core. Something clicked in my head. Maybe I really could brute force a tier 2 core through constant compression. And if I fed higher quality energy to the land corpse, wouldn't that let it level up fast too? The more I thought about it, the more excited I got, and I kept compressing and channeling. There was a limit, though. By the time it held the equivalent of 5 cores worth of energy, it was infinitely close to tier 2, just shy of some final trigger. I put it in the fridge. The radiation coming off it was far thicker than any of the others. When the land corpse absorbed the energy, the rotten flesh on its body actually quivered as it drank it in like mad. That confirmed it for me. Higher quality radiation really did give rotting corpses a bigger boost. But it wasn't a day for too many experiments. I had to head out that afternoon, so I needed to save some talent energy. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I geared up and checked the weather. Weather. Temperature, minus 18.6 degrees Celsius. Climate, moderate snow, force 9 wind. Radiation, moderate, over 126 minutes outdoors today will let radiation penetrate the body. Levels will continue rising after nightfall. Emergency alert. A severe blizzard is expected in roughly 2 to 3 days. Temperatures will plunge, winds will exceed force 15, and radiation will spike sharply. Please prepare accordingly. The weather was manageable, but the blizzard had crept another step closer, and that tightened something in my chest. The plan stayed the same. I hauled the snowcat out and cut a little door for it at the base of the ice wall, so it wouldn't have to dig a tunnel every single day. It looked a bit reluctant, but eventually slunk out into the snow. I have to admit, when it comes to traveling through snow, the snowcat, a true native, had a much more scientific approach than a human. It plunged headfirst into a snowbank and burrowed forward, gone in a blink. The method had all sorts of perks. It was stealthy, hard for either predators or prey to spot. It was fast, at full speed, at least 5 or 6 times my pace, and the snow layer insulated it. So between that and its thick fur, its body temperature stayed steady, saving energy. A shame humans couldn't pull it off. Once the snowcat was out of sight, I met up with Shirley and set off for Jingning Town, the land corps trailing behind us as backup. Today's plan. It was simple. Agree on the location and scale of the settlement, and if there was time, head into town to gather more supplies and willow branches. Before long, we arrived at the same valley as yesterday. From a distance, I could see Zhao Zhongyang and Bai Linen already waiting. They lived closer to Jingning Town. Mr. Liu, always the most punctual. Zhao Zhongyang greeted me with a smile. Setting up a settlement is a big deal. Of course, I hurried over. I appreciate that. He looked pleased. I asked, about how many people are coming today? No more than 5. I frowned. That few. Not many people went into the town center yesterday to dig up willow branches to begin with. But it'll be enough. He said it calmly. Maybe his plan had always been to rely on just a handful of people to gather enough willow branches. The real point was to spread word about the settlement and draw in more survivors. Besides, a single settlement wasn't suited to having too many leaders either. A few minutes later, someone approached, but it was an unfamiliar face. About 1.75 meters tall, bundled up, so only his eyes showed. A young man. Hello, Officer Zhao. His voice was clear and bright. He nodded to me as well. Zhao Zhongyang smiled. I saw you yesterday. You were digging willow branches about 50 meters from me. Weren't you with 2 others? That's right. They had other things to do today, so they sent me. I gave him a long look. It was obvious. He and his companions had already formed a small settlement of 3 to 5 people, with clear division of labor, and they had what it took to survive in the apocalypse. That also made me realize why other lone survivors couldn't make it. Even if they'd managed to collect willow branches yesterday, it was hard to head out 2 days in a row. They still had to scramble to stay alive. Most people only had 2 essential supplies to worry about: food and firewood. Plenty of them didn't own an iron axe and had to chop wood the crude, primitive way, painfully slow. Head out to explore one day, and the next day you had no choice but to stay home chopping wood. There simply wasn't any spare time. For people just barely scraping by at the subsistence line, free time was a luxury. A huge portion of them hadn't even upgraded their shelters yet, no independent sanctuary core, and were just gritting their teeth through the hardest stretch. So the ones who could make it today were, more or less, all people with real strength and solid survival skills. After some conversation, I learned the young man was called Zhang Shua, 29 years old, also awakened with a talent, cheerful and straightforward by nature. We exchanged contact info to make future trades easier. A few more minutes passed, and 2 more groups trickled in. One was a lone survivor, one of the 10 from the valley yesterday. Short, with a hoarse, aged voice, an older middle-aged man named Wang Haishan. He could survive on his own, had gathered willow branches yesterday, and still had time to come today. His abilities had to be considerable. The other group was a duo, 2 male survivors, both in their 30s, sticking together to make it through. The elder one, who took the lead, was called Hu Linyu. The younger one was Qin Lu. Looks like this is all of Quite a turnout, Zhao Zhongyang said with a smile. There were 5 groups on site altogether. Only 3 of us, him, me, and the old man Wang Haishan, had been at yesterday's 10-person gathering. The other 2 groups had heard the news from elsewhere and made the trip to Jingning Town specifically to collect mutated willow branches. Zhao Zhongyang wasted no time getting to the point. The reason I've gathered everyone is that I'd like to pool the mutated willow branches we've got and build a settlement. What do you all think? Since we've come this far, we'll follow your lead, Officer Zhao, Zhang Shua said with a grin. Wang Haishan grinned too. Building a settlement's a good thing. If it can be done, of course we'll back it. Zhao Zhongyang let out a breath. Thank you. There are a few things we need to hash out. First, we need to see how many branches everyone's got in hand before we can decide how big the settlement can be. He pulled out a cloth bundle first. Inside were willow branches he'd dug out of the snow, and it looked like a decent haul. I've got 3.5 pounds here. What about the rest of you? I was a bit surprised. He and Bai Linin had dug up 3.5 pounds in a single day between them. Their experience clearly showed. Wang Haishan took a handful out of his bamboo basket. Not much on my end. Just over a pound. Something's off about that man-made lake, so I didn't dare get too close. Everyone nodded. Anyone who'd managed to collect branches and still had the nerve to stand here and talk it over had picked up on the lake's strangeness to some degree. Survivors of the apocalypse had a keen sense for hidden threats like that. Yeah, good thing I asked Officer Zhao about the collection method beforehand. Zhang Shua pulled out a handful of frost-covered branches. Just under 3 pounds. Hu Linyu also took out a bundle. Only a bit more than a pound. It looked like the 2 of them had spent a lot of their time scavenging other supplies. Finally, everyone's eyes turned to Shirley and me. Without a word, I pulled a large bundle out of my backpack and handed it to Zhao Zhongyang. About 5 pounds here. The looks in everyone's eyes shifted, a mix of surprise and wariness. In the apocalypse, gathering ability was a measure of a person's worth. On top of that, Shirley stood nearly 2 meters tall, built like a small mountain. One look and you knew he wasn't someone to mess with. Mr. Liu, quite a set of skills, Zhao Zhongyang said admiringly. I gave a faint smile. Just luck. That thing in the man-made lake nearly spotted me. Hu Linyu asked, Officer Zhao, do you know what's in the lake? Zhao Zhongyang shook his head. No idea. I only caught its outline, but whatever it is, it's definitely huge. Everyone nodded, each drawing their own conclusions. Time was tight, so no one dwelled on the lake. Zhao Zhongyang moved on. Second, the location and size of the settlement. He finished tallying up the branches. We've got 13.5 pounds total. If we build it 3 meters high with all 6 surfaces coated in sap. I did the math in my head. At 20 square meters per pound, 13. A pound and a half should be enough to cover about 500 square meters. Zhao Zhongyang did a quick calculation and nodded. Right, roughly 500 square meters. What does everyone think? Wang Haishan frowned. For a mid to large settlement, isn't 500 square meters a bit small? Hu Linyu chimed in as well. Public areas alone take up at least a third. The management needs their own space, and then there's private housing on top of that. I'm afraid it won't be enough. Zhao Zhongyang had anticipated this. Then what do you all suggest? Should we collect another batch of branches and wait until we have enough before building? I thought it over and spoke up. 500 square meters isn't actually unworkable. Oh, Mr. Liu, you have an idea? What we're building is an underground settlement. Blindly expanding the footprint isn't necessarily a good thing. Underground terrain is complex, and if the area is too large, localized collapse becomes a risk. Living there would actually be dangerous. Around 500 square meters is honestly the most suitable and the safest. Wang Haishan cut in. Fair point. But how do we expand from 500 square meters down the line? I'd say we need at least 1,000. I shook my head. If it turns out to be too small, we can just expand later. And rather than sprawling out on a single level, why not add more floors? 500 square meters per level. 2 levels makes 1,000, and it saves on branches too. Everyone's eyes lit up. They'd been so fixated on horizontal expansion that they'd forgotten adding levels downward could achieve the same increase in floor space, and with less risk. Wang Haishan said nothing more. Zhao Zhongyang seized the moment to make the call. Then we'll go with Mr. Liu's suggestion. We start with 500 square meters. No objections here. Works for me. Sooner the better. 500 it is. And the location? Any thoughts? Hu Linyu smiled. Officer Zhao has been planning this for a while now. I'd bet he already has something in mind. Zhao Zhongyang chuckled. For the sake of easy expansion and resource exploration, I think somewhere around Jingning Town would be a good choice. I nodded. Jingning Town was the largest town ruin in the area, and plenty of its buildings had yet to be explored. But Zhao Zhongyang picking this spot clearly had a bigger reason behind it. Bai Linin pulled out an old map and spread it out on the ground. The wind whipped at it noisily, so the group simply retreated into a house on the outskirts of the town to continue their discussion. Seeing the complete map, I was pleasantly surprised too. I tried to sketch out a map of the surrounding area using intel from the survival radio, but had never quite pulled it off. I only knew the relative positions of Tiling Town and Jingning Town. Bai Linin pointed at the map. We're currently in Jingning Town, one of the larger towns in the region. But 8 kilometers to the west, there's a large city ruin. Chances are, this area used to be its suburbs. The others were taken aback and leaned in for a closer look. Sure enough, the map showed a dense web of transportation lines and sprawling clusters of buildings. Unmistakably a once thriving metropolis, now most likely reduced to ruins. I understood now. This was a route map centered on that city, and the city had to be at least a second-tier one. To the east, the map was dotted with small towns. Those were the ruins everyone had been exploring, and most of the survivors were scattered near them. So far, no one had claimed to find an actual city. Every discussion revolved around ruined towns. East of Jingning Town, though, stretched an unbroken expanse of forest and mountains, pure wilderness. I noticed a railway line coming out of the mountains. The train ruins had to be somewhere along that line. Follow the tracks, and we'd probably find them. Looked at that way, the train ruins were in a great spot. Not far from the city to the west, and deep into the mountains and forests to the east, plenty of room to grow. The wilderness meant danger, sure, but it also meant a huge pool of resources. Bai Linin and Zhao Zhongyang had come to the same conclusion I had. Bai Linin went on. Long term, Jingning Town alone can't sustain a settlement. There are 2 ways to bring in resources. 1, the city ruins 8 kilometers to the west. Supplies and food have got to be plentiful there. It's out of reach for now, but that won't always be the case. 2, the mountains and forests to the east. Timber, mutated food sources, wild game. Just as dangerous, but it's a way to survive. The city is almost certainly crawling with hordes of walkers, so exploring it will be tough. That's why we need to keep our eyes on both ends. Everyone nodded. The city was one path, the wilderness another, and Jingning Town sat right in between, able to push out or fall back as needed. Yeah, Jingning Town really is well positioned, said Wang Haishan. And none of us live far from it, so it's convenient for everybody. Hu Linyu agreed. Zhao Zhongyang made the call. The location's settled, then. My plan is to build about 800 meters northeast of Jingning Town. There's a valley there, flat ground, and pretty well hidden. How's that sound? Everyone nodded their agreement. Good. That just leaves one last thing, the one everybody cares most about. How we split the profits. At those 4 words, every pair of eyes lit up. Nobody had put in all this time and effort out of charity. Zhao Zhongyang said, the take breaks into 2 parts, land and survival coins, divvied up according to each person's contribution. The land means plots inside the settlement itself, split between a trade district and a residential district. Take your pick. 1 caddy of branches for 10 square meters. Sound fair? The others exchanged glances, thought it over, and finally nodded. 13.5 caddies came out to 135 square meters, a sizable chunk of the whole settlement. Ask for much more than that, and there'd be nothing left to run a settlement with. Shirley and I had 5 caddies, good for 50 square meters. Whether we lived on it or resold it, it was a solid deal. The rest of the land we rent or sell to other survivors, which should bring in a hefty pile of survival coins. Zhao Zhongyang continued. My idea is that 40% of that money goes to the settlement's day-to-day operations, 40% to expansion and construction, and the last 20% gets split among us, the original founders. How's that? The others frowned. Wang Haishan was the first to speak. Operations already take 40%. That's a lot. Expansion taking another 40? Isn't that too heavy? Zhao Zhongyang shook his head, his tone suddenly firm. Operations is internal, management, market oversight. Just getting it off the ground takes serious money. Expansion is external, building defenses, scouting resources, fending off rotters and hostile forces. They're two completely different things. One inside, one outside, 80% total. I actually think that's the bare minimum, and I don't recommend changing it. His attitude caught everyone off guard. Zhao Zhongyang was normally soft-spoken, but the moment the conversation turned to the nuts and bolts of running the settlement, he wouldn't budge an inch. The others tried to talk him down, but in the end they couldn't sway him and had to go along with it. At those proportions, my final share would come out to around 7%, no small piece. And with this arrangement, the few of us essentially became shareholders in the settlement. Sink or swim together, all of us lashed to the same boat. I had to hand it to him. With nothing more than talk, Zhao Zhongyang had pulled together a group of survivors, framed out the skeleton of a settlement, and bound a circle of capable people into a shared stake. That kind of maneuvering was well beyond the average person. Whether this boat could actually set sail, though, that came down to the captain. As the discussion wound down, I frowned and spoke up. By the way, Officer Zhao, isn't there one crucial piece we haven't talked about? The room paused. All eyes turned to him. Zhao Zhongyang gave a calm smile. You mean excavating and building the settlement itself? Leave that to me. By yourself? I asked, surprised. I've got a few survivors under me to help, but I'll be handling most of it. I assume you've all awakened your talents by now. Mine has to do with soil. The others exchanged looks of understanding tinged with surprise. A soil-related talent was rarer and more mysterious than the run-of-the-mill physical enhancement type. It seemed this Officer Zhao was sitting on more than a few secrets. Since he didn't volunteer more, none of us pressed him. I'll be breaking ground in the chosen area over the next while. Anyone with time is welcome to come help or supervise. We trust your character, Officer Zhao. I'll drop by when I can. With everything settled, the group scattered. Survival was every bit as pressing, and each of us had our own scouting or scavenging to get to. Time was tight all around. I checked the time. Still early. So I took Shirley into Jingming Town to explore. Same division of labor as yesterday. Shirley gathered supplies while I steered a land zombie toward the man-made lake to collect branches. Near the wreckage of the train, I was also planning to build another underground shelter, one set well away from the train cars. A cunning rabbit keeps 3 burrows. As good as the train car was, I needed backup options in case something went wrong. I maneuvered the land zombie close to the lake, digging scattered branches out of the snow. Slow work, but safe. After watching for a while to confirm there was no danger, I left the attic and went to search other buildings for supplies, sticking to the outer edges and not daring to venture deep. Before long, in the distance I saw, a figure was heading straight for the building we'd just searched. There were other survivors around, so I hadn't bothered covering our tracks. Whoever it was almost certainly knew someone was inside, and they were coming anyway. When someone approaches knowing full well that people are there, it's usually one of two things. They want to talk business, or they want trouble. As he got closer, I recognized him. Yu, from earlier. He'd had a companion with him before, but now he was alone. That got my attention. Nobody looking for a fight comes solo. So it had to be business. Mr. Liu, do you have a minute? His tone was calm, measured. Sure. I gestured for him to come in. What brings you by? Yu unwound the cloth wrapped around his face, revealing a man of about 35. Mr. Liu, I'd like to make a deal with you. I came in good faith. A deal? I was caught off guard. I wasn't selling anything, and I certainly hadn't been advertising. He pointed at the tool tucked into my belt. Then it clicked. He wanted to buy tools. Still, I was curious. Mr. Hu, what makes you so sure I'd sell them? These things are worth a fortune at the end of the world. I need them myself. I'd never let on that I could make tools, so I couldn't help wondering how he'd figured it out. Yu smiled. No need to play coy, Mr. Liu. I put a few pieces together. That's what gave me the nerve to come find you. Let's hear it. First, your tools are too new. I've met plenty of survivors, and I've scavenged tools from the ruins myself. They're all worn out, practically falling apart. Second, the material in that weapon of yours, it's low grade. Nobody in their right mind would use iron like that to make tools. A wry smile tugged at the corner of my mouth. I'd noticed those two things myself and had gone out of my way to hide them. The axe, for instance, was so new I kept it wrapped in cloth and only took it out when I needed it. And still he'd seen right through me. The man in front of me had a sharp eye. He was no ordinary survivor. The tool I'd made was forged from sheet iron, decent quality at best, and not pressed tightly enough. Only someone with real experience would catch it. Since he'd already seen through the act, there was no point hiding it anymore. I won't lie to you. I can make tools. But it costs me. I understand, Hulin, you said earnestly. I know how important tools are, and how hard they are to make. I won't shortchange you on price. He thought for a moment. I'd like 2 axes and 2 picks. I'll pay in survival coins, 30 per tool. How's that sound? 120 survival coins for 4 tools. I'd be coming out ahead. But I shook my head. I don't want survival coins. I want staples, fresh produce, or anything with a long shelf life. He frowned. Mr. Liu, that's asking a lot. Food is tight for everyone. Trading food for tools is out of the question. Even if I agreed, my people wouldn't. If you've got food, though, we'd pay top dollar for it. Seeing how firm he was, I could only smile bitterly. Food was priority number 1 for everyone. In the blizzard apocalypse, hunger, cold, and radiation were the main themes. No one could escape them. I sighed. Then I want radiation cores. 6 tier 1s for 1 tool, or 1 tier 2 for 1 tool. He paused, looking at me with mild surprise. Wanting cores over survival coins meant I wasn't short on money. A survivor like that had to be pretty strong. I've got tier 1 cores, but not 24. Around 13. I'll make up the rest in survival coins. Does that work? Works for me. I nodded. Either way, this deal was a win. Honestly, I'd stopped caring about that scrap iron a while ago. The sheet metal scavenged from apartment buildings was too soft, only good for household use. I had better material on hand. Steel from the train wreckage, especially the support beams. That stuff was so hard, even my talent could barely reshape it through compression. That was the good stuff for making tools. Turning the sheet metal into 4 ordinary tools would be a breeze, and I'd pocket 200 survival coins on top. A great deal. We exchanged contact info and agreed to trade the day after tomorrow. It wasn't until he'd left that I remembered. The system had specifically warned about a massive blizzard coming soon, classified as a major disaster. The weather would be brutal, and the day after tomorrow probably wouldn't work for a normal exchange. But I didn't dwell on it. Trades in the apocalypse always had variables. Worst case, we'd hash it out over the survival radio. I kept scavenging the area, but most of the outer buildings had already been picked clean. After a solid half-hour of digging, all I found was a barrel of homemade bayberry wine in a warehouse. High proof, still drinkable. I hauled the whole thing off without a second thought. Several dozen pounds worth. It'd trade for plenty of resources down the line. When the timing was right, I called Shirley and Lu Shur, and we headed back to the shelter. Once we were back in the train car, the 3 of us tallied up the haul. I'd brought back a barrel of bayberry wine. Lu Shur had a pound plus of mutated willow branches, and Shirley had a whole sack, but not much of it was useful. 1 500 milliliters bottle of cooking oil, 1 bottle of vitamin B, and the rest was all cups, wooden buckets, ladles, and other household junk. I picked through it in disgust. What are you grabbing this trash for? I can make cups and buckets myself, better quality too. Shirley scratched his head. There really wasn't anything else out there. Figured I should bring something back. I shook my head. The only thing in the pile worth anything was that bottle of oil. Even the vitamin B had gone black and moldy, probably inedible. I tossed the junk into another train car and sat down with Shirley to talk business. The 2 of us basically made up a small settlement now, close allies in this end-of-the-world stretch. Any moves going forward, we'd have to decide together. Shinji, the blizzard. It's almost here. We need to prep in advance, right? Shirley looked worried. A blizzard would cut into our scavenging runs, or lock us in entirely. Resources would flow out with nothing coming in, and once we couldn't hold out, that'd be the end. Definitely need to prep, I said. Starting tomorrow, we shouldn't go far. Stockpile more wood, reinforce the shelter. That's what I was thinking. My wood's almost gone. I was taken aback. You didn't stockpile more? I had 2 trees worth. 2 straight days out there, and it's almost used up. I pressed a hand to my forehead. Tomorrow, don't go anywhere. Bring in 4 or 5 trees worth of wood, and expand the ice brick fort while you're at it. Once the blizzard hits, we should try to bunk together to save wood. He nodded in agreement. Even after nightfall, we didn't rest and kept working inside the ice brick fort. Shirley, tall and heavily built, took over brick making, hauling in snow, packing it into the wooden mold, pouring water on top, and letting it freeze. The finished bricks got stacked together in the corner. We planned to add more than another 30 square meters to the fort. First, so we could still work indoors when we couldn't go out, breaking down wood, crafting tools. Second, I needed a patch of ground to dig down and build an underground shelter. Underground shelters were free of radiation, and once you coated the walls with sap boiled from mutated willow branches, they were livable. Most importantly, they were suitable for growing crops. A radiation-free plot that could steadily produce food would be the ultimate insurance in the apocalypse. That was the next big project. For now, I wasn't planning to move. The train car made for pretty good living quarters. Once it was fully dark, the zombies swarmed in as usual. From the initial terror to today's routine indifference, I picked up my iron spear and jabbed out through the slit left in the ice wall. Every night, I reliably pulled in a dozen or so radiation cores, worth about 50 survival coins, basically like collecting a paycheck. That kind of money was beneath me now. I tossed it all into the fridge where Land Corpse was holed up to boost its strength. Shirley didn't even bother heading back to his own place. He hauled his bedding, downy grass, and personal shelter core over to my car and slept the night there. We woke the next day, ate a quick meal, and got right back to making ice bricks. 2 straight days of scavenging had thrown off our pace. Now we had to race the clock. By afternoon, the ice bricks were piled to bursting, spilling out beyond the walls of the fort. When it came time to head out and scavenge, I forced open the small woodshed at the back of the fort again. It was way too cramped and needed to grow. According to the plan, we'd fill every bit of reserved space behind the train car, roughly 35 square meters. Weather: temperature, minus 20.6 degrees Celsius. Climate: moderate to heavy snow, force 9 winds. Radiation: moderate. Today, outdoor exposure exceeding 106 minutes will allow radiation to seep into the body. Levels will continue to climb after nightfall. Urgent alert: a severe blizzard will strike in approximately 1 to 2 days. When it arrives, temperatures will plummet, snowfall will intensify, winds will exceed force 15, radiation will surge, and scavenging time will be a significant drop. Get ready. The temperature had dropped further, the snow was heavier, and outdoor time was cut short by a good margin. The environment was noticeably harsher than the past few days. Stepping out of the fortress, everything outside was a hazy gray. Visibility was terrible, and the heavy snow whipped through the air on the freezing wind. Shirley, expand the fortress the way I taught you. Just stack up the ice bricks. I'm heading out for lumber, I shouted at the top of my lungs. He flashed me an OK sign and started dragging ice bricks out. I gathered up the Land Corpse and the Snow Cat and stepped into the snow. Trees were scattered across the surrounding slopes, clustered 7 or 8 to a bunch, forming dozens of tiny groves. Lumber was plentiful, and the varieties were all different. I picked a cluster of a dozen or so trees, the thickest ones there, about 30 centimeters across and over 4 meters tall. In the apocalypse, that counted as big timber. Most trees elsewhere were short and scrawny, and plenty didn't even have leaves. It took me nearly 20 minutes to chop through the first one, which I handed off to the Land Corpse to haul back. A tree that size was enough to last 3 or 4 days, a solid return on the effort. I felled 3 more in quick succession before I finally stopped, sweat pouring down my face. Not because I didn't want to keep going, but because the axe blade had curled and was about to come off the handle. Efficiency was tanking. Besides, the fortress could only fit 4 logs anyway. I wiped my brow, told the Land Corpse to keep at it, and decided to check out the far side of the slope. I'd spotted another grove over there earlier, also about a dozen trees, but those looked like pines. They might be mutated, and there could be resources worth grabbing. I circled around to the back side of the slope, halfway up, and sure enough, a stand of what looked like pine trees. They were unusually tall, close to 15 meters, but skinny, with trunks only 10 centimeters across. By all logic, trees that tall and thin should have snapped in the howling wind long ago, but they stood rock steady in the blizzard, branches unbent. That alone told me the wood was incredibly hard. Up close, they really did look like pines, dense needles clustered in tight tufts, a vivid deep green, brimming with vitality. A jolt of excitement ran through me. Finding pines in the wild was a real stroke of luck. Incredible material. Pine needles themselves made excellent tinder, and fresh green needles were even edible. You could steep them in water, and they contained all kinds of minerals and amino acids. Pine cones yielded pine nuts as food and also made high-grade fuel for heating. But the most important thing was the pine resin. Sealed inside the trunks, resin could be collected and turned into candles. In the apocalypse, most fireplaces were made of sheet metal, no glass to let the light through, which meant shelters were dim day and night, with cramped visibility. That was a universal problem for every survivor out there. Being able to produce candles would be an incredibly valuable resource. I hurried back to the truck cabin and grabbed a dozen or so plastic bottles and some strips of cloth. Cutting a groove into each pine trunk, I watched resin start oozing out. I used the cloth strips to channel it down into the bottles, then tied the bottles to the trunks with more strips of cloth. I counted them up, 19 pines total, and I tied a bottle to every. I'm collecting the bottles bit by bit. Should be able to save up quite a few. I just hope the blizzard holds off a little longer, so I can gather enough pine resin to make candles before it hits. By the time I finished, it was getting late. I grabbed a big handful of green pine needles and a few dozen pine cones and headed back to the train car. When I got back, Shirley had already finished expanding the fortress. Behind the original structure was now a rectangular space of about 35 square meters, roughly 2.5 meters high, a bit shorter than the train car, but roomy and solid inside. It effectively doubled our living space. Even once the blizzard hit, we'd still have room to work. Not long after we got back, night fell outside. Huge snowflakes hammered down on the fortress like a torrential rain. It looked like the end of the world. Shirley wiped the sweat off his brow and sighed. The weather just keeps getting worse. God knows what it'll be like when the blizzard actually hits. I stared out at the oppressive black night, my heart sinking too. Don't dwell on it. Just stock up on more supplies. The blizzard's coming today or tomorrow. We're running out of time. He nodded. We lit a fire in the newly expanded area and started chopping up the wood. All 4 of the trees we'd cut down today were big ones, so they'd yield plenty of firewood. A single tree could fill nearly half a wall. First, we hacked off the small branches and bundled them up as kindling, then chopped the main trunks into short sections and stacked them neatly. The pile looked full and satisfying, enough to last about a month. That meant we wouldn't have to go out for firewood for the next month. We'd stay warm, and we'd have time freed up for other things. Once the wood was done, we headed back to the train car for dinner. It was more of a feast than usual. The snow cat had gone out today and brought back 2 deadleaf birds. I had no idea where it caught them. By the time it came back, it was already asleep. Meat on the table was a big deal. We could use the extra fat. So dinner was compressed biscuits, dried radish, and meat soup. We plucked the deadleaf birds, chopped them up, and threw them in the pot with salt and a bit of chicken bouillon. The broth turned out rich and savory. The 2 of us and the cat split the meat evenly. The snow cat was our main breadwinner now, reliably bringing home meat. So we had to treat it right if we wanted it working even harder for us going forward. The 2 of us and the cat huddled around the fireplace, sipping hot soup, warmth spreading through us. Shinji, how's the merchandise in your shop been lately? Pretty mediocre. All useless junk. I gnawed on a bone and answered offhandedly. Ugh, same here. Shirley sighed. 3 days of refreshing and not a single thing worth buying. It's driving me crazy. I stayed calm. The shop's just icing on the cake at the end of the day. If we really want to survive, we've got to rely on exploring this world. Yeah, that's true, but I finally scraped together a few hundred survival coins and I can't even spend them. Just save them. Once we've built the settlement, there'll be plenty of places to spend money. Fair enough. He glanced at the snow cat. Shinji, I keep thinking there's something wrong with my luck. Why don't we let this fat cat give it a shot? The snow cat, as if sensing malice. He paused mid-bite and backed away 2 steps. Meow. 10 seconds later, its paw pad was pressed firmly onto the survival radio, and the 3 items began refreshing. Wearing a thoroughly done with this expression, it pulled its paw back and went right on shoveling food into its mouth. When the 3 items appeared, both of us were stunned. Canned yellow peaches times 1, 10 survival coins. Potatoes times 500 G, 20 survival coins. Eggs times 5, 20 survival coins. This chubby cat's got some serious luck. Refreshed nothing but food. Shirley exclaimed. My eyes lit up. And not just any food. Potatoes are filling, easy to grow, and make ideal seed stock. If we do it right, we can keep cultivating them long term. And those eggs, if they're fertilized, we might be able to hatch chicks. I've got a few withered leaf bird eggs incubating in my suitcase right now. In the apocalypse, nothing was more precious than something that could bring long-term development and a stable food supply. A pound of potatoes for just 20 survival coins? I would have bought them at 200. Shirley scratched his head. But I've heard potatoes aren't really suited as a staple. Nutrition's too one-dimensional, and they don't store well. I shot him a sideways glance. One-dimensional nutrition? Then eat something else with them. Don't store well? Ever heard of turning them into starch? You should be grateful there's anything to eat and you're picking. Fair point. He grinned sheepishly. The two of us bought the potatoes and eggs without a moment's hesitation. The potatoes were all the size of ping-pong balls, uniform and good quality. The eggs looked ordinary. No way to tell if they were fertilized without incubating them at a steady 38 degrees Celsius for 5 or 6 days. I tucked the 5 eggs into the suitcase by the fireplace, packed tight with warm clothes, right next to the 4 bird eggs already nestled inside. Trapping live chickens or birds in the wild was way harder than hatching eggs. If any of these took, we'd have a long-term food source. I couldn't help marveling. Snowcat's paws really were something else. They could catch prey and bring good fortune. I still had 1 refresh left, so I scooped up Snowcat's plump body and pressed its paw onto my own survival radio. 3 new items appeared in short order. Ebonwood ×1, 15 survival coins. Description: a special wood mutated by radiation. Absorbs surrounding radiation and stores it internally, with minimal leakage. Flint ×1, 10 survival coins. Condensed spirit serum ×1, 50 survival coins. Description: a precious substance refined from the radiation cores of Tier 2 or higher rotting corpses, with the impure radiation energy stripped away. Safe for human consumption. Ingestion can enhance innate abilities to a certain degree. Holy crap, they're all good stuff. Aside from the flint, I'd never seen either of the other 2 before. My eyes were practically glued to the screen. The flint was a no-brainer. Stockpiling more was always smart, and the price was cheap, so I bought it right away. The ebonwood, though, gave me pause. It could absorb radiation, storing it inside itself, keeping it from leaking out. The effect was a bit like the mutated willow branches. Both could create safe zones, but the underlying principle was the exact opposite. Willow sap repels radiation and pushes it away, while enwood sucks all the surrounding radiation into itself. Even better, enwood could double as a radiation core, and a higher grade one at that. I'd confirmed long ago that dense, high-quality radiation could boost a rotter's strength. Tier 1 radiation cores were limited in supply, but enwood not only stored more and stored it at higher purity, it could also be recycled. It might not be worth much to other people, but I could easily toss it into Land Corpse's freezer to power him up, or leave it in a radiation-heavy zone until it was saturated and then bring it back. The last item made my eyes go wide. *** spirit condensation elixir ***, a beneficial substance refined from Tier 2 or higher radiation cores, safe for direct human consumption, and used to enhance innate talent. Its effect was crude but effective, and it was the highest grade product in the entire shop. I'd known for a while that Tier 2 radiation cores contained a small fraction of matter absorbable by humans. The problem was there was so little of it that no one could extract it, and I certainly didn't dare gulp down a raw core. And now this elixir had actually shown up on the refresh. My luck was ridiculous. I was pretty sure the odds of something like this appearing were vanishingly low. I didn't hesitate. I bought all 3. The enwood was a segment of black wood about 10 centimeters long, roughly as thick as an infant's arm, perfectly ordinary at a glance. But the moment I set it outside the shelter's core, I could clearly feel it drawing radiation toward itself. In no time it had cleared a radiation-free zone about a meter in diameter around it. An even better effect than the willow branches. Pity there was so little of it. The spirit condensation elixir came in a small vial of milky white liquid, no thicker than a finger, giving off a faint fishy odor. "Shinji, this stuff looks kinda sketchy," Shirley said, rubbing his chin. I shot him a glare. "It's extracted from a radiation core. How pretty do you expect it to look?" After a moment's thought, I tipped it back and downed it in one go. At first there was no reaction, just a cold sensation and that sharp, acrid smell unique to radiation. 5 minutes later, my body began to change. My skin grew scalding hot. While over 40 degrees, flushed bright red, and a torrent of energy surged through me. My heartbeat and pulse spiked, and I felt like I had strength I couldn't burn off, like I was about to burst apart. Damn, this stuff kicks hard. I clutched my chest. Even my talent, Solidify, started shifting on its own, beyond my control. This talent wasn't something anyone had given me. It was in my bloodline all along, and had only awakened after the apocalypse arrived. Now, the power buried deep in my genes was being drastically amplified. If it had been a 1 before, it was at least a 3 now, tripled. The change was too violent for me to handle all at once. I gritted through a full 30 minutes of agony before slowly adapting to the expansion. The heat faded, the energy settled, and my body returned to calm. I let out a long breath, feeling out the changes. My Solidify energy had tripled, and both my control and the number of times I could use it had shot up. My physical stats had climbed too, strength, endurance, speed, all across the board, like I'd broken through some kind of ceiling. If I had to put it in terms I understood, it was like going from a Tier 1 rotter to a Tier 2. If rotters came in Tiers 1 through 4, could humans break through the same way? I'd never really thought about it before, but now I was pretty much certain of it. Though probably only for those who'd awakened to talent, and only with the help of rare methods. For the vast majority of survivors, getting stronger was still nearly impossible. Same went for the rotters. The apocalypse had been going for a while now, and if they had a reliable way to level up, the world would already be crawling with Tier 2s and 3s. Instead, the overwhelming majority were still stuck at Tier 1. All they could do was slowly, passively absorb radiation, and their advancement crawled. Lucier had made it to Tier 2 this fast only because I had used my talent to funnel massive amounts of radiation into him. I shook my head and pushed those thoughts aside. For every survivor, the most important thing was never getting stronger. It was staying alive. My body was tougher now, sure, but I still got cold, still got hungry, and I'd still get blown away like a leaf if I walked out into that blizzard. This little bump in power, at best, gave me a bit more confidence facing other people or wild animals. In the face of this world, I was still no bigger than a speck of dust. "Shun, how you feeling?" Shirley was watching me. "Not bad. Big jump in strength." "Good stuff. Glad to hear it. That snowcat's paw really is something." I couldn't agree more. We'd gone days without rolling anything useful from the shop, and then the snowcat pressed its paw down twice, and both rolls came up nothing but top-shelf gear. Looked like it had itself another job going forward. "Shun, it's past 7. Want to keep at it? Or take a break?" Shirley yawned. "I thought about it. We'll sleep later. The rotters are due any minute." Before the rotters showed up, the two of us walked over to the expanded icebrick fortress and looked down at the ground beneath our feet. "Starting tomorrow, we dig the underground shelter right here. Angle it downward. Drop it about 2 meters first," I said evenly. "Sure. How big are we going?" "I've got a little under 4 pounds of mutant willow branches. I'm planning to use half of it to build a 40 square meter underground shelter, storage, growing crops, disaster protection, all of it. The rest I'll save till the blizzard passes, then build one for you. The train car doesn't have a fireplace. It's way too cold. If you live underground and put in an earthen Kong, you'll get through it fine." Shirley nodded eagerly. Without a fireplace, he was freezing his ass off every night. Right as we were talking, the snarls of rotters rose up outside the fortress. "We'll talk more tomorrow. Time to work." I grabbed my iron spear. Shirley snatched up his, the one I'd made for him. I'd cut several holes on different sides of the fortress so the two of us could stab out at once. The rotters crowded thick around the fortress, probably because the two of us were the only living things in this area. I showed no mercy. My spear punched through their skulls one after another. It was just like clocking in for work. 2 hours of stabbing at a fixed time every day, then sleep. I'd long since made a habit of it. By 10 o'clock, I yawned, pulled back my spear, and headed to the train car to sleep. The next day, looking at the 26 Tier 1 radiation cores in my hand, I dumped them all into Land Corpse's fridge with satisfaction, then said to Shirley, "I'll take your cores, 5 survival coins each." "Got any more?" He was crouched in the corner brushing his teeth. "Sold them all," he mumbled. "Any I get from now on are yours." "Deal." Compared to 5 survival coins apiece, upgrading Land Corpse was the better investment. I stood outside the door, looking out at the pitch-black night and the messy trails of rotting corpses on the ground, gazing east. Why did every rotting corpse vanish eastward at daybreak? then come crawling back at night. The phenomenon had gone on for a long time, and I still couldn't figure it out. Silently, I made up my mind. Sooner or later, I had to go check out the forests and mountains to the east, but for now, staying alive still came first. Today's work was heavy. Go all in on digging out the underground shelter. Before, the need hadn't been urgent. The train car was livable, and the corn didn't take up much room. But now that I had a pound of potatoes, agriculture could scale up, and I had to carve out enough space fast. I stripped a few sheets of iron plating off the train car. The metal was extremely hard, so I used solidify to press it into a shovel shape, then ground the edges into blades. Shirley and I each took one and started digging down at the deepest point of the fortress. The layer of ice and snow up top had been cleared out yesterday, so we went straight at the frozen earth. The frozen ground was as hard as stone. Every strike of the shovel took all our strength just to pry loose a little dirt. An average person would collapse after 2 or 3 swings. Some couldn't even drive the blade in once. Luckily, both of us had awakened talents. Shirley was the strength type, standing over 2 meters tall with brute force to spare. Powering through on sheer muscle, we hacked out a sizable pit in the frozen earth. Shirley panted heavily. "Bro Shun, how about we boil some hot water to thaw the ground? Wouldn't that speed things up?" I wiped the sweat from my brow and shook my head. "No good. Boiling water burns through too much firewood. We can't sustain it. Besides, at temperatures this low, the hot water would freeze the second it hit the ground. That'd only make it worse. Damn, this is gonna kill us." The top layer's the hardest. It gets easier once we go deeper. An hour later, we'd hit 2 meters. Shirley looked up. "It's still hard down here. The frost probably runs deep." After talking it over, we settled on going 3 meters down. Deeper meant better insulation and less risk of collapse, though it meant more labor. Digging at a 45-degree slope down 3 meters made the tunnel about 4.2 meters long. Once we hit the 3-meter mark, the soil did loosen up a bit, but the extreme cold and compaction still made digging tough. Then again, that was a good thing. Soil this hard wouldn't cave in, which would make the shelter more stable. From the 3-meter point, we'd dig straight down another 3 meters, and that would be the main chamber of the shelter. The whole shelter, between 3 and 6 meters underground. If it were just me, 2.5 meters of clearance would be enough, but Shirley is over 2 meters tall, so I'd have to dig deeper. The preliminary excavation alone took 4 or 5 hours. The workload was far beyond what I'd imagined. At 2 in the afternoon, I checked the weather, and my heart sank. Weather. Temperature, minus 21.6 degrees Celsius. Climate, heavy snow, force 10 winds. Radiation, high. If outdoor exposure exceeds 32 minutes today, radiation will penetrate the body. Levels will keep climbing after nightfall. Urgent alert. A severe blizzard is expected tomorrow. Temperatures will plummet, snowfall will intensify, winds will exceed force 15, and radiation will surge. Exploration time will be drastically reduced. Please prepare accordingly. This was the shortest outdoor window on record, just 32 minutes. Every factor had deteriorated to the extreme. With the severe blizzard hitting tomorrow, today was the last day we could go outside, and even now it was only safe to scavenge close to home. I laid out the plan. "Shirley, come with me to the pine forest. We need to gather some of the resources we haven't stockpiled yet." Bundled up head to toe, with Snowcat in tow, the two of us plunged into the wind and snow, heading straight for the pine forest I discovered the day before. The grove sat on the backside of the mountain, not far off, only a few minutes' walk. Outside, the gale roared and the snow whipped wildly, but inside the woods it was relatively still. I checked the pine resin first. Each plastic bottle held only a thin film at the bottom, 2 or 3 grams apiece. More than a dozen bottles combined amounted to less than 50 grams. The collection was going far slower than I'd hoped. Then again, tapping pine resin was a slow process back on Earth too. This wasn't bad, all things considered. I gathered up every bottle, then cut fresh grooves and hung new ones to keep collecting. Shirley was in charge of the pine cones and needles. The cones still held plenty of pine nuts, and while the kernels weren't plump, they were still food. I deliberately made him carry the biggest backpack and the largest basket, so he could haul as much as possible. We didn't dare linger. About 10 minutes after finishing with the resin, we hurried back. The weather was brutal. The wind and snow nearly swept us off our feet, and the radiation had such a sharp bite that I could smell it right through my gas mask. 2 in the afternoon should have been the best part of the day, yet the sky was as dim as dusk. Black clouds pressed down overhead in a scene straight out of the apocalypse. Over the survival radio, the other survivors were chattering nonstop. The sky is terrifying. I don't even dare step outside. It's only 20 minutes anyway. Nowhere to go even if you do. Might as well sleep. Sleep? You got enough food, firewood, and stuff to keep warm. Don't ask. Anyone got food they can spare? Any big shot willing to take me in? I really can't make it on my own. I've got a strong back. I can farm. I can fix things. Anyone willing to let me tag along? I'll do whatever it takes. Sigh. If you don't have an awakened talent and no supplies, who's going to take you? Even if you offered yourself for free, you'd bring nothing to the table. Everyone's fighting for their lives out here. Who's got the bandwidth to worry about helping others out? My advice is that everyone find their own way. There's plenty of usable stuff in this world. You don't necessarily have to head into the town ruins. Right? I once dug up a kind of red root in the snow. Looked like a radish, real sweet, edible too. Where'd you find it? How come I've never seen one? Luck of the draw. A lot of plants only grow in specific spots, and they're buried under the snow. When there was no bickering, the mood on comms was actually pretty peaceful, with everyone trading useful survival tips. I heard Officer Zhao Zhongyang was planning to build a settlement so everyone could band together and survive. Anyone know if he's actually gotten started? Brother, you talking in your sleep? In this frozen wasteland, do you have any idea how much work it'd take to build a settlement big enough to house that many people? No kidding. Even in peacetime, putting up a small or mid-sized settlement is no easy thing, let alone now. But I heard Officer Zhao and his people have already started. Started, sure, but can they actually pull it off? The crowd was skeptical. Then a calm, steady voice cut in, and the channel went instantly silent. Greetings, everyone. This is Zhao Zhongyang. I heard you all discussing the settlement, so I thought I'd step in and address it. The settlement is currently under construction, and we've found a way to block out the radiation. We'll be able to create a safe zone for people to live in. The current planned area is 500 square meters, located a few hundred meters northeast of Jingning Town. Several survivors have offered their help, and I want to thank them here. Once the blizzard passes, you're all welcome to come. You can purchase or lease land with survival coins or hard currency. I sincerely look forward to meeting all of you. Thank you. Extremely official words. Yet on the comms they came like a breath of fresh air. Zhao Zhongyang's voice was steady and firm, giving quite a few people renewed hope. Is this for real? I'm having trouble believing it. Could be real. A buddy of mine down south went through Jingning Town and actually ran into Officer Zhao and his group. I've heard they found some kind of mutated willow branches too. The sap they boil out of them can repel radiation and form a safe zone. There's really something like that? Word is it's not just Officer Zhao running the show. Several small settlement crews, all pretty capable, are pitching in too. Put that way, I'm starting to buy it. If they can block radiation and they've got the manpower, with a few strong folks organizing it, yeah, there's real hope. A few pretty words and you're all sold? Settlements aren't that easy to build. I bet they're just looking for suckers to fleece. I'm suspicious too. My advice is, think it over carefully. Opinions ran the whole gamut, some optimistic, some doubtful. I wasn't too concerned myself. Once the settlement was up, there'd be a first wave of residents, and if it really was as good as promised, word of mouth would spread on its own and more people would come. But its capacity was limited. It wasn't going to be right for everyone to rush over. Take me in. Someone like Shirley, strong enough to have already established a small stronghold, would probably keep holing up in his own shelter. The gathering place was more like a set of coordinates, a spot for people to meet up, trade, and exchange information. As for what it would become in the future, we'd have to wait until it was actually built and people started moving in. I pulled my thoughts back. For now, the priority was digging out the shelter. Shirley worked underground, breaking up the dirt and piling it into the tunnel. I handled the cleanup, while the land zombies hauled the soil outside the fortress. After a few hours, Shirley had carved out enough space down there for me to fit inside too. With the two of us digging together, we picked up the pace considerably. 5 meters down, the soil turned much softer and came away easily. But a new problem cropped up. There were a lot of rocks underground. Every so often we'd hit a chunk of stone, big or small, and the difficulty shot up. The little ones we just dug loose and tossed aside.